Janour Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right. Shohei Ohtani couldn't make it tonight. Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here. Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions: pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
I don't know what it is about Gillis that has people so torn all the time on whether you think he's funny or not. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Norm Macdonald. My wife doesn't get it. She doesn't think he's funny. She thought that Norm was just like almost annoying. And Norm Macdonald is like, I could have howled laughing at anything that guy said. Shane Gillis is kind of like that. And you step into a crowd of very powerful people and just start making fun of them to their face. I think that all of them, look, there's always groans and not laughs at stuff like that. Didn't Ricky Gervais, like he did the same thing whenever he'd host the Golden Globes is what he hosted. And he said it. He's like, have a laugh at yourself. Don't take this too seriously. It's the same thing. A lot of groans instead of laughs. I thought it was really funny. Shador, even if you're like Dion, you gotta laugh at that joke, I would assume.
And also it's funny that you specifically said Norm Macdonald because he paid tribute to Norm Macdonald. He did one of his jokes that Norm did at the ESPYs.
He rounded out the OJ joke with Travis Hunter. And this is what I'm talking about. Like somebody says putting Norm and Gillis in the same sentence is blasphemy. I don't think so at all. I think they're both very much two people that either you really liked them or you thought they weren't funny whatsoever. I think both of them are really funny.
I just like that everybody got some. I mean, everybody.
That's the point.
No, that's what I'm saying.
My voice cracked.
Yeah. Oh, geez, Rick. Oh, I don't know about this one. Everybody from Donald Trump to Simone Biles caught strays. Like he took no prisoners, and I could just see poor Bob Iger at Disney wringing his hands, going, "Oh no, why did we book this guy? Oh, geez." I thought it was hilarious.
If you get somebody like that, you know what's going to happen. Like, if you get Louis C.K. to host an award show that is run by Disney, I know you got to imagine he's not just going to be your milquetoast down the middle. You know, like, Peyton Manning was funny, but not, like, edgy. You knew he was going to be edgy. And I think that's something that at every award show I would love to see. If nothing else, I would watch award shows if you could guarantee me that you would, really have a laugh at some people in the audience's expense. Those are the ones that are the biggest ones. That's why the Gervais thing always got millions of views every time that he would go and host the Golden Globes. I thought it was really funny. It was really good.
And to what you were saying, I remember there was a video posted by, now I'm not endorsing this person as a person, but the content in the video, I agree with. Chris D'Elia had this great video that he uploaded when Fergie did the national anthem at the NBA All-Star Game and how everybody was criticizing her. And he had this great rant where he went, yeah, dude, you booked Fergie, and then you got mad when the national anthem was weird and sexual. It's like you booked a sexual singer to do the national anthem, and then you got mad when it's weird and sexual. Like, you got Fergie doing the anthem. That's exactly what you got. So if you book Shane Gillis,
it's what you paid for.
Yeah, you got exactly what you paid for. If you want something more down the middle, I don't know, pick a different comedian.
Yeah, look, it's hard to even talk about comedy stuff because I'll bring up a name and then somebody will be like, not funny at all. He's actually really this and that. And it's like, all right, fine. I guess you and me think differently. I don't know what to tell you. But I always appreciate when somebody walks into this, sort of lion's den and hands it to them. Part of the problem that I have is that everybody wants to be part of this group. They're so afraid to offend in a room like that, especially offend the people in front of you, because you probably want to hang out with those people. It's kind of like, I would suppose it, Nelly, you've seen guys in this profession that are like, it's almost like they try and be friends with the athletes that they cover. I just feel like that's a weird thing. Not that you can't be, but it puts you in a weird place where you can't be honest or critical sometimes. And I think mostly it's a bad idea. So I like somebody that's just going to walk in and be like, all right, I am going to make jokes about you, and you're just going to have to sit there and laugh at it. And some people do, and some people groan and roll their eyes and whatever.
Especially, I love when Comedy Central does their roasts, and then the roasters spend about 95% of their time just roasting everyone else that's there, not even the person that they're actually supposed to be roasting. They just go, I'm going to make fun of this entire dais. And there was one roast, I can't remember if it was Justin Bieber, where Shaq was there, and Hannibal Buress had one of my favorite roast jokes anyone's ever made. And he looked at Shaq and he said, Shaq, you're the first athlete to have your shoe number, your jersey number, and your IQ all be the same.
Yeah. To have those athletes on there for those, they do some sports-specific ones. I think that the Inside the NBA crew had a roast that was just for them once. But anyway, the point is, I don't really watch the ESPYs anymore. I think it's lost a little bit of the luster. I don't know. But if you give me a host that I think will be a little bit more ribbing towards the audience he's talking about, then I'll tune in. And I actually watched quite a bit of the ESPYs. I know there's a few categories here in Denver about some things. I knew he wasn't going to win it, but God, Landeskog should have for comeback athlete of the year. I know everybody in that category was probably deserving in their own right for a multitude of different reasons, but we are so hyper aware of the process that it took to come back from that. We're talking about an injury that nobody's really come back from. I mean, you can point to Lonzo Ball, and yes, Lonzo Ball did come back as well. But there was that moment, that first return to the ice was so unbelievable. By the way, the musical performances, like I like Busta Rhymes. I like when Busta Rhymes was on there. I'm pretty sure he said the S-bomb 15 times on. Did you see when Busta Rhymes was on stage, Nelly?
Kane, are you saying Buster?
Busta.
I was going to say, you got to make sure
Busta Rhymes.
I know.
I just say it quickly. Busta Rhymes.
Yeah, you got to make sure you say Busta Rhymes.
No, but did you see when he was doing his song?
I did not know.
Okay, so there's a song, very famous, that goes, don't this bleep make a bleep want to jump. And I think he said the S-bomb 15 times on ABC, and they just never felt like delaying anything.
They figured, we're all getting fired anyway for everything Shane Gillis said about the WNBA. So let Busta drop a couple let Busta drop a couple curse words. Why not?
I got to say something about, we just brought up Lonzo Ball. There was a moment in which his brother, LiAngelo, who is the only one of the three that did not make the NBA. I believe, wasn't LiAngelo the one that got busted when he was playing in, like, Italy? He stole something and then got deported or something?
They were in, I think when he was in college, they were playing in China.
That's right.
And he stole some sunglasses.
And then it was like a big deal. Like, there was a chance he'd be in jail there for a while. and he's able to get out, and then he started making music. Well, he performed his one song that I guess is super popular. I have no idea, okay? Because anything rap-wise that came after like 2010, I pretty much don't know what it is. His performance, he had the stage presence of a recliner. He was the only guy on stage in LA, and he was doing his song, and he just walked back and forth. No energy, no nothing. I'm like, you got to be better than that. We're giving you time at the ESPYs, national television, ABC. Anyway, Texture says, who won Comeback Player of the Year? I believe, was it Suni Lee? I think who won it? The gymnast?
I'm going to be honest, Brett. I'm a red-blooded American, so I did what everyone else did. I didn't watch the ESPYs, and then I watched Shane Gillis's monologue this morning because I'm an American, damn it.
Okay, do they finally have the full monologue somewhere? Because I've seen the clips. I'm like, I kind of want to wait till the full thing comes out, but I've seen so many clips, it's probably the whole thing anyway.
Yes, there is a full version online that I ripped in order to make that show open. The full thing's up there, and it's glorious.
So, just a quick run-through is, they have all of these. Yeah, so comeback athlete was Suni Lee. Best NBA player went to Shea. That was a category that Joker was in. Can't remember. There was a few other ones that had Colorado sort of ties to it, but I don't think anybody won, if I remember correctly. Best team was the Eagles. And then we can go through some other categories if you guys would like to. It's just whatever. I'm kind of out on the actual awards part of it and more into the make fun of people. Point is, I just want more of that. I want hosts that are going to make fun of the people that they're talking about. It makes it far more entertaining, and I want the joke about the person and then a cutaway to the person. That's what I want most. By the way, the Avs officially released their schedule, and I want to get into this a little bit later today. And with the official release of the Avs 2025-2026 schedule, listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche, and once you're there, you pick out the 3 home games you'd most want to attend, and one person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games that they picked. Single game tickets will go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., but you can head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter. That's such a great. I think we did this with the Nuggets last year, where you pick out 3 games that you want, and we give you. It's a hell of a deal.
I remember doing one game. You can remember
it was one. Yes, it's right.
But this is 3 and they're club level. So you're gonna get a pair of tickets to 3 games. So 6 tickets total.
Yep.
If you want to think of it that way, all club level.
Yep.
And all you got to do is go to our website and click 3 games. That's it.
That's it. So go ahead and do that. We'll talk about the Avs schedule a little bit later. I got a few thoughts on, at the end of the show yesterday, we talked to John Wallace, and John Wallace gave us updates on a multitude of different factors surrounding the Nuggets and their offseason and sort of what comes next. But one answer that caught my attention in particular is Jamal Murray and what he said about him. And it's a role that he is playing within this organization that I think is necessary and new. So we'll get to that in just a minute. Stick around. We will talk at 7:30 this morning to Connor McGahee and get his thoughts on the Avs schedule coming up this year. Jeff Legwold will join us at 9 o'clock. There is, I think, a massively, not underrated, but with how the offseason has gone, under-discussed topic surrounding the Nuggets. It's not new, but it is something that as an organization trying to win a championship, you have these sort of boxes you need to check if you're going to be in that conversation. And every team has a similar list. Want to give me more big pimping?
Always.
The checklist goes something along the lines of this. You need a star. I'm talking about basketball here. You need a star. You need role players who are comfortable in their roles. In this era of the NBA, you need depth, and you need to be able to shoot. There's others, of course, playing defense, things like that, but I think those are the major factors. And the Nuggets lacked in a lot of those areas, but they've checked the superstar box. They've checked the role players accepting their roles, and I think that's where guys like Christian Brown and AG and everything I've heard of Cam Johnson all come into play. They've now checked the depth box because after talking to John Wallace yesterday and Ben Tenzer on PhD the day before, I don't think there's any point in discussing the Valanciunas stuff. He's going to be a Nugget. Now, whether he likes it or not is a different story, and to be honest, I'm pretty unconcerned with it. But a backup big, Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., you have legitimate depth now on your bench. And then shooting. Just look at the three-point percentages of the Nuggets roster. League average is 36%, and they have a boatload of guys that shoot above that. So they have all these different things. But the Nuggets have one extra sort of check. And this can apply to other teams in the league. I think it certainly does to most of your championship contenders. But it's like the second star who rises to the occasion. And Jamal Murray is obviously, even if you have more depth, if you have the right sort of mix of players, if Jamal doesn't play to his fullest potential, then you aren't going to reach the heights that you want. And it was asked to John Wallace yesterday about Jamal Murray specifically. Have you talked to him about this? And what exactly is the message to Jamal? Here's what John Wallace said.
I think, first of all, Jamal is very aware of, what's transpired in the past year and a half post-championship run. He was one of the guys when I got in, he kind of gave me a look of where, hey, look, I know what people are saying. I kind of know what's tasked of me right now. And, we've been very, very impressed with where he is at this point in the season. He's been in the market. He's been out here working out. He's been more of a vocal leader with our young guys. I've seen him sit down with Coach DA while we're out here. So he's fully locked in, and he understands what is expected of him this year. So for us and for me specifically, it's just, again, being a resource, being a voice for him, when that time comes. But for the most part, Jamal's taking this thing over.
John Wallace said, not in that clip, but he also said yesterday that part of his job is to keep in touch with the guys. And I think with that answer about Jamal Murray, it's as good as I'd want to hear it. That Jamal is in Denver during the offseason. He's working out. He's taking more of a vocal role, all these different things. And actually, something I am happy about is when he said Jamal is aware of the conversation around him over the past year and a half. Mentioned this before. I've heard Mike Sanford say this, that whether you're a coach, a player, whoever, in a big sport, you can block out the noise. You can turn off your social media. You can not listen to the radio. You can not turn on ESPN or FS1 on your TVs. You can keep that out. But your wife can't, and your friends can't, and your brother can't, and your sister can't, and your girlfriend can't, and your dad can't, and you know what I mean? Like, that stuff will always find an avenue to go into somebody close to you, and that message will get relayed. I like that Jamal is aware of this. Jamal is not, like, he seems to be somebody who cares in the way he's perceived. A lot of NBA players are. But I think that's why Jamal gets kind of prickly with some post-game interviews or whatever press conference settings when there's, like, criticism being lobbied his way. Think about when Shaq talked to him. I can't remember which game it was this season, but it was after a game on TNT. They're doing the post-game interview. Jamal's talking to Shaq. I think it was a playoff game. And he said something like, Jamal, you were 5 of 19 from the floor. How do you be better in that category? And Jamal was like, well, we won. But yes, I have to be better. He's a little bit...
I don't know if that was a question.
He's a little bit more lenient towards the national... inside the NBA guys. But there's something about Jamal when he gets that extra sort of motivating kick, he turns into a monster. And it shows up on the court. With all the additions that are made to this team that feels like on paper, it could potentially be the best Nuggets team top to bottom that we've ever seen. It still comes down to Jamal. It still does. You trade Porter to open up all of this sort of like magical funds that you never thought you would have before, and you bring in 4 different dudes who all will fit a very specific and necessary role to the team. But if Jamal doesn't play well, I don't think it's enough to totally overcome it. Now, I think at times, if Jamal's having a bad game, which every player does, unless you are like the elite of the elite of the elite, unless you're Joker or LeBron or Steph, who just, you don't ever have a bad night somehow. Everybody will be thrust in that category, and that's where I think the others can step up. Like, he's off tonight, I can go pick him up. But he has to be consistently a presence. We've always drawn the line with Jamal kind of at, can he make an all-star game? The question has never been, can he? Of course he can. But are you going to be in tune enough over 82 games to prove it? Everybody gets obsessed with that Jokic hasn't played with another all-star or all-NBA or all-defensive or all-anything player. And I've never been overly concerned with the accolade because those are voted on by dudes. The same dudes that think that Joker wasn't the best player in the league last year. And maybe they got their favorites. Maybe they got guys that they prefer over so-and-so. Okay, fine. But you just need to play like it. Like, Aaron Gordon, I don't think is ever going to be an all-star. And I don't care. Because Aaron Gordon does exactly what you need him to do. For the Nuggets, he is an all-star. Maybe in NBA circles he's not. But for the Nuggets, he 1,000% is. And Jamal's just got to be in that category. Now, remember, I was just talking about him talking to Shaq earlier this year in a post-game with the Inside the NBA crew. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about here with Jamal.
And this was May 6th. This was the game where they beat OKC when Aaron Gordon had his game winner. That wasn't the game-winning dunk. That was the game-winning shot.
Yeah.
And then this is post game with Jamal.
Jamal Shack here, every time I've jumped on you, you've stepped up and played fabulous. How do you feel about a 6-16, 6 for 16 game, and what do you say to yourself to play it? Because and I know they're going to need you to play at a super high level if you want to win another championship. So what do you say to yourself after a 6 for 16 performance?
Well, we got the win. I've had plenty of those games before. I know I got better. I got some great looks tonight that just didn't go down. I'm just trying not to force it. They're shrinking the paint. They're really good handsy. They're in the lanes. So it's all about taking care of the ball, especially when they're bringing two bodies on me and two bodies of Yoke. We're just trying to make sure that we don't, flip the ball over and give them easy runouts. So I hear you. I'll be better. Obviously it's not my best game, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do and impact the game in different ways to win the game. And tonight wasn't my night, but it was somebody else's.
That's Jamal being the nicest he can to somebody giving him a little bit of criticism after a game. And look, when it's Shaq, it's different. If that was, I don't know, if that was Chris Dempsey, maybe the answer's different. If that was Vic, maybe the answer's different. But the point is, Jamal is still as important as anybody else. And without him playing at that kind of level, I think all of these moves can be for naught. So going to the NBA, or sticking in the NBA quickly, Bradley Beal made some news yesterday. He agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns, and he's going to join the Clippers. He's joining them on a 2-year, $11 million deal. And everybody is now looking at the Clippers as if they are serious, legitimate title contenders. And I guess they are. But something about that just doesn't feel right to me. So their starting five is this: Harden, Beal, Kawhi, John Collins, and Zubats. That's a really good starting five. I hate the way they've constructed it, and I don't think it translates to the NBA anymore. It used to be you go out and you get a handful of superstars, you put them together, these guys will figure it out, and you'll probably win a title. We've seen Boston do this back in the day when they went out and they got KG and they formed their version of the Big Three. It was, KG, it was Pierce, it was Rondo, it was Ray Allen, it was that group. Shortly after that became the Miami Heat, that we all know was LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, with others. I don't think you can do that anymore, because that's what Phoenix tried. And Phoenix missed the play-in with Durant, Booker, and Beal. The Clippers are just trying that over again. Could all of this change perspective if the Clippers won Game 7 against the Nuggets as opposed to lost? Maybe. But I don't fear that. I don't fear the way that they've gone about team building, because it just doesn't seem to work anymore. Every team that's won a championship over the last X amount of years, 7 years, whatever the number is, has done it in a way that is built through mostly homegrown talent developed over time, and then you add a couple of pieces once you get to that championship type of level. Certainly what the Nuggets did. They stuck with a core group of players that they built and developed themselves, and then an AG trade here, a Bruce Brown signing there, a KCP trade here. That's what took them over the top. But those guys weren't coming in to play significant star power roles. They were in here to play specific roles. The Clippers are just taking who's the big name on the market? Well, let's throw him in the mix and see how it works. I don't think it goes that way. Especially when it's filled with a whole bunch of stars. It's really difficult for you to find roles for players when they're used to being the guy. And so I don't know. I'm not falling for this just because they got the big name thing. they're going to be head and shoulders above where they were last year. Like, honestly, if you look at the 2 off seasons that were just had, and maybe it's just because I know this team more intimately than I do other teams across the league. But what the Nuggets did to fill what was ailing them, to check those off-season marks off the list, I think is better than what the Clippers did. And the Clippers got John Collins and Bradley Beal, and those are 2 giant acquisitions. The Nuggets got 2 guys on a minimum, made a swap for a player who's very similar to the one that they traded, and then you got a backup big. And I truly think that is a massive difference maker. Like, did the Clippers feel like they were Bradley Beal away from being this all-world team? I don't think so. Because out of all those guys in the starting lineup, Harden, Beal, Kawhi, John Collins, and Zubats, there's only one basketball. And I think it's hard to keep guys like that happy and totally locked into the game when they aren't playing the role that they're used to. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So some NFL stuff I want to get to. You've got the domino. So we were waiting for this. After Jahdae Barron signed his contract right before training camp started, the second rounders were the ones that are kind of in a holding pattern. Because of the deal the Texans have made, it made very difficult for other teams to find deals with agents of guys drafted in the second round because of guaranteed cash. And I thought once one more guy signs, the rest of these dominoes are going to fall. Well, the Niners signed their second-round pick, Alfred Collins. He was the number 43 overall selection. He reached a deal that is a 4-year, $10.3 million deal that includes $9 million guaranteed. So not a fully guaranteed contract, but 9 of the 10.3 is. And this could now lead to a rush of second-round picks signing contracts to get into training camp and make sure they get all the reps they can get. And I certainly want that for the Broncos' second-round pick because R.J. Harvey is very much in the plans to play a lot this season. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Reminder that the official release of the Avs schedule is out, and listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. And once you're there, pick out 3 home games you'd most want to attend, and one person who fills it out wins a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games that they picked. Single game tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., but head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter. Back after this. What's the famous movie that this song ended with and now everybody makes fun of it?
It was the Shia LaBeouf Transformers.
Transformers, that's right.
And at the end, Optimus Prime is going like, I think the humans are mixed up, but they're worth defending. And then it's roll credits.
That right there, that's it. Okay, so hang on a second. Hang on. That movie came out in 2007. All right, if you were a 17-year-old like I was in 2007, Megan Fox was probably the hottest chick you ever seen in your life in that movie. Let's just be honest. Everybody's got their own. I don't know what the older crowds was. Was it Daisy Keats? What was her name?
It was a Zsa Zsa Gabor, see? No, actually, I'm a little younger than you, so when that movie was in theaters, I was still in middle school, so I was right on the border of hormones kicking in and not.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing that movie, and same thing, Megan Fox, when she's leaning over the car, fixing the engine, and having those feelings of this.
It's that scene. We all know that scene.
What is this? What am I feeling right now? Whatever this is, it feels good.
Whatever that is, I like it.
Yes, I would like another.
We all got that thing. That moment, there was the one chick in the one movie that when you were a teenager, you're like, all right. Game over. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Texture says, I was 7 years old in 2007. Megan Fox was the hottest person I ever saw.
Or, oh man, I remember when I was in high school and then the sequel came out.
By the way, ladies who are listening, give me what was the dude in the movie? You guys got to have one of those too.
You remember the sequel came out and there was that shot where she's fixing her motorcycle and the camera starts away and then it unnecessarily just like zooms in on her leaning over fixing her bike.
Yeah, I mean, watch the word unnecessarily. It felt really necessary to me.
that shot fed families, man. I remember that one. No, and everybody remembers that. You're right. And then also, I was just talking about this, I think, with Grizz, who's now over at Mix 100.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers the first set of boobs they saw in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, where were you? You remember?
I still got it. I was in my living room with my parents. I was very uncomfortable, but it was Titanic.
Ooh, that's a good one.
It was Titanic.
For me, it was Airplane.
Thanks for the chicks. It's Channing Tatum. That makes total sense.
Ooh, yeah. Channing Tatum in anything, sign me up.
Yep. Now, I watched this movie later as a grown man. Salma Hayek and Dusk Till Dawn, I mean, I'd put that up against any era of any person. What are we talking about here? What are we doing? Sorry.
Wait, can I just say one last thing on that?
Yeah, please.
Anytime I see that scene, where she's dancing, remember that Quentin Tarantino wrote that movie. He wrote a scene where there's a guy in the crowd who sucks her toes. Then he cast himself as that person.
No, Tarantino's a weirdo. He makes unbelievable movies, but he's a weirdo. Speaking for my wife, the dude all millennials were obsessed with was DiCaprio, obviously. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, the DiCaprio, Titanic sort of Romeo and Juliet era. Totally understand it. How's this? Dude talk. You guys like it? What chick did you think was hot when you were a kid, huh?
Yeah, hey, if you want, we can dip into Katy Perry takes. We could talk about the California Girls music video where she's on a cotton candy cloud, Brett. How deep you want to get into this?
I'm way more interested in because I've heard all the dudes and what they've said and what their thoughts are. I don't know what the women's is. Patrick Swayze and Point Break, totally get it. Totally understand how that would be like the one for you.
My mom always had a big crush on George Clooney in basically anything.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even know why. Clooney rubs me the wrong way. It's almost like he's too cool. Like, why are you trying to be that cool all the time, huh? You get a little weirdness in you. Everybody does. Where is it? Show it. Show your face. Anyway, that concludes Dude Talk for the 6 o'clock hour. So, just talking about how the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, has signed his contract, and I think this will lead to a host of just dominoes falling down and a whole bunch of second-round picks signing their contracts and getting in camp, which for RJ Harvey is incredibly important. One thing I know about Sean Payton is Sean Payton, it takes him a minute to trust you. He is very much like Michael Malone in that sense. He is much more willing to play the veteran who might have the lower ceiling, but he knows what you're going to do. It's part of the reason why I think that Lil Jordan Humphrey got as much run as he did over his first couple of years here. Was Lil Jordan Humphrey some sort of star? No. But he was somebody who Sean Payton trusted to be in the right place at the right time. The running back position is, in Sean Payton's mind, much more complicated than we make it out to be. We are sort of caveman-minded when it comes to running backs, which is give the guy the ball, let him find a hole, and break through it and run for 80 yards. Sean Payton is like, I almost don't care how much you're going to break off a 50-yarder as much as are you going to protect the quarterback on a passing play when I need you to. And that's the kind of stuff that I think RJ Harvey has to get in camp for. I mean, being a running back, finding holes, doing that kind of stuff, do you have to learn that at the NFL level? Of course you do, but that's sort of implanted in your head. When it comes to guys like RJ Harvey, you want to be a 3-down back for Sean Payton? Well, you got to learn a whole bunch of different stuff as far as pass pro, being able to be in the right spot out of the backfield, all these different details, and he only trusts certain people to do it. I think Audric Estime was somebody that just based on talent should have gotten more run than he did last year, but he wasn't trusted. How do I know that? Because he was inactive for a playoff game. That's the kind of stuff that I want him in camp for. So I'm glad that somebody who's a second-round pick got a contract and that could lead to hopefully him getting on the field sooner rather than later. Now, I have a question that's going to require more time, but I want to throw it out there now and see some of your responses for later in the show.
What's the question?
Bo Nix and this second year, it's really talked about in two ways. Is it a second year breakout or is it going to be a second year wall that you hit? And I don't know the answer. I have a feeling that he's not going to hit the same wall that a lot of other quarterbacks do just because he had so much thrown on his plate in year one and he played so much college football that I don't think he's going to be in for too many surprises in a way that might get somebody who is, 22 years old going into year two, who's only started for a couple of years. But here's the question that I have, is that Bo Nix, even if he, quote, breaks out, you aren't going to be better than Patrick Mahomes. So at best, you're going to be the second best quarterback in the league. But Justin Herbert's also in this league. And Justin Herbert's pretty good in his own right. So if he's third, if I give you, and I don't know what you guys base this stuff on, like how do you evaluate quarterbacks and where they rank? Is it about winning? Is it about numbers? Is it about talent? Is it about, whatever suits you? But if he's third in the division next year, is that going to be enough for the Broncos to have the kind of success that you want? That's my question. When ESPN released that list recently of executives, coaches, and scouts ranking the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, the top 10 were Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels was 5. Then it was Stafford, Herbert at 7, Goff, Hurts, and Baker rounded out the top 10. If Bo Nix is the third best quarterback, will that get them to the heights that they want to go? And here's my answer, just quickly, and again, more detail later. with Rob. I think it could. You have aspirations to win the division. You don't have to. The goal for the Broncos is to get in the dance again this year and hopefully take an incremental step at just winning a playoff game. You can do that with him being the third best quarterback in the division still. You can. But boy, would it help if he was better, if he jumped up in that number 2 slot. So we'll get to this a little bit later. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel today and do not miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble. Aaron Rodgers did not take the vaccine because he predicted it would be bad for him. And then he joined the New York Jets. So maybe he wasn't right about everything. Shedeur Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right. It's a big year for the WNBA. I love Caitlin Clark. Yeah, hell yeah. Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist-fighting black women. Shohei Ohtani couldn't make it tonight. Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here. Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions, pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
So that is courtesy of ABC and ESPN. Now, Rob, I know that there's this thing with comedians that never used to be totally like this, where it's like you either really think somebody's hilarious or you absolutely cannot stand them. And Shane Gillis seems to be one of those guys. Now, I think he's funny. I think he's really funny. But what I enjoy most is in moments like this, and it could be the ESPYs, it could be the Oscars, it could be whatever. I just want somebody who's going to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I like that feeling of uncomfortability in a crowd of powerful people in front of you that it's like, hey, for 3 hours, just be willing to be the butt of the joke because everybody praises you every second of the day. You can take this. It's what I like about that, like what Ricky Gervais would do at the Golden Globes. I liked it. But God, it something about him really bothers people.
I mean, that whole class of comedian, that like podcast stand-up comedian
like
class.
The Rogan sphere people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole the Kreischer and Segura, I think they're funny, but you have to, like you said, be willing to take some of that.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna, and maybe it's because we do radio shows where we get embarrassed in front of a lot of people all the time that we're more open to the fact that like, hey man, let him make fun of you for a little bit.
By the way,
right?
did I say that was Shane Gillis? That was Shane Gillis.
That was Shane Gillis. And I thought he was great. I thought it was great. You got to make everybody a little bit uncomfortable. He had a couple good like best man jokes in there.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, everybody around SGA's in foul trouble now. Like that's like the wedding appropriate joke when you're telling the best man story. You know what I mean?
It reminded me, like I thought Peyton Manning was funny, but Peyton Manning was very like G-rated sort of jokes on the audience.
And then he went for a couple jugulars.
Yeah.
The Deshaun Watson one was, he even said, like,
well,
I don't know if I believed him.
There's
but he
a
was
few
like,
political things that were thrown in there that it was like, oh.
There was some
Did you
Diddy
say
jokes.
Epstein?
Yeah.
All right.
There were some Epstein jokes. There were some Diddy. Like, he went for the jugular a few times, don't get me wrong. But I thought he had a nice mix of both. I thought he was funny. I thought it was good.
I brought this up earlier and see, the second I said this, somebody was like, how dare you? But Norm Macdonald was the kind of guy, it didn't matter what he said, I would die laughing. There's just, everybody's got that guy. For my dad, it was like Bill Murray, whatever Bill Murray did.
I hear that Bill Murray is the name I hear most frequently.
So like Norm Macdonald was that guy for me. But there's something about a dude who's either telling a joke or making fun of somebody who's willing just to sit in that groan, like not a laugh, just a groan.
Yeah.
That makes me die laughing.
When he told the Waffle House joke,
yes,
the reaction wasn't everybody laughing. They did laugh, but what you heard the other times was everybody like laughing out loud. What you heard when he did the Waffle House joke was, oh,
like I remember. So the political stuff is going to be that the Waffle House joke was one. The other one was when he put the camera on his friend's wife and
Oh
said
my
that was
God,
a
it was-
WNBA All-Star. And it was just a lady.
It was his friend's wife, this black woman sitting in the crowd,
Yeah.
and he goes, 4-time All-Star, WNBA All-Star, Brittany whatever is here,
It's like
and
just-
everybody claps, and he goes, actually, that's my friend's wife.
Just knowing that it's going to be like a huge portion of the crowd is going to hate it. Like, there's just something I think is funny about that. So,
But like we're already getting it on the. I just opened up the text line because I just got here, and it's already on there. Like people do not think he's funny.
yeah, get somebody that's actually funny. He ain't.
Right.
I think he is. I don't know. Like, if you think my IQ is too small, then whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Fine.
I don't know. I mean, there's something about him being willing to sit in it. He does this kind of physical comedy. I don't know how to say it. Like where he looks uncomfortable,
Yeah.
but he's also laughing, and so
Right.
he's like, it's a little self-deprecating. I think is really what it ends up being.
Yeah, somebody said it was a total homage to Norm Macdonald, because Norm did the same thing when he hosted the ESPYs. We all know the joke. He actually brought it back at the end about Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Where it's the OJ joke with Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
But I could see that. I mean,
didn't even think about that. That was. I mean, I remember the Travis Hunter joke from last night, but I didn't even think about that. That was a Norm Macdonald nod. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, it was. So Norm's joke was Charles Woodson is the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. No one can take that away from you unless you killed your wife in a waiter.
There's one thing I want to say before I
There
get
you
out of
go.
here, and this is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it was, it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case they can take that away from you.
So I think you're probably right. He was like, you know what, Norm went in and did this, and that's when they kind of changed the ESPYs host to like, all right, we're going to keep this pretty chill.
Yeah.
But you know what, when you sign a guy like that up, if you've watched 10 minutes of a Shane Gillis special, you know exactly what you're getting out of it.
100%. And even his commercials and stuff like that, they all have that vein of humor. That sense of humor. But I got to tell you, I'm not a award show watcher.
Me neither.
I'm not an ESPYs watcher.
Me neither.
For as much as I love sports, I don't care to watch it.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to watch it last night. And then I started seeing some clips online because, it's like tape delayed here. Started seeing some clips online.
I hate that, by the way. But yeah.
Well, but I started seeing some clips online. I was laughing at them. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to turn it on. We'll see what. And it was funny. Like, it was good. It was an entertaining product.
I think so, too.
And I think
I watched way more than I thought I would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I did turn it off after a while, but I watched way more than I thought.
Which, by the way, Drewski gave away the last award. Is he like the Kim Kardashian?
I don't know.
Like, I've never seen him do stand-up comedy before. I don't know, and like maybe huge boomer take from me, but I don't know why that guy is famous.
So
he's just like a guy that's there, and they just put him into things, and he's not funny at all. And I don't know.
So he's I've seen a couple of clips of him. I do think he's funny. Like I've laughed at some stuff that he's done. I don't know how he's that popular. Where he's giving away was the best team, right?
Yeah,
and he forgot
final
the
award of the
envelope.
night, the last one.
I don't know how that's kind of crept up, but he's in like a ton of commercials now. Like he's in a ton of commercials.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how he's famous. I don't think he's that funny, but I thought Shane was great.
I think that's how you need, if you're going to host an award show, I think that's how you have to do it. You have to look at these people in the eye and be like, you're going to eat this joke, okay?
Well, and like you have to make my mom uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
exactly.
Like, and my mom, no doubt, next time I talk to her, she's going to be like, no, I didn't really like his humor. And like, okay, well, you're getting old. What do you want me to tell you,
Right.
Mom? You know what I mean?
Right.
I think you kind of have to do that nowadays. And, because really what you need is those clips to go viral on Twitter or
And they
TikTok
did.
or IG. And they're already, there's already did he take it over the line? Did he go too far? Blah, 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 all that stupid stuff you see online. And I think you need a little bit of that to be relevant in the space.
Yep.
So, like, I had somebody on Twitch say he prefaced the Norm McDonald joke before he even said it, and we heard it there.
Right.
I didn't hear it because I watched it online.
Yeah.
And so I just got that clipped joke. I didn't get him running into it by saying like, oh, this was an old Norm McDonald joke. I just got the 7-second clip of him saying the joke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you have to do to have a successful show nowadays, I think.
By the way, Rob Trigilio filling in for Vic and Moj, who are somewhere in Italy, I would assume, today.
Who are you?
You think they're already...
Well, they left last night. They gotta be.
I mean, it's like a 12, 17-hour flight.
17?
I mean, I don't know.
Hang on.
We need to look it up. I don't know.
Flight time from Denver to... I don't know where they flew.
Are they in customs right now, just angry?
I'll just say Rome.
Which one of them do you think is angry or in customs? Vic
Moj.
or Moj? You definitely Moj?
Yeah.
I mean, you know him better than I do.
Yes.
But I've seen Vic get pretty mad.
Moj, Nelly, you can attest to this. Moj flies off the handle at the smallest things. Vic gets annoyed by things. By the way, it's 10 and a half hours. So yeah, to Rome. So they got to be there by now. Got to.
Because I'm just picturing one of them, because they both turn red. So I'm picturing one of them turning red in customs.
I assume Moser's just having passport PTSD, so he's probably just been turning coal into diamonds his entire trip through the airport.
Probably true.
But you're right. Moser will freak out at the most insanely small things. So my money's on him.
Moj will just see a Morris twin on ESPN and turn off his mic and walk out of the room.
I did hear that, and then start screaming.
Yes, just in the background, and he will curse. And I'm like, Moj, my mic's on. You can't do that.
So one time I see him turn to Brett, and he's like vein in his forehead popping mad. He takes off his hat. He chucks it across the room. It hits Mike Sanford's film whiteboard that he draws up the plays on behind you, and it falls down onto the ground, clatter. That's the kind of stuff we're rocking with during the commercial breaks.
Exactly right.
I need to know which one of them like flipped out on the flight. But did they fly together too, or just at the same time?
I think they might have. I really think they might have.
I bet's on who flipped out on the flight.
So there were a few categories that had Colorado flavor to them as far as nominees. To my knowledge, I don't think anybody won. The big ones that I was looking for, and I didn't expect either one to win, and they didn't. But best NBA player was SGA's the MVP. Okay, fine. I figured. Jokic was up for the award. The one that I was really hoping for, though, was comeback player of the year, that'd be Landy.
Yeah. 100%.
And I just didn't think he would get it because I don't think that ESPN and the ESPYs value hockey in a way that they're going to win awards like that. But the story behind, when you talk about somebody who's been out of the game for rehabbing for 3 years, coming back from an injury that nobody's come back from, and I know Lonzo Ball did it too, but the ovation, and you said you were there for that night.
That was incredible.
That moment is unreal. Now, I don't know the total backstories of the other nominees in this. Suni Lee, the gymnast, won that award. And I'll be honest, I'm not totally aware of what her comeback was, but I was really hoping that Landeskog was going to win that, and I kind of knew that he wasn't, which was a bummer.
Yeah, what was kind of cool is our guy Connor made
he did
the little highlight package that they played.
So when they announce a nominee, it's like a 5-10 second little like highlight reel, and the goal that Landeskog scored in the playoffs, you heard McGahee's call on it, which was really nice.
And I thought that was cool, but you kind of knew he wasn't going to get it. I don't know why. I felt that way. But
I really think it's a hockey thing. I just don't think that they value that sport in the same way they do others.
Well, and so you know what I noticed is, because I was thinking the same thing, what I noticed is then they did best male athlete later on, and all the sports MVPs were represented. So Josh Allen was a candidate, SGA was a candidate, Shohei Ohtani was a candidate, but do you know who the fourth one was? It wasn't the MVP of the NHL, who was possibly considered as the fourth best male
Was
athlete.
it like Pulisic or something?
No, it was Saquon Barkley.
Oh, Saquon. Yeah.
They just picked 2 from the NFL to show you how much they care
Why
about.
not? Yeah, exactly.
So I think you're right. But it's weird because it is a product of theirs. There was a long time that they didn't have anything to do with hockey, and so you kind of felt that way about ESPN.
Yeah.
We used to joke like you could. In a hour-long sports center, you could time in seconds the amount of time they talked about hockey. So I felt like they had kind of gotten away from that a little bit, but
well, I wonder if that's going to be baseball. Now, baseball is going to be on ESPN, like at least on Sports Center, just because it dominates a huge portion of the calendar where there's not actual highlights of really anything else going on. So baseball is going to be on there, but because they're ending their partnership with the MLB, I wonder if the MLB is going to get that same treatment soon.
You know what's interesting? I had somebody just pop in on Twitch and say, isn't it the people's vote? I don't know how they actually decide it. I always had like this sneaking suspicion of, I don't know who's actually going to show up because that's who we're going to give the award to.
I don't think so. I think it's a portion of the vote. But there's a whole bunch of people who won that I would think if it were up to the people voting, they would have gone for a more, I guess, popular sort of vote.
Yeah,
if
I
that
agree.
Makes sense.
I don't think it's a popularity vote because like Barkley's play won. I think that would have won no matter what. But SGA winning best athlete, well, none of the other guys were there.
Yeah.
So Saquon wasn't there. Allen wasn't there.
Right.
Who else was it that was up for it? But you know what I mean? Like, so I kind of felt like they were like, oh, SGA is going to be here. He'll be our male athlete of the year.
Because they gave best play to Saquon, and was it Mailata who came up and accepted the award for him?
Yeah.
But anyway, I was surprised at how much I was invested or how much time I invested into the ESPYs, because I usually don't really care. I don't. You just kind of like tune in for did one of the Denver people win? And I scroll on Twitter. I was like, oh, must not have, because I don't say anything about it. Now, few things I want to get to today. And thank you, Rob, for being here, because I got some Broncos questions for you. And one of them sort of rounded out the appetizer. And it revolves around Bo Nix. So I want to get to that in a second, along with a second-round pick from the Niners being the next sort of domino to fall. And I think this is going to lead to a whole bunch of these second-round picks signing in a hurry. And hopefully RJ Harvey is one of them. But I'll just do this kind of leading into the break. We talked about this earlier in the week, but ESPN had an article surrounding executives, coaches, and scouts ranking the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. And I don't think there's too many surprises on this list. There's a couple that I was kind of like, really? Like Baker Mayfield being 10th over guys like C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love, I thought was interesting. Bo Nix did have at least a vote in this, which I thought was interesting. But the question that I have, it's really difficult and different for me to project this Broncos season because you're actually like, I think they're going to be good, which I haven't thought since I moved here leading into a season. But they have evidence to back up the claim of like, nope, I think there's real reason for optimism. What can I point to? You made the playoffs last year. Can you reach the heights that you want to reach if in your own division, Bo Nix, who even if he has a good year, still remains third as far as best quarterbacks in the division behind Mahomes and Herbert? So I want to get to that in a couple of minutes. Reminder to you guys, this is really cool. With the Avs release, listeners can schedule release. You can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out 3 home games you'd most want to attend, and one person who fills it out wins a pair of club-level tickets to each of the 3 games that they've picked. Single game tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., so you can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter. So we'll get to some of that Bo Nix stuff along with Connor McGahey, who joins us in 10 minutes. Stick around. It's a great band name, by the way. Fat Boy Slim.
Isn't that a great band name?
I like it. What's the other song they got?
The Rockefeller Skank.
Yes.
That's the funk soul, brother.
Right about now.
The funk soul,
yeah,
brother.
That's going to be
rules.
stuck in my head all morning.
I
now.
know.
You're going to have to bump it back in, Nelly.
We'll talk to Conor McGahey in 5 minutes, but just quickly here, Rob. You have two really good quarterbacks in this division still, in Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. So Mahomes was voted through the scouts, execs, and coaches across the NFL as the best quarterback in the league. No surprise. Herbert was 7th. And my question is, if the Broncos want to reach the heights that... And here's the thing. Everybody's got a different perspective on what the heights are. To me, I think a very large step this year would be winning a playoff game. Like if I could be guaranteed, the Broncos make the playoffs and win a playoff game and lose their second game in the playoffs, I think I'd take it. Just to we have an incremental step forward, you're continuing to develop sort of thing.
Yeah, I think the context is important there, right? Like you've got the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens. You're assuming that the Chiefs, the Bills, and whoever wins the AFC North, if the Bengals wake up this year maybe, that those are going to be 3 of the 4 teams in the Final Four in the AFC.
Yep.
If you can be the 4th team in the Final Four in the AFC and make it into that divisional round, yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a reasonable and meaningful goal for them.
Do you think the Broncos can do that with him being the 3rd best in the division?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
And the reason I'm going to say no is because if he plays at the same level he played last year they were a 7 seed. If you want to get to that second round, you have to set up a playoff game against Houston. Right?
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
You have to play the AFC South champion in that 4-5 matchup, which is where the Chargers were last year and puked on themselves.
Good point.
But so if you legit, it's hard to say because you don't want to just say oh, well, if you play the Bills, you're going to lose, or if you're going to play the Chiefs, you're going to lose.
It'll be very difficult.
It's an uphill battle. And so
not
really,
to say they can't, but it'll be tough.
Ideally, where you want to end is you want to end in that 5 seed because you want to play the AFC South champion.
Yep.
Or win your division. And how are you going to do that? The only way you do that is, I think, if Bo Nix is better. Because we mentioned this yesterday. Your defense already playing at a championship level. I don't think they can go up more. Maybe a little bit. With the transactions you made, you can get a little bit more out of them. But I don't think you get a ton more out of your defense.
I think they can get a little bit better just because they're towards the end of the year, the defense wasn't playing the same level.
Sure.
Now they finished, I think it was 3rd in the league in points allowed per game. Had the Chiefs not folded up shop the last week of the season and put up a 0, they're probably somewhere 6th, 7th, which is still really good. Yeah. I think there is room that they can improve, but your point's taken.
Well, but maybe that's the little bit that they need then.
Sure.
Because they do only need that little bit more. Here's the real question for me. Because it's within, I got absolutely, I made a lot of people very angry when I filled in on PhD and said this.
Okay.
It is within the range of possible outcomes that Bo Nix is still Mac Jones. Mac Jones's rookie year had similar numbers. He almost won the division. He ended up being a 7 seed, and he went to Buffalo and got blasted in a playoff game and was never the same after that. Now, there are differences that I think will make sure that that doesn't happen. His offensive coordinator the next year was the year that the Patriots didn't name an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Patricia and Judge. You have Sean Payton here. He is going to backstop some of that regression. You're not going to have him go full Mac Jones, I don't think. But it's within the range of possibilities. Everybody talks about it like he is going to take that next step. And what I found really interesting about your list was that C.J. Stroud wasn't on it.
Yeah.
And if you would have done
my list, ESPN's list.
Sure. If they would have done this list at this time last year, after his rookie year, he would have been 5th on that list.
Yeah.
Just like Jaden Daniels right now is going to be 5th on that list. And a couple wide receiver injuries and a couple lineman injuries for Houston last year. And So Tank Dell goes out in that Christmas game with his leg. Stephon Diggs tears an ACL.
Yep.
Nico Collins missed a big portion of the year with injury. Their offensive line was awful and injured. And all of a sudden, CJ Stroud isn't a top 10 quarterback. Like, you need the things around Bo Nix to go well as him not take a step backwards.
I've been majorly concerned with the injury factor because I think you have been on such the lucky side of that ledger over the last couple of years. The fact that their offensive line, God, I think this is right, that last year, McGlinchey was the only one to miss games. I think.
That might be true.
That's crazy for an O-line. So we'll jump back to this in a bit. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. The voice of the Avs, Connor McGahee, joins the show. Hello, Connor.
Morning, boys. How's not Italy?
Not Italy is, it's just, you know what? I made pasta last night, though, McGahee. So I think that I'm kind of.
We went to Olive Garden last night, so
Yeah.
we're making up for it.
So Connor, a couple things I want to talk about. Obviously, the Avs schedule release, but you're at Mile High Stadium on Sundays. You know a little bit about this. If I ask you the question, can the Broncos reach the heights that they want to get if Bo Nix is the third best quarterback in the division still? What's your answer?
Well, I mean, but is he though? I mean, it's almost apples to oranges for me with Herbert. You know, I don't know why I feel that way, and not just because one team's yellow and one team's orange, but I just feel like they're constructed different. They play differently, and I don't know. I have more of the feeling with Bo Nix that there's the it factor to it, right? Like there's just there's a champion in there somewhere. I'm not saying that that's not the case for Herbert, but I just feel it's more the case with Bo Nix. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I would give him the edge over the Herbs any day of the week, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's why we all got that warm, fuzzy feeling when Peyton went after him a little bit, and you saw Bo Nix bark back at him, right? Because he's got that little it factor that you're talking about. I don't know that you would see Herbert do something like that. So maybe go ahead.
Yeah, he's too like surfer dude, I think, at times. You know what I mean? So that's why I like but it's like balanced fire with Bo Nix, which I think is the right approach.
So, Connor, we got you on partially to talk about that, but also to talk about the Avs schedule release, which came out yesterday. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. But we have this little contest going on here on altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche, which you pick your 3 preferred home games of the season, and somebody's going to get club level tickets to each one of those games. If I gave you 3 games, which ones are you choosing?
Oh boy, that's a tough question. But it's hard not to. I'm going to go with these 3. Not counting the home opener because that's a different beast. You know what the next home game is after that? The Dallas Stars.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday, October 11th. So it's just you just hop right back into the fire and a chance for sweet vengeance on October 11th. So I'd probably do that one. I like when Les Habitants, the Montreal Canadiens, come to town because there's tradition there. I think they have the best uniforms in the National Hockey League, and they play an incredibly fun brand of hockey.
You can't say that about a Canadian team. I mean, come on. I know you're an original.
I didn't want them to win the cup. I just said they had nice uniforms.
They dress pretty.
Yeah. Hey, you guys look good, but I'm happy you haven't won a cup since 1993. Right. America's sport, hockey.
Exactly right.
Cue up Freebird. Let's go.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
What's number 3?
And I was just going to finish up with Montreal. That they play they're incredibly fun to watch. Like the entertaining brand of hockey. It's like they're the anti-Islanders and Carolina Hurricanes. And number 3, 11 is your lucky number because December 11th you play the defending back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers at home.
Yeah.
That's a Thursday night. So those would probably be my 3 picks: Dallas October 11th, Montreal November 29th, and Florida Thursday, December 11th.
I think those are great picks.
I'm going Anaheim, Buffalo, and San Jose. No, I'm kidding. I did want to ask you about
Choose your fighter. Which way, Western man?
Well, if you want to see some dubs, I mean, it should be a decent shot.
If you want to see them, watch them score 20 goals, then those are the 3 games you should pick.
Hilarious.
All right, so I want to talk. So we have the Olympic break this year, of course. And after the break, there's a really interesting schedule to me, and I'm hoping that you can remember, because I think it was one of the Avs that said going into the playoffs last year that they kind of liked playing every other day.
Just going to mention this,
If you look at the schedule coming out of the Olympic break and through March, they almost literally play every single day. March 6th, March 8th, 10th, 12th, 14th, 16th, 8th. Like, it is literally every other day. So, 1, do you remember if an Av said that? Because I thought it was an Av. And 2, how do you feel the team responds to having to play every other night like that? Is it going to wear them out, or do you think it'll let them find kind of a rhythm?
Well, it was definitely an Av that said that, and I think it's every hockey player that said that. Both the answer to both questions is in one answer, and it's about rhythm, and that every other day you play a game, you rest. You play a game, you rest. And so if you're showing up at family sports, you're going to be there by yourself because there's not going to be pretty much any practice days this year for the Avalanche, which is good, especially in the second half of the year. Rest will be, built in those 20 days, right? So it's a good balance of a schedule, home and away, leading up to that. And then guys who aren't playing in the Olympics, have 20 days to heal up and do what they have to do, and then you come back and you put the pedal to the metal. And I just think that it's about rhythm, and this schedule really has a lot of rhythm to it. There's a lot of road back-to-backs, which I think are good for players, and there's a lot of afternoon games. I think there's 18 afternoon games, which is it's the most we've ever had in a season. Everybody loves that. So, but I just think that every other day is exactly how players and coaches like it to be, because it's all about rhythm, and that's perfect going into the playoffs.
Connor, one last thing. The Avs have $4.1 million still to play with. What do you think they're sitting on that for?
I mean, you look at the roster, the top 6 is some of the best, if not the best top 6 in the entire National Hockey League. Your D's pretty darn good. Now you may have one spot that you can tinker with. But again, remember, it took us till December to make moves last year, right? We started the season with a totally different roster than we ended up with at Christmas. So, I mean, it may not be now, but I would look at third pairing D and then bottom 6 forwards. And again, McFarland said in his media availability about a month and a half ago that they're looking at it as a bottom 6 and not really like a lines 3 and 4. So everyone, shouldn't be like, well, we're missing a third line winger or a fourth line center. Like, no, I think they're going to approach it as bottom 6 forwards, and I think the Avalanche could probably use 1 or 2 more of them. And $4 million is just about the right amount to do something like that. Now, I'm the last to know anything, just like everybody else. I get it from X. So, but my suspicion is this team has spent to the cap always and always will, and that will be the case this year as well. So we'll find out exactly what that will be. But I think they need some additions. Third pairing D, bottom 6 forwards.
I got one more schedule question for you. At the end of this last regular season, the Avs had a bunch of time off before the playoffs started. It was actually kind of a soft schedule for them. I'm looking at their April schedule for this upcoming year. I mean, it's at Dallas, a back-to-back, home and home, I should say, with St. Louis. You got a couple Calgarys in there, but then Vegas, Edmonton, and Seattle all in there too. How important do you think it's going to be for them to finish strong through that April stretch? Because I got to be honest with you, I really feel like they should win the cup, but they really should win their division this year. I feel like the other teams in the division have kind of taken a step back, and I think finishing first in the division is really important for them. Is that stretch concerning to you at all? And do you think it's going to come down to that, or hey, maybe you think they're going to have a big lead by then?
Well, I mean, you hope so. I think at the very worst, you have to have home ice advantage. I think last year's series versus Dallas showed you that. Now again, I still am a firm believer if you get past that round, you can, like Hercules, go the distance. But I just think that home ice at worst, division champion at best. And look, is it possible you have it locked up before April 1st at home versus Vancouver? Yeah, but it's unlikely. So I think you're going to want to play and need to play competitive hockey down the stretch. And it's tough. And look, I agree with you. A lot of the teams in the Central have taken a step back. However, it's still going to be the toughest division in hockey, without a doubt. And, you have other teams who are trying to step forward. Utah, give me two, was on the verge of making the playoffs last year. So you throw them into the mix.
Utah,
I mean,
give me two.
Thank you, Nelly. Just right on cue. Perfect. So yeah, it's still the toughest division in hockey. So you're gonna want to win the division, because that, I think, is going to make your life easier if you're going to go win the cup like you're supposed to do.
All right, last question. I'm sorry. We keep saying last question.
I got whatever you want. I'm here for you.
So in the appetizer, I don't, as this happens many times in this show, I don't know how we got there, but I was talking about the crush that you had. Like, as a teenager, I watched the movie Transformers.
I heard it.
And
yeah.
Megan Fox was leaned over a car, and I said, all right, what do I do?
Motorcycle.
Yeah. How old are you, McGahee?
I'm 40 years old.
Okay. So hit me with, what was your movie? Who was the lady?
Oh, boy. I mean, the lady was Jennifer Love Hewitt.
That's a good answer. Good answer.
And it didn't matter what it was or what it was.
So, it's kind of like, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Jennifer Love Hewitt, that sort of era?
Yeah, 100%. I'm sorry, any other thing that she was on TV for at the time? Yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. It was the Jennifer Love Hewitt channel as far as I was concerned.
Exactly right.
Well, Connor, you're such an old soul. I thought you were going to say your first movie crush was like Grace Kelly in Rear Window or something.
It was
right,
Phoebe
exactly.
Cates.
Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca.
Zsa Zsa Gabor, see?
Connor, you're the best. Good to talk to you.
Connor Reed in A Wonderful Life.
See you, Connor.
Bye, boys.
Thanks, man.
Connor McGahee, voice of the Avs, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Back after this. All right. So, again, schedule release. I'll give you the details in a second, but head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Pick the 3 home games you'd most want to attend, and you're in the running for a pair of tickets, club tickets, to each of those games, which is cool.
And I saw a couple people text in about it. This is an online contest. So
Online.
Head to the website to get signed in for it.
Yep. So we talked to John Wallace at the end of the show yesterday, and he clarified a few things. Like, I think I'm done talking about Valanciunas. The only question with him now is he going to be droopy dog when he gets here? That's the only other, because he's going to be here. Nothing. If you listen to us talk to John Wallace yesterday or Ben Tenzer with PhD on Tuesday, if you listen to David Adelman talk about the rule for Valanciunas, everything is saying he's here. Like, he's going to be here. So I kind of just want to leave that off to the side. I thought it was really interesting what he said about Jamal yesterday. And John Wallace said to another media member, I'll try and find it. I apologize to not give credit to you. I will in a second. One of his roles is keeping in touch with the players, like making sure that they're on the straight and narrow. And if you heard him, he's got a good relationship with Jamal. And he talked about that yesterday. And for Jamal Murray, all of the offseason stuff that they've done that I think on paper makes them, in my estimation, what looks to be an NBA champion. Like, I feel like this is the deepest, best roster they've had since Jokic got here, and they've won a championship already. But it still comes down to Jamal. It really does. And here's what John Wallace said to us yesterday.
I think, first of all, Jamal is very aware of, what's transpired in the past year and a half post-championship run. He was one of the guys when I got in, he kind of gave me a look of where, hey, look, I know what people are saying. I kind of know what's tasked of me right now. And, we've been very, very impressed with where he is at this point in the season. He's been in the market. He's been out here working out. He's been more of a vocal leader with our young guys. I've seen him sit down with Coach DA while we're out here. So he's fully locked in, and he understands what is expected of him this year. So for us and for me specifically, it's just, again, being a resource, being a voice for him, when that time comes. But for the most part, Jamal's taking this thing over.
Jamal, by the way, I don't think that he goes out and does the KD thing where he like searches his name and then wants to start beefs with people. But he's got rabbit ears.
Yeah.
Like he's very aware of things that are said about him.
The first takeaway from that, and I'll let you get back to your thing, but the first takeaway from that is he hears you.
Yes.
He definitely, and his demeanor would have suggested that over years past, but like that is a clear indication that he does hear what the media says about him, which can affect players in different ways.
Did he do something? A buddy of ours over at DNVR, good friends over there, Brennan Vogt, didn't he go after him in a press conference setting once? I can't remember the context
of it. So
Vogt
was mad because he was watching. He commented because he was watching a UFC fight.
Or no, he went to the UFC fight.
No, he had it on his phone while doing a post-game press conference.
Oh, that's right.
He wasn't really paying attention to any of the media questions, because he was just watching his fight.
Because I think he's boys with Volkanovski.
Yeah, he's
I
a
think
huge
that's his
UFC guy.
He's like walked into the arena with him multiple times.
So then the DNVR guy tweeted something, just, he did what all of us have done. We're in a moment of anger. You tweet something that you probably shouldn't have put on the internet. And he said something like, wow, it's really nice of a guy to treat the media like that who's never won a single All-Star in his career, And
then Jamal called him out for it.
So then the next post-game press conference, Brendan wasn't there. So as they were dismissing everyone at the end, Jamal was like, hey, he here? You got something you want to ask me? I got something for him. And they went, no, he's not here. We'll have him follow up with you.
And I think Maul was trying to make the point too that like you're not even here every game.
Yeah.
But like he notices that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So like you have to balance that if you're John Wallace and you're going to come in and help him out. I think it's telling that he said he hears everything that he's saying. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, you can use that as motivation if it goes in the right fuel tank. You know what I mean?
I'm not even saying that this is right, but media members will get this way. I really try not to do it. That's why I always say, Nelly, you can back me up on this. I don't consider myself a journalist. I consider myself a jackass with a microphone. I've always been that way.
Yeah, we are not journalists.
Nailed it. And it's because I don't want to get in that realm of guy has bad game and then you feel jilted because guy is not like that exact Jamal situation. I never want to have that sort of feeling. But at the same time, I do think with Jamal's role on this team, which to me means this. Jokic, it's why he is probably going to be, it's him and LeBron for the greatest basketball players I'll probably see in my lifetime. The ability to do the same thing every night without exception is one of the most unbelievable traits I can think of. That I know that when Jokic hits the floor, whether it's a January game against Charlotte or it's game 7 of the NBA Finals, I'm getting 30, 12, and 10. Yeah. Like, I just am on 60% from the floor. Like, that's just every night that's what he does. And it's such a rarefied air that those guys are in. It's your Jokic's, your LeBrons, your Currys. Like, you know what you're getting every night they step on the floor. Most guys are like Jamal, where they'll have off games, and that's fine. They just can't be consistently off for, like, a long stretch. It's not baseball. Like, where you get in a slump and you can't break your way out. Basketball is something that you kind of have to bring it every night. And with him, despite all of the moves that you made in the offseason, to say what I said earlier was deepest, best team I think the Nuggets have had. If Jamal doesn't play up to the level he's supposed to, I still don't think that's going to make up for it.
I think, I guess I disagree with you on that. I think if you have a perfect everything else and Jamal does exactly what he did last year, I think you can still win a championship. Now, Jamal last year clearly heard everything that everybody was saying.
Yeah.
He came in a little bit out of shape. He's even said that, I think, if I remember right. But they've at least said it about him.
Sure.
The Nuggets have.
If not him, the front office certainly alluded to their previous one. Yes. Certainly alluded.
So, like, came in a little bit out of shape. I think he heard what everybody was saying about the contract extension, and it just kind of got to him mentally. They brought in another point guard who is, well established. I think that bothered him a little bit. That's my own personal opinion. Yes. I think that got in his head a little bit. You know what I mean? And so he just wasn't a good version of himself.
Yeah.
So I think if everything else is perfect, if you get the same Jamal you had last year, I still think the team is good enough to win a championship, to your point. They're very well put together. However, the shortest distance between 2 points is Jamal being the blue arrow. Like, the shortest distance between you and a championship is Jokic being Jokic and Jamal being the blue arrow.
I've discussed this before, but I think we play some really weird games with that championship team where we act like that team had depth. They didn't. They had Bruce, and they had a little bit of Christian Brown in his rookie year, and they had Jeff Green. That was your depth, and people play that revisionist history of Jeff Green, and I love Jeff. I don't think people remember the things that they said about Jeff Green that year.
I agree with you, but I think he was important to that team.
Of course. But the reason why you still won is because Jamal was nuclear the entire postseason. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. And here's why I think it's still important and why I understand everything you just said, and you very well might be right. Here's the concern I'd have. The Nuggets, when they operate at their best, they don't beat you by 30. They beat you by choking you out at the end of a game. And there's one way they do it. It's Jokic and Jamal. That's how it doesn't matter. It's why Porter would have an 18-point first half and not get a look in the fourth quarter.
But you just couldn't count on him to hit that shot. And even though he had a great shooting percentage, you always went to
talking about who? Jamal?
No, like Porter Jr., right? Like you couldn't.
Porter hit big shots at the end of games.
I felt like you couldn't count on it. You closed a lot of games with Westbrook too. We all saw how that went with layups, right? Like
for defensive purposes.
I know, but like, so you had these other guys out there, and like, I love AG. He hit a couple big threes, but like, that's also not really his game. So you're left with a 2-man game with Jokic and Jamal. I think if you can get more clutch shooting, not necessarily more shooting, but more clutch shooting from Cam, then maybe you end in a better spot where it's not just the two of them at the end of the game.
I think that's totally fair, but the main thrust of that is going to be them running two-man game. Now, whether Jokic gets the ball in the paint and he can kick out to somebody for a three, perhaps. But when you've established...
Think about the one game that Julian Strother was good in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, the reason that they won that game is because they could kick it out and they had a guy who was just on fire and hitting three-pointers. You know? And so, like, if you can get that more consistently, not saying MPJ didn't hit shots, not saying if you look at his slash line, it's a great slash line, and Cam is basically the same. But, like, if you get more clutch shots where Jokic feels like he can trust them to be in the right place and hit the shot, I think you have more diversity in your offense at the end of the game.
I think one of the bigger misnomers about MPJ was incredibly inconsistent. I think that if he had a big shot late in a game, though, I think he'd knock it down. Like, I had total confidence. Even if he's like 1 of 8 before that, it just felt like he hit a bunch of them. They just never did it, really. They always kind of went to, and that's what, when you build a DNA around this team, the DNA is built around the two-man game. Now, other guys obviously get involved in that, but it's one of two things. Jokic does the pick and pop, Jokic rolls to the hoop for a layup, or Jamal takes the screen and hits a little mid-range jumper. That's kind of what their bread and butter is.
But don't you think part of that is that they didn't trust him to hit the shot?
Who?
MPJ. Like, yes, no,
I really don't.
They gave him shots, like, in the last 2 minutes. I think they trusted him. And like you, when he took the shot, I had faith he would hit it.
Save this for a second. Save it for a second. We'll get to it on the other side. Stick around. Right. So I actually like what we were just talking about because this is a
Wait, you're just gonna cruise by Fat
oh
Boy
yeah,
Slim there?
Fat Boy Slim again. Part of it is if I didn't focus
all
on
that
this,
work.
if I didn't focus on this, it's not gonna be stuck in my head all day. So here's what I love about this conversation is that it's part of the reason why I think the Clippers aren't going to work. It's part of the reason why I think the Phoenix Suns didn't work. So if you guys didn't know, by the way, yesterday, Bradley Beal took a contract buyout in Phoenix, and he signed a 2-year, $11 million deal in LA. And so everybody's thinking the Clippers now are going to be a title contender. And look, on paper, they very well are. It's Harden, it's Beal, it's Kawhi, it's John Collins, and it's Zubats. You put that on paper, and you're like, that's a whole bunch of talent on the same team. I don't buy it at all because I don't think that's how championships are won anymore, is just by taking big names and throwing them together and hoping it works. Now, you gave a face. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with that?
No, I mean, it's the super team
Rob
era.
Giglio filling in for Vic and Moshe today, by the way.
The super team era didn't really work. Like, Boston worked that one time, but those weren't people. They were good players outside of there, of course. They were great players outside of there. But when they came together, they hadn't won anything before that.
Miami was 2-4.
Miami was it. Miami was the only one that worked, and it was really the
Well,
LeBron
I mean, do you
thing.
consider the Cavs with Kyrie and Kevin Love one? Do you consider
I don't.
KD with the Warriors was a pretty big super team?
But
I
they
mean,
were already.
They were.
Do they win that one without KD? Probably.
Maybe.
I should give him more credit than that because everybody says he's always undervalued on that team. But the super team thing to me failed more frequent. I guess this is how I'll say it. Failed more frequently than it succeeded.
And this is the point, is that when you do that, it's very difficult for that caliber of player, when you have that many, to find specific roles. Because somebody's going to take a back seat, and nobody wants to do it. And I think that's part of the problem of what happened in Phoenix. You know, I always think about late game situations. What are you going to do? Because your answer can't be, we'll figure it out. That can't be the answer. You got to have a couple of different options or a go-to play or a system or something. And it can't be 3 guys involved. And it's part of the reason why I think the Nuggets have been so successful is that even with Jamal being up and down, for the most part in their tenure, late in a game, if the game is close, they go to that, and it looks borderline unstoppable between him and Jokic.
When they're on, absolutely.
Yes. And what the Clippers are doing is once again going to try and figure this out on the fly.
Well, but let's dissect it just a little bit, right?
Sure.
So the Miami team, who took the back seat?
Bosh, without
Obviously.
question.
And I think he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Ton.
And doesn't get enough because he got out of the way for 2 generational guys and won championships.
It's something I mentioned, by the way, when it comes to Porter. I go, look at Porter's numbers and look at Chris Bosh's numbers in Miami. They're like identical.
Yeah.
And I go, there's only so much ball to go around.
And here's the other thing. One of the 2 guys, LeBron James's game has evolved a lot. He's turned into a very good 3-point shooter. He wasn't then.
No.
His game was about distributing
Power.
and getting to the rim.
And power, yeah.
And so, his court vision was what everybody talked about, in that it was out of this world. Now, listen, like I said, his game has gone
That
through
he hit
a lot
the
of
open
evolution.
guy late in the game, and why didn't he take the shot? Well, Shane Battier was wide open in the corner.
So
That's
when
why.
you're talking about that trio, you're talking about a guy who willingly took a step back, a guy whose main attribute is court vision and distribution, and then Dwayne Wade was your finisher, right? Who's that guy in LA? I mean, forget it. There's not the guy who's going to willingly take a step back is Kawhi, and that's probably the last guy you want to take a step back.
It's going to have to be Beal. It's going to have to.
But so, but then that makes Harden the distributor, right? They just don't fit the roles of a 3-person team. And I saw a tweet from Yahoo Sports yesterday that was like, listen, their odds to win a championship before they signed Bradley Beal plus 2,000. Their odds to win a championship after they signed Bradley Beal
2,000
plus 2,000.
Yeah.
It doesn't move the needle at all because it's just like you said. It's a poorly constructed group. I think it's just the billionaire owner saying, bring in whoever.
Well, and to take this back to, I guess, the core of where we kind of started on this, to go away from what I felt like was the biggest asset that you had over the last, I don't know, what year run are we on with this? 5, 4, whatever, of the Nuggets being championship contenders, is it would be a fundamental change to how they would close out games if you're talking about, hey, they'll start kicking it to guys in the two-man game time. That would be a change from what they've done. And the easier answer is Jamal's just got to be the better version of Jamal.
But the threat of it has to be a real threat. Because otherwise, and I
guess that's where you and me disagree. I think the threat was there.
I get what you're saying.
People didn't leave Porter alone in those situations.
I don't think they left Porter alone, but they doubled Jokic and Murray. And so that's why Murray's taking these fade away, fall away jumpers. And we all say, like, that's his spot, that's his shot. But it's a tough shot. It's a tough shot to take. And if you've got an open guy in the corner to kick out and hit the three, which AG did versus the Clippers and versus Oklahoma City to win those games, if you've got a guy that can hit that shot consistently, I think it just opens up your offense more.
But I guess that's what I'm getting at. And it's a huge development. You know, I say this about pitchers in baseball. You always get, or quarterbacks in football, you get fascinated by the power arms, right? The guy who can throw 102 or the quarterback that can sling it 80 yards with the flick of a wrist. You know, like Zach Wilson, somebody that comes to mind. But their accuracy, whether you're an MLB pitcher, your ability to hit the paint and locate 102, or a quarterback who can hit a guy in stride and on time, even with a big arm, if they don't have it, you probably just aren't going to have it. There's not a lot of guys that get a lot better with their accuracy over time. And it's one of the most mind-blowing things I saw last year from Aaron Gordon. I think it's the same thing with three-point shooting. You can work on it and get better, but you don't go from a bad three-point shooter to like every time this guy lets one go, I think it's going in. Gordon somehow did that last year. He shot 43% from three. I think the year prior, he was at like 29 or 30%.
But part of that is the shots that he's taking. It's the shot selection.
But that's it. So at the end of games, when you talk about trusting people, and you said Jokic would get doubled in two-man game late situations, I think the double's coming from AG or Christian Brown. It's not coming away from Porter, because Porter, whatever you thought of him, he was the least a threat to knock down a shot.
Sure.
AG wasn't until last year when he hit multiple, because he had multiple opportunities. I don't think teams trusted that stuff from him.
I get what you're saying, but my retort would be, I don't think that they were leaving MPJ, but I need a guy who can hit a shot or make his own shot if he's one-on-one with somebody.
That's different.
Right?
Creating your own shot, like off the dribble, was not in MPJ's bag.
I want AG standing in the corner to take that wide open three if there is nobody on him. I agree with you.
Right.
But I need a guy who, if Jokic and Murray run the two-man game, run into a double, it gets a little messy looking, which, for as efficient as they are, does happen sometimes. I need a guy who you kick it out to him at the three-point line, and he can make his own shot.
I think that's
one-on-one versus somebody.
Totally fair.
And that is what everybody has told me now. Like, listen, I'm not Dems, I'm not a film guy, right? Like, I'm not breaking it down. But from the people that I trust that do, they've said he's better off the dribble. He's better getting his own shot. And I think that's what you need in that case, is a third option who, as the clock is running down and you're running out of time, can find his own bucket.
With the official release of the Avs 2025-2026 schedule, listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out the 3 home games you'd most want to attend, and one person who fills that out wins a pair of club tickets to each of the 3 games they've selected. Single game tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., but head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche and enter today. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Stick around. Talk to Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Can I have my 2 minutes of Rockies talk per show? Me and Rob were just talking about something, and in baseball, it's that marriage between the Rockies need to get way better in the analytics department, but also what's the balance between the analytics part and then just basic baseball things that used to be common knowledge, I suppose. You know, when you have a guy on third with less than 2 outs, score the runner. Get a fly ball, hit the ball on the ground somewhere, you know, to short or second base,
Sure.
and you're getting a run. And Rob was telling me he was pining for the days in the National League when the pitchers would go up to the plate, and I go, yeah, it's a little too much for me.
It's maybe my most boomer take is
It's very boomer take.
I always liked NL baseball better.
Okay,
because it
boomer.
was just not because I want to watch a pitcher hit. I understand that is not necessarily entertaining.
That's my reason. That's my reason. I was like, no, thank you.
However, don't lie. You had a ton of fun watching Bartolo Colon hit a home run and then
once every
roll
5
around the
years.
bases.
Once every 5 years when a pitcher would actually catch one. Was it cool? I suppose.
It was cool.
Now, the other 99% of at-bats where they struck out or hit a dribbler to the pitcher, I didn't care for.
I just like that it forced you to have a little bit of strategy, right? Do you put a second leadoff hitter in the 9th position, right? That became a thing towards the end.
Sure.
Are you putting your best hitters in the 2 spot, the 3 spot, or the 4 spot? Like, there is a ton of opportunity for decision making that is more interesting than just keep rolling your lineup through there and do you want a defensive replacement?
I didn't think that it had to be either the polar extremes, though. I think there can still be strategy in the sport without a pitcher squaring around a bunt. You know what I mean? Like, that's just Texas says, don't you disrespect silver slugger Erman Marquez.
That's right.
He could swing the stick a little bit. He
and
could.
Freeland too. Freeland was no slouch.
But I was just like, I'm not asking for sack bunts with somebody on first base and no outs. Like, I think that's kind of silly because you're giving up an out for a guy to get to second. I would rather you go for the gap. But in like critical situations late in games, you know, I watched Ryan Ritter earlier this year. It was like the 7th or 8th inning. They had a guy on second, no outs, and he was laying down a sacrifice bunt. He is squared around to the pitcher before they even get in the windup. And he fouls the first one off, and he fouls the second one off. I go, I guess we're no sack bunt in this at bat. And he squares around again and fouls it off and walks to the dugout. Like, that's the kind of stuff that drives me nuts, where I'm like, that should be.
But isn't that probably a case of him not practicing it enough?
Oh, well, that's not an excuse. Bunting is the easiest thing you can do at the plate. Bunting is one thing that I will say most people would have a fair shot at doing, even if they didn't play the sport, because you aren't swinging at a moving ball.
Yeah, I think you're
just
giving
doing
too
this.
much eye-hand coordination credit to
I suppose. And fear.
Yeah,
people
right.
fearing a 98 mile an hour
Because you
fastball.
do have to be staring right at that ball
Sure.
as it's coming towards your bat. Your bat is your protection in that case. And I think you're giving people too much credit there. But
Anyway, there's your 2 minutes of baseball.
the world here.
Yeah, seriously. It's a sack bunt. You and me were talking about something during the break yesterday that I want to get to, because I've been on like a crusade over the last 2-3 years. Excuse me. In which I don't think that George Payton has gotten near his due that he's owed. Like, I think that George Payton, what you have here as a GM of the Broncos, is one of the best minds in football. And have things worked out great since he took over? No. Do I think some of that was beyond his control? Yeah. Is he responsible for some of it? Sure. The worst thing that he did was hire Nate Hackett.
yeah.
And I know that's an organizational decision, but the GM has a lot of input. When you fire a coach and you're bringing in a new one, you got a lot of input on that. Hackett was the biggest disaster. I think it's far worse to me than Russell Wilson's trade, to be honest, and extension. I think it's worse because the Russell Wilson situation could have played out differently had Hackett not been so bad. Not saying it would have, but it could have, or at least not been as bad as it seemed. Because once that season happened, it was like you're done with Russell Wilson. And if you read the collusion reports that the NFL was investigating after the Deshaun Watson contract, and if you remember in there, Russell Wilson asked for like $400 billion or something, and they're like, no, we aren't going to do that. But I think both Peyton and Penner were like, I don't really want to give him this extension yet at all. But once you make that investment, I think you're kind of forced into it.
I think and maybe this is where he's learned, but I think that kind of situation where he feels obligated to do things is where he's made his worst decisions.
Totally.
The Hackett thing came from them
pursuing Rodgers.
And like everybody said it was done. There was another guy, I can't remember who it was, that reported in the city that said, this is happening. Rodgers is coming. So
Rodgers is like trusting a crackhead on things. Like,
well, now we know that, but it wasn't. I don't think we quite felt that way when he was in Green Bay.
He was playing the will he, won't he game on leave or stay for a couple of years. But yeah, you're right.
And so, and then same thing with the Russ situation. You've got a new ownership group in there. You just traded for this guy. Presumably when you trade for the guy, you make him a promise that you're going to get him a new contract. And he got kind of backed into a corner. I think he deserves a lot of credit for, one, his drafts have been really good. You're not going to hit on every guy, but
he hits on a lot.
He hits on a lot, and a lot of guys who are later round guys, which is impressive. Riley Moss comes to mind.
You can go through the list, and this is one of the things that there's two things with him that I would focus on the most, just to back you up on this, Rob. Rob Trujillo in for Vic and Mosh today. His ability to find talent without real draft capital for most of his GM tenure is pretty remarkable. Like Nick Bonito is on the cusp of being a star, if not already. You found him with the last pick of the second round, and that was your first pick of the draft, right? You find Quinn Miners, who was turned into an all-pro guard. And he was it third or fourth round pick for Quinn Miners? Third. You find Jonathan Cooper, who's a seventh rounder, who is now a giant piece of the biggest asset of your team, which is a defensive line rotation that's elite. So he's been able to do this and find all these different guys that fit and work and find a role on this team, if not a big role, while having the cloud of the Russell Wilson contract hanging over your head. And still, when you invest money in free agents, outside of a couple, I think, did he do the Randy Gregory deal? I think that he did that one.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of those examples, but then you look at the Zach Allens and the McGlincheys, and I know Ben Powers hasn't been super great, but solid. And trading for John Franklin Myers and finding even replacement guys like Cody Barton, who I thought filled in great for a very dire situation at linebacker last year. He's done. Brandon Jones is another great example. You let Justin Simmons walk, and I'm like, what the hell are they going to do at safety? This Brandon Jones guy who kind of played in Miami a little bit, not really, hurt a lot, whatever. He comes in and plays great last year. He's just really good at evaluating talent, which is 90% of that job, by the way.
And let's not understate, I mean, I don't want to sound too Game of Thronesy here, but survived a new ownership group coming in, a new coach coming in, a new coach that has to have his way, by the way, and probably bullied him around a little bit. And at the end of the day, it feels like you ended up with a guy who's got a lot of respect for the GM and his eye for talent at the end of the day.
Shout out to them, by the way, that ownership group, being able to recognize that. I mean, that's tough. When you walk in, look, if I was an owner of an NFL team, if I just spent, what was the total? $5-6 billion, something like that?
I think it was 6-8.
If I'm spending that kind of money to acquire a professional sports organization, and I'm doing that when the team is just going through their worst stretch in probably their franchise's history outside the very beginning, Rob, I'm going in there with a katana, and I'm just starting to slice heads in there.
I mean, remember
I'm starting
how,
the thing that I want.
And remember how bad they had been at the time for how long? Like, it's not even like you're coming into a successful organization. 4-6. I was way off. 4-6.
4-6. Okay. So when you walk in and having the ability to really take things at face value and say, I'm going to actually evaluate the jobs that people are doing here, I think you could come away from George Payton being like, okay, so the Hackett thing was kind of bad. Russell Wilson contract. I've said this from the beginning. I can't criticize it because I would have done everything the same way.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to criticize that, then I'm criticizing my own way of thinking. So I can't. Outside of that, you see really good signs of things that he's building. And think about this for a second, because Sean Payton gets the credit for this, and he should. Sean Payton was a very important key piece in bringing this team back to a playoff appearance. Constructing a roster and making the money work with that cloud hanging over your head and finding enough talent with the limited draft capital that you had, which is how teams are built, to make the playoffs in year one of a rookie quarterback is crazy to me. Bonkers.
Well, and we all had kind of said, you know, they got a good set of frontline starters. It's really the depth that you're concerned about. And the depth came in and played okay. Like, Abrams Drain maybe struggled a little bit, but I liked him filling in for Riley Moss. Like you said, Cody Barton was great. Yeah, I mean, they
even Jonas
Ellis.
Or Jonah Ellis is a good example. I was not Jonas Griffith.
Jonas
Justin Sternad.
Valanciunas.
Justin Sternad.
That is
coming
way
in.
off from.
Yeah.
I was being facetious. He's the only Jonas we talk about on this station these days.
Valanciunas playing defensive tackle for.
Hey, he looks like Travis Kelce. He could play tight end.
That is true.
You know, you could just put him at middle linebacker and just have him hold his hands up and just.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he was even able to put together decent depth without draft capital, like I was just looking back at his thing. He's missing second round picks, first round picks. Like last year he didn't have a second. 2 years ago he didn't have a first. 3 years ago he didn't have a first. He was hamstrung throughout all of this. And I do want to point out, because I think Sean Payton in the market, because he's not a particularly nice human being, gets a little bit of flack. But when you have somebody who sucks up as much air as he does, it takes some pressure off other guys. And I think George Payton, when he had to be the guy sitting out there talking all the time with Vic Fangio or whatever, or Nate Hackett, or you know what I mean? It's not really his thing. The fact that he can let Sean Payton you want to be the celebrity with your Jordans on and all that, great, go ahead, do it. I'm going to work behind the scenes. I'm going to make solid draft picks, trades like John Franklin Myers. I'm going to sign guys like Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga. You know what I mean? Like, just let me do my job. And I think sometimes, you know, maybe people aren't cut out to be in the public eye. And so maybe it's helped him to take some of that pressure off, because he doesn't have to sit there and answer, because Sean Payton's going to do it.
By the way, ESPN just did another one of those execs, coaches, scouts rank the top 10, and this time it's for wide receivers. So I guess they're going to be releasing these each day up until the 17th for different positions. Here's your top 10. Tell me if you have any beefs with any of these. Jamar Chase is 1.
Oh, I might have a beef with that. We can start right there.
I think that's fine. Justin Jefferson, 2.
Yeah, you think he's better than Justin Jefferson?
Dude also had 2,000 yards last year. I mean,
I think he's really good. Again, so anytime you have these discussions, I'm going to preface with this. Like, they are both terrific players.
Yes.
I do not think either of them is bad. But we're ranking 1 and 2 here. I think
they're interchangeable to me. You could do either way.
Oh, see, I think I would pick Jefferson for sure. But I mean, I love Chase.
Sure. They're whatever version you think, they are 1 and 2 in the league, though. I don't think there's any question about that.
Well, so I will argue that.
Okay.
Because
Tyreek Hill is 3rd.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
I don't think I'd put him third either.
I would CeeDee Lamb, and I think
CeeDee Lamb's fourth.
And I would put CeeDee Lamb in that top 3 discussion. I think those 3 guys are all interchangeable. If you had CeeDee Lamb as 1, I wouldn't agree with it, but I also wouldn't call you crazy.
I think between Chase and Jefferson, I could flip a coin, take either one. CeeDee Lamb would be after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Tyreek Hill has a skill set that is unique. Like nobody's as fast as he is, right? But I don't think he's in that top. I would even say top 5 probably. I
think there was about a 3-year stretch where I think I would have taken Tyreek 1 just because he was so unique. But he's 31 years old now.
I just think we're past that point.
A.J. Brown is 5. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 6.
Ooh, I think that's a bit generous. I like him a lot, but I think that's a bit generous.
I'm biased. I watch every snap.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. I truly, he's like he is undersized for a wide receiver. His ability to get open is so like elite level that I'd be like, yeah, 6 sounds fine. Malik Neighbors is 7th. Then Nico Collins. Mike Evans is at 9. I got a beef with that.
Are we doing an all-time list here, or are we doing right going into the season? Because then I think that's probably fair.
Mike Evans missed 3 games and had 74 catches, 11 touchdowns, 1,000 yards.
And that's what he does every year. And
I know, because he's that good every year.
Props to him for that. But
number 10 is Garrett Wilson.
I was going to say Garrett Wilson, I think, should find his way on there. I think Malik Neighbors is a little bit of a product of LSU, New York Giant lore.
Honorable mentions are Terry McLaurin, Puka, Brian Thomas Jr. out of Jacksonville. He's somebody that I don't think people realize how good that guy looks just because he's tucked away in Jags territory.
100%.
DK Metcalf, T. Higgins, and Devontae Adams. So they also have the also receiving votes category.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I'm looking like, is there going to be Courtland Sutton on here or not? So here's that list, just quickly. Devontae Smith, Lad McConkey, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Or how did our boy Mad Dog say it? Nuga-Juba?
Oh, my God.
He did say that. He did say that. Jamison Williams, DJ Moore, Chris Godwin, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle. And the last one, I think they do this in order by votes.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith, Nuga-Juba.
So Bo Nix on the quarterbacks list was last in the also receiving votes, which I think means he got like 1. Last on this list is Courtland Sutton.
Which means like one person put him 10th.
And I've always wondered this, and I think that we're right up against it. It's fine. We can continue this, but just to kind of set the table. I love Courtland. I think he's a great wideout. I think that he is a good representative of the Broncos. I think he's got an insane catch radius, and he can high point a ball as good as anybody. I don't know if I'd have Courtland Sutton in the top 20 receivers in the league, though. And he had a very good year last year. But there's something that scares me about Courtland Sutton. He's never had the game-breaking ability to start with where it's like when I say a big play threat, he's a guy, you have him run, 30, 40 yards downfield, and he can jump over a corner and get the ball. Totally understand. But he's not going to beat anybody downfield. You know what I mean? He's not like running free ever because he just doesn't have that athletic ability.
But when he was younger, he was
before the injury and stuff like that. Sure,
he looked like mini Megatron. Like he looked like he can go over. I'm sorry, I know.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I get the name from your past, but he looked like he could moss guys. You know what I mean?
And he still can. He can still do that.
Does it, maybe not as well as he once did, but he still does it.
Here's my concern. He had the contract problem last year. They just said, here's a couple million more bucks. Are you happy? And he goes, yeah, for now. He's going to want a new contract. And I'm very skeptical on whether the Broncos should give it to him. And we'll get to that next. right, so here's the deal with Cortland Sutton. We'll talk to Legwold here in 15 minutes. But Cortland Sutton, you know what's really funny about him? I think he is the rare case of the professional athlete who is paid pretty damn close to what I think he is. Like, I think the money that he makes is exactly the player that he is. He is paid well, not super well, but not bad. So his cap hit this year is $20 million. And I feel like he is a $20 million wideout. I feel like he's right there.
So you went through that list real quick for the people who were with us last segment. You went through ESPN's list, the top 10 wide receivers.
Yep.
And when you went down and you started naming honorable mentions, of which Cortland Sutton is very bottom of the list.
So I'll give you, there's the top 10, there's honorable mentions, and then there's also receiving votes, okay? I'll give you just the also receiving votes. That's the category.
Tell me
that
how many of these guys you think Cortland's better than?
Devontae Smith, he's not. Ladd McConkey, he's new, so it's hard to judge. I think I would just take McConkey for the age, right? Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think they're pretty close as far as wideouts. Jamison Williams he's such a weird case. I think he could be really good, but he's just dumb. He's just a dumb guy.
Interesting take.
But he's like, as far as talent, like he's as fast as Tyreek is. Like that's so probably take Jamison. DJ Moore. Yeah, I think I'd take DJ Moore. Chris Godwin, I don't think I'd take Chris Godwin over Cortland.
Really?
I don't think so.
For a guy who just went to bat for Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is way better than Godwin.
Yeah, but I don't think they're that far apart.
I do.
Okay.
Mike Evans is, first of all, a behemoth of a human being with athletic ability. Godwin is very good. Godwin's also got some injury stuff that concerns me. And I don't mean just his injury that ended last year. He's been hurt a lot lately.
Okay, so you take
George Pickens, I put in the Jamison Williams category of incredibly talented, but I don't trust that guy at all. Like, at all.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Cortland Sutton just because I don't want to deal with his attitude.
Sure.
Calvin Ridley and Cortland Sutton, I think, are similar at this point in their careers. And then Jalen Waddle, I think, is better than Cortland Sutton.
And so what we really got to there is there's not a single guy that you'd flat say is better, that Cortland is flat better than on that list. There were guys that you were like, oh, he's close. I'd take Cortland over him.
Yeah.
And there were problem children that you would...
I would take because I don't trust their
right.
mental capacity.
But I think that's worthwhile to note here, right? Like, you're not going to have a problem in the locker room or in the offseason.
That matters.
I shouldn't say not, right? Like, you're hopefully not going
The worst thing that he's done in that department is be like, I'm not going to mini camp because I want a contract.
Yeah.
And that's whatever. Every player does that.
Right. So I do think that's there's value there, right? So like maybe that's worth an extra $5 million or whatever, just because you don't have any headaches. But what's interesting to me is I think for the past couple years, everybody has said they don't have a guy. And you listed off 30 receivers there. And
wait, say it again. What do you mean?
Just a guy.
The Broncos?
A pass catcher, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have a guy. And this is why there was an argument that they should have taken Brock Bowers, right? Like that was the conversation.
Correct.
So Bo Nix, Brock Bowers.
Portland's proven to be that, by the way. I was one of those people, like, I always thought that, and I still kind of think this. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
That Cortland is, he's like a AAA plus guy.
Yeah.
Like, not quite a major leaguer, but he's better than AAA. And I mean that, like, if MLB is your number one wideout and AAA is your number two, he's think, like in between that category to me.
I feel like the better baseball analogy here is he's your number two starter, not your number one.
Yeah.
And if you were to trade for an ace and put him at the number two starter, you'd feel great. He'd be one of the best.
Like he could
number
be your
twos
T.
in the
Higgins.
league.
He could be your T. Higgins. Yeah.
Yeah, but if he's having to fill that number one wide receiver role, I don't think he's got the ability necessarily for that, and it makes it tough. which leads me to something that's been going on over in Washington.
Okay, before you get there, just real quick to finish out the Cortland stuff.
Okay.
My concern is I think he's that guy now, and he's 30. And he's due a contract. And wide receivers, when they turn 30, it doesn't go well after that.
Yeah.
Julio Jones is a generational wideout. He turned 30, and every year it went like fast he dropped off.
But his game isn't as reliant on speed or quickness. So maybe you could get some more.
Doesn't matter to get open, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying maybe his game will age a little bit better.
Could.
Than somebody like Julio Jones.
Anyway, you were going to Washington. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, so Scary Terry, who's had 1,000 yards for the past 100 years.
On miserable teams.
On miserable teams with miserable quarterbacks.
Yes.
Has played 17 games each of the last like 3 or 4 seasons. He's having contract problems, and they don't want to pay him. And I understand.
That's dumb. They should.
Should they?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Terry McLaurin is a bona fide number one.
Love him. Bona fide number one. But if they're not going to pay him, can we just have like a 5-minute dream sesh about how nice he would fit into this Bronco offense? Like, I know trades now, probably not likely. I think at the end of the day, Washington's going to end up paying him because you got a quarterback on a rookie contract who you can win a Super Bowl with. And so if you're going to make moves like go get Debo and stuff like that, you're going for it.
Yeah.
If you're going to sign Von Miller, which congratulations to him, by the way, for signing in Washington. But if you're signing those type of guys, you're going for it.
Yep.
And so I think they're going to end up paying him. But, man, how good would a 1-2 punch of Terry McLaurin and Cortland Sutton be for this Bronco team?
Here's my theory. Could be totally wrong. No idea. I don't think the Broncos want to do it. And I think because they think ahead like this and they kind of recognize it. It's one of those, like, you appreciate a player, but I think Sean Payton is way more in the camp of I'll let you go early than pay you too late sort of guy.
Yeah.
I think he's in that Patriot sort of mindset. And I don't think it's a small detail in this. So the Broncos finally get a full slate of draft picks. Haven't had this in forever, where you're talking about first rounders and second rounders. Their third pick in the draft was who? Pat Bryant.
I was going to say Pat Bryant.
And I keep thinking about it, and I say, how much is Pat Bryant going to play this year? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll be some stud who just his play demands he plays, right? But you got Sutton, and you got Mims, and you got Vele, and you got Franklin. It's 4 deep of guys that they got a lot of faith and hopes in. Bryant, at best, is going to be 5th on that list to start the season. So why draft somebody in the 3rd round that might not play all that much this year? And I think that's Cortland Sutton insurance. They're built very similarly. A lot of these wide receivers are. Vele's the same thing. It's just big, tall wideouts with long reach and catch radius. You know, Mims is the exception to the rule. But I do think that they made that decision maybe knowing that they weren't giving Cortland any more money after this year.
I agree with you. And I think if they do anything for him, they do the same thing they did last year.
Yep.
Which is
no more years, but a couple more bucks.
Throw another $3-4 million on there for you to make you happy, get you into camp, and make sure everything's fine. Which I don't think there's any indication that he's going to hold out. But yes,
you haven't heard anything on that.
We're all concerned about making sure he gets in, and when with a team that lacks weapons as much as the Broncos do, you don't want to mess around with your top.
He's your best weapon, like he is still.
That being said, it does very much feel like they're planning for his departure. They love Vele. It's all anybody has talked about is how much they love Vele. They called Pat Bryant Michael Thomas.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I think they're preparing for his departure, which is why the Terry McLaurin thing gets me all hot and bothered because
Oh, sure.
if you trade for him and give him a contract and then you've got your Cortland Sutton replacement in Vele or Bryant, you find yourself in an incredible position.
I'd love it.
But to that point, like I don't want to be too hard on them because I do think the Broncos are in a good spot and I generally like the team. But going into this offseason, what was the number one thing you needed? Every mock draft, every free agency that we talked about, you needed a weapon.
Yeah.
That was the number one thing we talked about. Now, sure, they went and got Evan Ingram. If you want to count that as their weapon.
Added 2 running backs.
Sure. You know what I mean? But my question for you is, does it feel like a little bit of a failure of an offseason? Because we're still here having the same conversation, which is you can go through 32 wide receivers before you get to Cortland.
No, I think that it's not. I think they had a really good offseason. I think that the running game, if I were to power rank what I thought was the most important, the running game was number 1 for me. You're
assuming he's going to run the ball, which I feel like.
Well, this is my thought. I mean, I've talked about this multiple times, but I don't think that Sean Payton didn't run the football because he just forgot or didn't want to. I don't think he trusted anybody in that backfield. And I think that's proven by the fact that the 3 running backs you had last year, one is no longer on the roster. The second one got an inactive for a playoff game. And the third is 5'6". Like, I don't think he just, I don't think he trusted anybody.
Shots fired.
But seriously, look back. For everybody who says Sean Payton doesn't want to run the football, this man had Drew Brees. And look at the running backs that he had in New Orleans that ran the football all the time.
Yeah. I mean,
Mark Ingram.
I remember him and
Reggie
Kamara.
Bush, Pierre Thomas, Darren Sproles, Alvin Kamara, Chris Ivory. He ran the ball a lot in New Orleans with an all-time quarterback. You can't tell me he doesn't want to. And so I think it was more of a personnel thing.
Okay.
So I might be wrong.
Fair.
This year is going to prove that.
We'll find out. Yeah.
This year's
got
going
a
to prove
couple
it.
guys. So.
But that's what I think it is. I don't think they invest that much in running backs, a second-round pick, and getting J.K. Dobbins unless they're committed to try and do it. And
so that's enough. But that's enough weapons for you, is what you're saying.
Well, the only thing I was going to say was I was pounding the table just to get one more wide out, and I didn't need necessarily a superstar. But, like, I was intrigued with the Cooper Kupps, where I'm like, if you can give me a veteran that I trust, I think that would be perfect. Obviously, they didn't think they needed it. So that's one thing in which I would say, I don't know if it's a failure, but I wish they would have, I guess. But you know what? If they can commit to get Marvin Mims the football 70, 80 times this year, however they want to, whether it's through the air or on the ground, I don't care. Just get that guy touches. Maybe that's their answer. We can talk more about this with Jeff Legwold in just a second. Stick around. Oh, look at him. Jeff Legwold, a very serious look on his face. He's ready to get down to business.
It's camp time.
And he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Rob Giglio in for Vic and Mose today. And Jeff Legwold now joins us. Hey, Leggy.
How's it going, fellas?
Going well. We're just talking about a certain subject, and it is Courtland Sutton. So he is 30 years old, heading into the final year of his contract. And here's my theory. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Is that the third pick of the draft for them was Pat Bryant. And I look at the wide receiver room, and I see Sutton and Mims and Vele and Troy Franklin, a whole bunch of guys I know they want to get on the football field. And I go, where does Pat Bryant fit in that? Is Pat Bryant perhaps an indication of an insurance policy for not giving Courtland Sutton a contract beyond this year?
I don't see it that way, and that's not been conveyed to me.
Okay.
That doesn't mean there may not be the inevitable preparation. If you're an NFL GM, you got to make those preps, whether it's uncomfortable, whether you don't like it. You got to approach things that way. But I don't think they did that specifically.
Okay.
Just in case. I mean, honestly, I think it would be something they would have to address in the locker room in some fashion if they did not get Courtland a deal. I mean, he kept up his side of the bargain. Last year, they didn't give him any new money last year when he stayed away from the voluntary portion of the off-season program last summer, a year ago.
Yeah.
He came to the mandatory minicamp like he told him he would. And they tweaked his deal to give him some incentives that he earned because he was the Bo Nix's favorite receiver. I think it would not be good form for them among their veteran players to not then sign Courtland, because they've basically said and told him they would. They've been very public that, what was George Payton's quote? We want him here a long time. And that's one, I think, if you're the coach, you would have to deal with in the locker room behind the scenes if you did not make that happen.
What do you consider him? I was just looking at the ESPN article of all the top 10 lists that are coming out for each position in the league, and he was the last one in the also receiving votes, which ironically Bo Nix was as well. But is he a top 20 wideout? 25, 30? Like, what do you think of him?
Well, I mean, you can rank him in a league however you want. He's the top one wideout on the Broncos.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the list that matters. We can all argue about where guys fit league wide, what's their impact and all of that stuff.
I suppose I'm just asking that for if he wants a new contract with an average
terms of
annual
pay?
value of, yeah, that thing.
Well, if I'm his agent, I say, I don't care. He's the best receiver on your team.
Yeah.
Get your checkbook out. I just think, I think he's a WR1. Is he the, our team's going in and game planning to keep it out of his hands? Yes. Are they fearful he could wreck a game on his own? I don't know that the defensive coaches I talk to consider him that, but they do believe he can beat you and that he is Bo Nix's favorite receiver in the tightest down and distance situations, the red zone, whatever, that this is the guy Bo Nix wants to get the ball to in the most pressure downs. And I think that's what he is. He is a pressure down receiver, and those can be hard to find.
So just real quickly, before I ask my question, to follow up on that, can you give me a range of expectations in terms of, like, are we talking 25 mil? Are we talking 30 mil a year? Like, what are we talking if you think you're actually able to get something done with Courtland?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take something to get his attention, and I don't know that those numbers are, sometimes I think we look at, and you guys have heard me say this, sometimes I think we look at contracts like the cap it's 2015. The cap's gone up double-digit percentages, year after year lately. So I think a lot of those numbers just don't resonate the way they did in-house for teams. I think certainly the Broncos believe he is an affordable player. If he gets 25 a year, that's affordable, in this day and age. So, but I think if you're Cortland, it's probably your last good shot as a receiver to get that multi-year deal. So you're going to try and do the best you can with that. So of course you're going to ask for top of market, and then you're going to try and get what you can get from there. But I just believe they basically, and the locker room is under the impression that, more importantly, that they told him they would do a new deal. So I still think that's something that could get done before camp's done. That's one of those things you could get done before the preseason's over.
All right, so you told us not to worry about Jahdae Barron's contract, so I listened to you, and I didn't worry about it, and it got done. You also told us not to worry about the RJ Harvey contract, and I'm not going to lie to you, I'm having some trouble following your instructions now. We did have another second-round pick signed last night, but, I mean, what are you hearing? What are you thinking about the RJ Harvey contract?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's most teams are still in the rookies only phase. Do I think there's any way RJ Harvey or a lot of these second round guys are really going to stay out when camp is fully in gear? I don't believe that. Alfred Collins was the 11th pick of the second round. He got about 85%, 88% of his deal guaranteed. I think that's pretty much going to be the benchmark. I think last year's pick in that slot had 58% of the deal guaranteed. So that's going to give everybody the window, to get in. I mean, this was an obvious, whether they ever admit it or not, this was a concerted effort to get more guaranteed money into the second round, and they've succeeded. So I think the Alfred Collins signing last night is a lot bigger deal than probably some people think. Oh, it's the 11th pick of the round. Who cares? It's really a percentage of the guaranteed money, which is, I believe, $9 million of the $10.3 million overall was guaranteed. So I think that gets it all moving, and I think all these second round guys will be telling their agents, I want to be in there when the full team reports. Broncos fully report on the rookies are in there now, but the veterans fully report on the 22nd, Tuesday.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. Asked this question earlier. I'm just curious because when you hit this point in the calendar, everybody has a feeling their team's going to be better than what they were last year. For the Broncos, I guess the incremental step would be winning a playoff game. My question is, the other top 10 list that came out recently was the quarterbacks, and at number 1 was Mahomes, and at number 7 was Herbert. Can the Broncos reach their goals if Bo Nix is the third best quarterback in his own division?
Certainly. I think, again, we've seen lots of, Joe Burrow's played in one Super Bowl in his career so far. And, he is a top, I don't know, whatever layer you're making in the league, but he's in it.
Yeah.
So you need, I think sometimes we underestimate how difficult it is to win a Super Bowl overall. It's one of the most difficult things in sports because there's so many moving parts. And your quarterback has to be really good, and he's got to be really good in the games and the downs and the situations when it counts. But he doesn't necessarily have to be a top 3 quarterback. It's just we have lived in an era. I think you've got to be in the upper third minimum to make it all go, really. And your team's got to be good enough around you. And that's the rub, because if you have one of the best quarterbacks, he's making a 9-digit contract that takes up a lot of your cap space and dictates a lot of what you can do. So I think the Broncos need and would like, obviously, to play at minimum in a Super Bowl when Nix is on the rookie deal. That's your real window is have a good enough quarterback to play and win the Super Bowl on a rookie deal. That's really the best window in today's NFL. Unless you've got a guy like Mahomes and Brady who is actively taking contracts that enable you to build things around him. And there's no better example right now than Mahomes. He is the best quarterback, but he does not have the best quarterback deal because he wants to be the best quarterback on the best team.
It's interesting to me. You know, I know you try to stick to the journalism side here, but from your opinion, do you think their weapons are good enough to make a Super Bowl run like that over the next couple of years? Have they done enough?
Yeah, I didn't hear a lot of people telling me how great the Eagles' weapons were last year in July. I mean, everybody was like, maybe Saquon will be really good for them, and maybe they have enough at receiver, but they were a dominant team in the playoffs because their offensive and defensive line are elite. Their quarterback is really good, and Barkley had an MVP season. I don't think any of those things were discussed as weapons this time of year, a year ago. So I think a lot of the talk on weapons is really fantasy football stuff. Will they score enough touchdowns to make my fantasy team great? I don't necessarily think that's sort of my Super Bowl ruler. You gotta dominate up front, and you gotta score touchdowns when you have the opportunity. You can argue that takes weapons, but I think if you're really good up front, your weapons are better. And the Broncos are really good up front on both sides of the ball, and that gives them probably one of the best 5 starting points in the league for playing big games and winning big games.
Well, just one thing real quick. Sorry, Rob. Because I was just thinking about this. Their biggest asset is their defensive line. Like, they were the ability to get after the quarterback last year. They were the league leader in sacks. And they have 2 guys, speaking of contracts, that are probably looking for extensions. Do you think either of Zach Allen or Nick Bonito have a new contract by week 1?
I'm not sure week 1 for either of those guys. The way things have been conveyed to me, and look, things change every second in the NFL, and that's part of the fun of covering it. But I think Zach Allen's a guy you could get done during the season. One of those, like, late in the year bowls. We've seen guys sign late in the season who want to stay because of the way the cap works. And then Bonito, that one, he is going to want top of the market, and it's just going to be a matter of if the Broncos want to pay him at top of the market before everybody has to do the franchise player dance and all those things. Now, it is different hierarchy, but I think everybody has to remember an awful lot of players in Bonito's situation, Clady, Bowles, Von Miller, Demaryius Thomas. I mean, an awful lot of premier Broncos have gone the brief franchise player tag, mega deal soon after. I think that's the scenario probably for Bonito right now as it stands. A lot could change. They could pull the checkbook out anytime they want. But I think Sutton is the first of that group that would get done with sort of the urgency you're thinking of there.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
You bet, fellas. See you.
Thanks, Leggy.
All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. All right, so again, we started this with some of the ESPYs stuff, and no Colorado winners to my knowledge, anyway.
I don't think so.
I don't think I missed anybody. I mean, Lindsey Vonn was up for a couple things. Joker was up for Best NBA Player. They had Landy for Comeback Player of the Year. He didn't win, so I think you struck out on those. But I actually watched more of the ESPYs than I thought I would. And a lot of it stemmed from Shane Gillis's monologue. I like when you make people uncomfortable. I like when you tell jokes that get groans more than they get laughs. I think those are funny. And he certainly did that last night, no doubt. There's just some people that, how do I put this? Like, I just saw this news yesterday. We don't got to talk about this a lot. But Barstool and Fox Sports are in talks that would see Barstool personalities like Dave Portnoy and Big Cat, this from Andrew Marchand, appearing as part of its new FS1 daily programming lineup, leading into Colin Cowherd. And Portnoy would be on the Big Noon Kickoff, the College Game Day of Fox Sports. I don't know about that one. I don't know how that's going to be received. Now, ESPN... Here's an interesting question. What do you think of McAfee?
I think he takes a lot of heat. I like him. I don't love him.
I'm kind of there too.
I think he's generally like a good and fun personality. I think he's generally well-meaning. And so I tend to give him the benefit of the doubt because I just think he's a decent dude. And yeah, he's got the frat boy in him. And that's clearly what Fox is going for here with the Barstool.
He appeals to a very specific demographic.
But a very large demographic.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't think clearly FS1 is trying to get their McAfee with Portnoy.
Yeah.
But I just don't think like McAfee he conforms to the TV format when he's on College Game Day. Now, he does some wild and crazy stuff and has fun, but they do segments, right? You have, stories and journalism and that kind of stuff.
Right.
I don't think Portnoy does that. He's a radio guy. He's like you and me. Like, he does his best work sitting and just kind of going back and forth and shooting it. You know what I mean?
I've always wondered this, and McAfee has been able to. First of all, I'm with you. I like him. It's not like I love McAfee. I like him though. I have a soft spot for guys who actually are willing to have a personality on television because it feels like the people who really hate McAfee are like, oh, if you just want a milquetoast broadcast, then I get that, but I like people that are willing to be a little bit more colorful, I suppose.
They watch the Fox Business Channel or something like that.
Well, no disrespect. One of the longest radio shows in sports that existed and was pretty successful was Mike and Mike. I didn't see a lot of personality out of that show. It was just very like, hey, this is a morning radio show about sports. Here you go, blah, blah, blah. And people will disagree with me on that. That's fine. But they weren't saying anything controversial. You know what I mean? They weren't doing that.
Yeah.
And I think when you get people who are in that category, it's very easy for people just to come down and hate them. And I get why. But I like it. I like people that are willing to do that. The thing with the Portnoy stuff on this, it's similar to a concern I had with McAfee when he went to ESPN. I'm like, McAfee's a cursor.
Right.
And that's part of his thing during his show is they're just going to say whatever enters their head.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Portnoy being TV Fox Sports guy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You wonder how much they're going to neuter him. It was part of the interesting thing when McAfee went to ESPN, what they were going to do about it. And he did, to his credit, negotiate like, I want this show to stay the same way that it always has. Yeah, like you dump it out. I'm not changing what I'm doing.
Yep.
I think the one problem with McAfee, if I may, my only qualm with him is now ESPN goes, oh, you guys enjoy Pat McAfee? He's new, he's different. What if he hosts everything that we produce. Did we forget? Do I need to remind guys? He's a punter. He punted. He kicked a football, and we're going to put him on home run derby coverage?
Yeah, he's not
Are
there.
you kidding me?
He's not. Well, that one was weird. He's not there because he's a punter. He's there because he's got a personality.
I'm just saying. Okay, this was a tweet that was going viral from Nick Field. He said, "Kids today don't realize it, but you used to be able to turn on ESPN and not see Stephen A. Smith or Pat McAfee." And that's kind of how I feel. Like, Pat is great, and I love his show, and I love his personality, and I love that he's putting a new spin on sports coverage, but it's okay. We can give him a day off.
But this to me is more of a commentary on the way that whoever is writing that, consumes media than ESPN. Because you want to know why you see him every day, all the time on everything? Because that's the only channel that you watch.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if you feel like he's getting shoved down your throat, try this.
Well,
change the channel.
It's funny because College Game Day before, when did McAfee get there? Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think 2. He's done 2.
College Game Day is one of my favorite shows. I watch it every Saturday morning. I flip it on and just leave it on until whatever the big game is that they're at is on. It was very much I don't even know how to put it. Non-frat boyish? I don't know what to say.
Straight-laced?
Straight-laced show, yeah. They'd have the story of the player, and then they'd have the coach on from the big game, and then they'd do this. The personality was Corso being Corso.
But that's what I was going to say. They did have a big personality. He has, because of health issues, has gotten older. But he was McAfee of the 90s. You know what I mean? He was the guy who's, firing off guns and dancing in a suit and not so fast, my friend, and get out of here.
It does seem different, though, than the McAfee turns it into like a wrestling promo sort of thing, as opposed to, I don't know. I guess you're right. You are right.
He was. I mean, and listen, what that personality does in 2025 is different than what that personality would do in 1995.
Oh, sure.
So they don't do the same exact stuff, but it's the same role. Like, they needed to fill the Lee Corso role, who had a nice send-off last night. I think he's going to be on the opening show this season, and then he's kind of done.
Yeah. Yep.
But I got to be honest with you, the other guys that were on that were starting to fill roles there, because I was like you, especially in my younger days, Saturday morning, College Game Day, put it on and just wait for college football. But, like, let's be honest. What did David Pollock do for you? I don't even like Dez. Like, I'm not even a big fan of Dez on there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Herb Street is good. I like him in terms of like his breakdowns and stuff, but he's not particularly interesting.
Herb Street is, he's been there all the time. So it's hard for me to imagine that show without him.
Sure.
Yeah.
But he gives like solid breakdowns. I trust his football acumen, right? But they needed a shot in the arm, I feel like. I feel like everybody else was boring. And Corso was just in his old age,
To your point, it feels like they saw Corso didn't have, like, they kept him off the show until the Pick'em segments these last couple of years. You know what I mean? Just to do the little mascot. And I love Lee Corso. I love Lee Corso. I think he's great. But I think they all recognize, especially after his health problems, that we're going to have to infuse some personality in this show when this guy is no longer here on the set. And so they went to him. It's just, I don't know. Barstool and Fox Sports trying to do the same thing is just, it's an interesting counter. Because I don't know if you watch Big Noon Kickoff, or what do we call it? The Big Noon Fox Off?
Fox Noon Big Off?
I think Brady Quinn's great on that show. I love Brady Quinn on that show.
I like Quinn. I don't like Ingram that much. Meyer, I could take or leave. The host, Rob. He's fine. Rob Stone, is it?
Yes, I think it is.
He does a good job, but I don't think there's anything particularly noteworthy about it. So,
I'd agree.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a shot to try to be noteworthy, but it's the age-old example of there's this new medium that's around, and it's podcasting. And so everybody's trying to act like they're the new medium.
Right.
Well, unless you're going to let the new medium do the things that made it the new medium, which is long form content, say what you're thinking. Let's just hang out and talk about football, which is what Portnoy and Big Cat are good at.
Right.
Unless you're going to let them do that, if you try to mash them into the old style of media, I don't think it's going to work very well.
Some news here from Ian Rappaport. The Bears and second round defensive tackle Shamar Turner have agreed to a 4-year rookie contract. So that's another second rounder that's gotten a deal done. I didn't see the details of what that deal was, but
So I kind of disagreed. You said in the appetizer hour, once one person signed, you thought all the dominoes were going to start to
I think
fall.
it'd be easier to slot things in.
I thought you needed 2. I really did, because I thought you needed kind of a range of here's what it looks like. I'm assuming Chicago's pick was before RJ Harvey.
I'm just looking that up. Hang on.
And now that you have, is it after?
He was the 62nd pick of the second round.
Okay.
So that's right where Harvey is.
After, but still.
But I mean,
like
two
you're
spots
right in
away.
the zone.
Yeah.
So now maybe you start to get the dominoes, because I felt like you needed 2. I felt like one guy, you could say, oh, he's an outlier, whatever. Now that a couple guys have signed, I think you're going to see a lot of guys go, I want to get in camp. Let's go.
And the fact that that is 2 spots away, that is just like, okay, so you are a little bit higher. Here's another $0.2 million guaranteed on the contract. There you go.
Yeah.
That's how it should be anyway. Again,
you hope it slots in. I mean, and listen, Legwold said he's not worried about him missing actual camp.
Yeah.
Rookies, of course, have reported, and he's missing some stuff, but this is when they do the here's the number you call if you're out somewhere and you need a ride, or you know what I mean? That kind of stuff that they go through with the rookies. And of course they'll do football too, but I'm just saying he's not missing that much. If you can get him in before the vets report, I think that's a good spot for RJ Harvey to be in.
Turn him on. What do you want?
Hold on.
What do you want?
I don't know. What do you want?
Why are you calling in? Why can't you just enjoy a vacation?
Ciao. Amici miei.
Okay.
Ciao, amici miei.
Moj, which one of you had a breakdown in customs? We were taking bets earlier today.
Hang on a second. So the Bear and I are here. We actually left Rome, went to Tivoli, 35 minutes east of Rome. Flew with Easy and Bambi. They were great flight, super easy. Got them off on their ride to Cerny. Everything's great. Hey, boys, our boy is stuck at the airport because he's missing a bag.
So Vic's the one that lost it in customs. What you're telling us? We knew one of you. We knew one of you would.
He's dust. We had a direct flight. Everything was great, but he is absolutely dust. I don't know what he's going to get here. I have no idea, man. He's a mess.
Great. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not going to ask you about your trip, okay? So I don't know what you want me to do.
Why not? Why not?
Because quite frankly, don't care.
It's rad. It's the best. Ha, 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 the best.
Oh, my God, he's still going. He's still going.
Then go enjoy it.
Soccer field. I did see a tiny soccer field on top of a building. Anyway, that's all. So I'll let you guys know that I was here and get Harvey under contract, and I'll talk to you sometime down the road. Who knows?
Okay. All right. Enjoy Italy. Ciao. There's Mark Moser. Again, it's frustrating because I'm trying to do something. I am still today not under PTO. Moser is. And so when I try and do something and then I just hear in my ear, Moser's on the phone. What am I'm not going to say, hey, bro, how's the trip? What you eating? Are you having fun? I don't care. Don't care.
Well, and Brett, you know what the worst part is? He texted me like half an hour ago and he said, hey, what's the hotline? You don't know? He doesn't know the number off the top of the head, even though literally every time we go to commercial break.
Wait,
Nelly,
so what you're saying is this is your fault because you told him the number to call?
No. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Moser knows the phone number. Moser wants you to ask him, do you want to come on the show? That's what he wants you to do.
No, literally all I did, by the way, he should know the number because, I mean, every time we go to break, 303-504-0925, back after this. But no, all I said was I gave him the number, and then he replied and said, ha, 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 ha. And then I said, but we're about to have Leggy on right now.
Uh-huh.
That's all I said. And then he just said word for later. I did not. This is not.
No, Nelly. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
No, this isn't.
I know how the Moser mind works.
But that's not a vampire situation. I did not invite him into my house.
You did not.
I did not. I didn't say anything.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. You just responded.
Yep. I'm still blaming you.
You just responded to it. And that's all that he needed as an avenue towards I'm calling in now.
Yes.
And then here's another thing you could do. Don't look at the phone.
Don't answer.
There's no reason.
You don't have
we
to
just
text
had
him back.
Leggy on the line. Nobody else is calling in. If the president wants to call in, or if Nikola Jokic wants to call in.
Don't tell me you couldn't have strung that out for 22 more minutes.
No, I'll tell you what Nelly is.
10 o'clock.
I've said this about Nelly before. Nelly, you're an enabler.
He is an enabler
of Moser. You enable his music habits. You enable everything about that guy.
The problem is, I like his music, man. I like 80s hair metal. That's good
know.
stuff.
That's a
I like
problem.
it.
Here's the thing, too.
It is funny that Vic doesn't have his bag, though.
That
is funny.
That is funny.
It is funny. I appreciate that, Moj. Thank you.
But we could have gotten that in 2 weeks, couldn't we? We could have gotten that story in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Look, are you saying, could we have done that? Technically, yes. But that is not how Mark Moser operates.
But this is what blew me away. And I know we got to get a break, but hasn't even been 24 hours.
No, of course not.
The trip isn't even 24 hours old, and we already got a call-in update. It's incredible.
I'm off for a week soon. You will think I might have died because you will not hear a word from me in that week. Not a word. But anyway, there's your update from Moj. Hey, reminder to you guys that the official release of the Avs schedule is out, and listeners can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Once you're there, pick out the 3 home games you'd most want to attend. One person who fills it out gets a pair of club tickets to each of those 3 games. Single game tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter.
I know you did this on purpose, Nelly.
What's that?
I know you did this on purpose, Nelly.
Did what?
Play some hair metal after Moser was.
Oh, of course Nelly did.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just played Poison because I like Poison. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just a fan of Bret Michaels' reality show. I didn't even know he was a singer.
Let me tell you something right now. I've watched 2 shows, a whole bunch, when there's nothing else on TV. One is Intervention. The second is My 600-Pound Life. And you are every enabler on every single one of those shows, Nelly. You're like, no, Moser, you'll kick this addiction soon. Just live your life for now. You're young. Yeah.
Intervention's a great show.
Well, that one, I've really turned towards My 600-Pound Life. I just think.
I haven't watched it. I've watched Intervention, and I'm a Hoarders guy, too.
Hoarders is another one that's really good. Really good.
Yeah, if you're... Well, we've
also
got
enablers on that show.
Yes. Yeah. While we've got like 2 weeks here before like preseason football starts and your TV watching calendar stacks back up, if you haven't done Intervention yet, it'll make you feel better about your life. I
tell you what I did. I went on through a huge binge. There's a show called 60 Days In. Big fan.
Like a love show?
No. So you take people who have not gone to prison before and you put them in prison for 60 days and you just kind of watch them survive.
That is. Yeah.
So the other part of the story is the people who are running the prisons, they want intel on how like drugs or shanks or stuff are being made or brought into the facility.
So they don't know that you're not actually an inmate, the other inmates.
The other inmates don't. A lot of times they figure it out because, you know, it's kind of like you walk into a prison with a full set of teeth and like it doesn't look like you've had a lot of miles on your tires. This is how I'd say it. Like,
wow.
I'm just saying
Wow.
that's how the inmates on the show said they can pick people out. That's what they said.
Sure, right.
By the
It's
way,
true.
the greatest thing that the Intervention show gave to us is, do you remember there was that guy who went viral for having, quote, the greatest cry ever? Do you remember that? And so where his son is like, deep down, I know I still love you. And then he goes, That's all I know about Intervention.
I've used that memes many times in sports. I have. Anyway, so there's a lot we kind of ran through today. Again, the news that just kind of came down, another second-round pick, Shamar Turner of Chicago. He was the 62nd overall pick. He just was signed. And he's 2 picks away from where RJ Harvey was. I would imagine Harvey can't be far off from signing a contract now. I think the last thing he wants to do is get a late start in his training camp anyway.
That's what I was going to say. And I trust Leggy implicitly. He told us not to worry about the Barron contract. It got done. He also told us not to worry about the Harvey contract, and he still believes it'll get done. So I trust Leggy saying that. Mm-hmm. But also, just common sense-wise, like you're saying, if you're RJ Harvey, aren't you just like, there's not this defensive tackle. Maybe he plays whatever, 15% of snaps or something like that, right?
Yep.
RJ Harvey is going to play a significant amount of snaps, get a significant amount of touches.
Hopefully.
As long as he doesn't blow it and get behind from day one of camp. And so, like, if you're RJ Harvey, aren't you just like, okay, like the line has been broken, sign the deal, let's go.
I also think it changes things when they got Dobbins in here. Because he looked like you draft a running back in the first 2 rounds, that guy is going to play and probably be, if not your number 1, like a 1B.
Yeah.
Dobbins, I think, changed that at least a little bit, where it's like they don't feel the need to rush him into anything because you have a veteran running back now that's in the backfield that you can trust if he's not totally caught up. But for him, I think it provides an extra motivation. Like, if I'm going to play, I have somebody who's got a proven track record in this league that's been successful before. I had to do it as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think the Broncos could have ended up real needy in this situation.
Could have, yes.
But didn't. Right, yeah, I think it was smart that they didn't. But I do think from RJ's side, it makes sense to get in as soon as you can.
One thing real quick before we get out of here. So I had a lot of fun when I saw this. Just big smile on my face. After the comment from Josh Kroenke, I don't remember which press conference it was, but when he just casually mentioned the 0.0001% chance of trading Jokic.
He said never. He said he never wants to be in that spot.
But you used Jokic I understand. He used Jokic and trade in the same sentence, and that's going to be a beast of its own. We all know he's not trading Jokic ever. Like, they could have 10 injuries to the roster that are all career-ending, and he's still going to be here. We know.
Yeah.
But it just opens the door for idiots to discuss things like this. Obviously, the talking head shows after Jokic turned down his extension, which we all understand it's because he wants $80 million more next year, turns into, is he leaving Denver? Stupid discussions like that, including idiot Laker fans who then Photoshop him in a Lakers uniform and say it's going to happen because he's boys with Luka. Well, oh, how the turntables, whatever. Brian Windhorst says the Lakers are, quote, a little stressed out about extending Luka Doncic. Quote, if he does not sign it, you will see teams begin to open up maneuvers to try to chase Luka. And I have wondered this. Luka did not choose Los Angeles. He didn't. Now, the Lakers are obviously like the mecca of basketball. That's the most popular basketball team in the world. But these European guys are different. Like, a lot of them do not care about that spotlight. They don't. They just want to be comfortable. Jokic certainly is one of those guys.
Yeah.
I think Jokic, if he had the option to go to a big market, like when he first got in the league, I don't even think he'd do it. He'd look at New York and like, I don't care for that life. Whatever that life is, I don't care for it. Although I did see him in Miami partying, and he looked like he had a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, having fun and wanting to live there all the time are two different things.
But I do think he likes his life here. Like, you know what's crazy? I have seen either Nikola himself or his brothers at places I go. I have seen his brothers at the Cherry Creek Reservoir, okay? It's not some, like, big, I'm a multi-hundred millionaire destination where you hang out on a weekend, but they go there because they have jet skis and they think it's fun. I take my 3-year-old daughter to a place called Lava Island. It's just a big place with trampolines and jumpy houses and playground stuff, indoor. Somebody sent a picture like 3 months ago. Jokic is just in there by himself holding his daughter's hand. I think he likes that more than the let's go clubbing every night lifestyle.
My friend lived in the same building as him when he first had his kid, and that was the pool that he would go to all the time, is the pool that she would lay out at.
Right.
And she's like, oh, I'm just hanging out at the pool with Jokic. She's like, send me a text. And it's like, I agree with you. I mean, he likes to be able to do that. I don't know if Luka is that guy. You think Luka's that guy?
Luka was devastated when he got traded from Dallas.
Yeah.
Like, in tears. So I'm not saying that he hates LA, but he certainly wasn't like, hey, this is still great.
Yeah.
He didn't react that way.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And, you know, there is a question like, can the Lakers beat, if you're him, do you trust that regime to give you the best possible tools?
Well, and new owners too, right? Like, it's not going to be the bus ownership anymore. Now
Jeannie's still running things from what I understand. She sold the ownership stake, but I think she's still in charge of things.
But yeah, there is a majority owner.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Right? So you don't know how that's going to change how that operation runs versus when the buses owned it. You know what I mean? So one other thing that I want to point out about the Jokic extension, if he had signed this year, it would have been a 3-year extension.
Mm-hmm.
If he signs next year, it's a 4-year extension.
Oh, I said this from the beginning.
So it's not just the extra money.
No, it's the year. It's the term.
It's 2 more years. That's great news for Nuggets fans. We were talking about if at the end of this contract, he would say, I'm done. I think that was something that kind of went under the radar of that is, if he signs next year, he's committing 2 more years. Like, he could have signed this year and only had 3 years left and then retired. No, he's saying 5 more years here.
It's the first thing I said. I was like, to the small-minded, and I don't mean Nuggets fans here, I mean national media people, small-minded people that said, oh, I guess he wants out of Denver. I go, this is a larger commitment to the team.
Yeah.
Because I had, same as you, back in my head, that there's just going to be a day that he just Barry Sanders this thing.
Right.
And just says, I know I'm at the top of my game, but I'm kind of done. To not sign it now does not mean he's leaving. It indicates that he's playing well into his 30s.
Right, because
it's a good thing.
I think it was his agent, actually, that said, like, he will fulfill any contract that he signs. So if he signs a 4-year deal, he's going to play the 4 year. Like, that is awesome news.
Yes.
That's awesome news.
Quickly, a fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Without Vic and Moser, it was actually a pretty clean show, so I don't have much. I will give you guys a choose-your-own fact checker. Do you want me to replay Shane Gillis's joke about Shedeur Sanders from the ESPYs yesterday, or do you want to hear that best cry ever from the intervention show? Which one do you want?
Both.
Both of them?
Give me both.
Okay, well then here's Shane Gillis first.
Shedeur Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl.
It's a good joke. I mean, it is a good joke.
He did incredible things for a team that was 1-11 the year before. But it was really funny.
I mean, I still think retiring the jersey is just like, all right. And then let's hear that cry.
From Brett's favorite show.
Because I know somewhere deep down in my heart, I still love you.
Sounds like it's from South Park, or like Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Or something.
And here's the thing. I don't want to laugh at that because that's a very serious thing that they're discussing. But that cry is hysterical.
Even the lead up from the other guy
I know.
is just as wow. Well,
anyway,
must see TV right there, brother.
Don't make me cry if you don't listen to the podcast.
Just like a slowly inflating balloon.
Yes. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. Talk to you soon.
Shane Gillis just making a bunch of professional athletes nervous as hell. Just that whole SB crowd was like,
After the Tom Brady roast, do you think Bill Belichick is just tired of all these types of... Because Bill Belichick just doesn't seem like the guy that would be really fun to mess with.
No, I don't think so.
And would be a really good, humored recipient of some ribbing, if you will.
Like Tom Brady afterwards came out and he's like, that was a horrible mistake. I shouldn't have done it.
My kids watched that. Are all messed up. Their lives are ruined.
Yeah. He's like, my kids were tuned into that, man. And he should have known people were going to come at Giselle. He should have known. That's what I would have done if I was on this. Yeah, no. But yeah, so last night the ESPYs come around, and Shane Gillis does some Shane Gillis things, and that ESPY crowd was like, well, I don't know, man.
You know what's the wildest thing about this whole ESPY thing? Just with regards to what the social media recap of last night's ESPYs are.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you one award winner.
I couldn't either.
It's all been about Shane Gillis. And,
I know. I couldn't either.
And whether you hated him, whether you thought everything he did was out of bounds, or whether you thought it was hilarious, he loved him, the entire world is talking about it this morning.
Yeah, I mean.
So big victory for Shane Gillis.
If you're ESPN, you're probably happy with how things went. Because, listen, man, the ESPYs are a made-up award. Well, all awards are made up. We're just making this stuff up and giving out of whatever. But, like.
Is there any non-made-up award? Like Primal Award?
No, right? I don't know. Just like, the Darwin Award, right? Like,
who survived? The species that survived.
Right, we earned. Like,
we are a living award right now.
Like, I'm sure somebody earned a Darwin Award this week. I'm sure somebody did something so stupid that they ended up in a grave and it's their fault. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But other than that, nah. Like, I mean, is there a personal award that you wanted to win? Like, when you were a little kid, were you like, I'm winning that Heisman. Get me at that QB position at Boise State. I'm winning that Heisman, baby.
I've never really been driven by an individual award.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I won one time.
Oh, what'd you win?
You're laughing.
What'd you win, man?
All right, so footballscoop.com. You ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
That's how good the award is. Basically, it's this website that was created to talk about the craziness of the scoop of where coaches are going in college and pro football.
Oh, okay.
Because, it's a real thing, right?
Yeah,
it's a TMZ type of world with college football. Like, Kirby Smart, I heard he's going to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
It would be on that website kind of before Twitter even. This is like 25, 30-year-old website. Well, then they kind of evolved and, sold advertisements and became a little bit more of a legitimized website. So they started a Coach of the Year program for college football coaches. So it was every position coach. So they had a tight end Coach of the Year in all of college football. And in 2015, when I was the quarterback coach at the University of Notre Dame, I was named footballscoop.com quarterback Coach of the Year in all of college football.
Congratulations. Let's give it up.
I still have the plaque, man. I still got it.
Put it in the office, man. Put it in the office.
And I'm like, hey, there's 132 other than mugs out there, and I'm better than all you.
Yeah. Why not? People ain't going to know. They're just going to see a trophy in your room and be like, oh, that's nice. They're not going to get up close and be like, what? .com? What? No, they don't care.
It's funny. It's presented by Turf Grass.
Listen, it still counts, man. Somebody out there thought you were the best. They gave you an award for it. That's all that matters.
Don't let Nate Kreckman know this, because he always introduces me when I'm joining the program or I'm he and I are doing the Altitude Summer Scramble together.
Yeah.
He always introduces me by the quirkiest of lines on my resume. Volunteer wingback coach from Meade High School, Mike Sanford, here today, joins the program. And then he comes, hey, tight ends and fullbacks coach from Yale University, Mike Sanford.
No idea.
So now he could go with the footballscoop.com quarterback coach of the year presented by Turf Grass recipient in 2015. Mike Sanford joins the program.
That's dumb. That's just dumb. But congratulations either way.
Hey, man, I really
I have no idea. Obviously, I didn't watch the ESPYs last night. I was here. doing the Rapids game last night. So
whoa.
Yeah.
How about them Pids?
Yeah. At start of that second half, me and Springer are like, oh, this sucks. And then the Rapids pulled off. You know what? That's the first time in the history of Lumen Field that a team has come back from 3 down to draw. And I was like, man. But that's what you get when you pull pull people down in the box 3 minutes apart. You get two PKs.
You got 2 PKs?
Yeah.
So two different people. So
Yeah, that's what-
Ilovich took the first one,
yeah, that's-
Bassett takes the second one?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
That's what we were talking
Spread
about.
the wealth?
That's what we were talking about. And Coach Armas gets this question a lot too, like who gets the PKs. But so Georgie got the first one. He buries it. 3 minutes later, they get another PK. They drag somebody else down in the box. And they get another PK, and instead of going to Georgie, like there's a conversation on the pitch real quick, and then Cole sets up and just, he buries it. But I was like, man, how do you just tell? Because Georgie's great, man. Like that, and so how do you tell him, nah, I got this one.
Well, then
I got this one,
Hoffa
bro.
Navajo he'd been the guy from the spot for a good chunk of the last couple of years.
Yeah, so how does that decision get made on the pitch? I wonder if, is Armas yelling? You guys are going to have to ask him next week when he comes on. Like, you have to, is he yelling on the pitch? Is he like, Cole, take, or is Georgie, because the players came together.
They get together and they're like, I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
No, you're feeling it.
Yeah.
Nah. I wonder if Georgie, because he's been at the spot a decent amount this year, and he'd already been at the spot once that day, kind of, I'm out of ideas. You know what I mean? And you start kind of overanalyzing it in that moment. Like, he knows I went right this time.
Mm-hmm.
He probably thinks I'm going to be going left this time, but man, my left isn't great.
Yeah.
Cole, you got it. Bassett, you got it. I wouldn't be surprised if it played out similar to that.
Yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, and then Yappy scored late. In
That was
game.
beautiful. That was great Yappy play.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. And now they got to go to Philadelphia here in about 8 or 9 days and take on the Union, who I think is currently the top team in Major League Soccer.
Is there no PIDS home game this weekend?
No, they finally get a little break because they still got 2 more matches in July, and it's already, July 17th or whatever. They got Leagues Cup coming up, but either way. But yeah, I was not locked into the ESPYs. Do you think, you know what? Let me ask the Shop Mazda text line, one price and one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text in and let us know if you watch the ESPYs, if you give a damn about the ESPYs, and if you cared that Shane Gillis was roasting, the athletes in that crowd. Like, did that touch you in some kind of way?
Was it uncomfortable?
Right. Did that make you feel emotions that I'd like to know. I would like to know, because certainly social media was like, there was one side that was like, oh my goodness. What is this man saying to these people? And then there was another side that was just like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Should have got even more in on him.
Yeah, go off.
These rich jerks, make them feel it. My favorite one was the SGA. I liked what he said about SGA.
Yeah. All the people around him now in foul trouble.
If you're within 10 feet of SGA.
Yeah, they just kept the camera on SGA, and he was like, like.
And then he goes after Simone Biles, and man, I don't know.
He went after everybody. I like it.
Let me ask you guys: would a Deshaun Watson jokes ever stop?
No. He gets.
I've been rolling with him pretty consistently for the last 2 years.
You have.
I'm going to chisel one of those on his gravestone here and whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he never lives that down. You never live that down, man.
The only path forward for Deshaun Watson to get past the silliness of
4 Super Bowl wins,
he's got to go play some ball. You're right, man.
He's going to have to win 4 straight, right? He's going to have to win something like that.
That was 4 years ago, was it not? 3-4 years ago, and we're still talking about it like it happened yesterday.
Yes.
And he goes out, he gets married.
Yeah.
He's building a family.
Yeah.
He's doing all the right things.
And nobody cares. I certainly don't care.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's the first thing I think of when I see him
or
hear of him. Would it be different, Coach, if the Browns hadn't just been like, okay, first quarterback with guaranteed money, here you go. And instead, they could have just cut him. Could have just been like, yo, man, you out. And then he has to find another team and get working. Do you think it would have been more people would have laid off? Or it's just like, yo, man, that's creepy and you were creepy and we're going to talk about you being creepy.
Yeah, I think Deshaun's only path forward, man, is I think he nailed it.
Just win.
I think it's 4 Super Bowls.
Like, right, he can't just win 1. Because if he wins 1, then it's going to get even worse. You know what I mean? But if he wins,
and then you get that second Super Bowl, you're like, okay, all right, man.
Yeah.
I'm still going to make fun of him.
Maybe he's a pretty good player. But then if he wins
the third Super Bowl, you're like, I'm going to sneak in a massage joke here and there. And then the fourth one, you're like, man, is this dude Tom Brady all of a sudden?
Yeah, I guess he's the truth, man. We can't talk about him anymore. But yeah, that's what it's going to take. That's for sure. That's for absolutely sure. We got a lot to get to on this Thursday, July the 17th. The rookies have reported. Still no RJ, though. Although on the morning show, Legwold was saying that he thinks it's going to happen, right? Sooner it's going to happen. You're going to get. But and then it was the 49ers.
The 49ers balling today? Are they playing ball?
Yeah, I think they're like right. Like what, Coach? What do you think they want to get out of the rookies in this week before the vets show up? Like, I mean, you already had rookie training camp about a month and a half ago, whatever. What do you think they're trying to do in the next 5 days with these youngsters before the vets get there?
Reinstall.
Yeah.
Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5 installation, offense, defense, special teams, so that when the vets come, they've gotten an extra crack at it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So then the vets are going to get install 1, install 2, install 3, install 4, and it'll be the second time the rooks have gone through it.
Okay.
And the key to it is that the rooks are getting physical reps more so than they would had the vets be here, and you're getting a team ready to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of it's a similar deal in the high school game. You know, when you were trying to get freshmen ready to go, man, they're so far behind.
Like, how many reps do you give a freshman as a high school? Like, are you just as many as possible, right? As many as possible, but how much is compared to?
For example, right now when I'm running practice, I had it this morning, we had a competitive third down period for the varsity and JV players. It was like 20 plays of, 5 with the ones, then 5 with the twos, 5 with the ones, then 5 with the twos. The whole time, I split the field, and the freshmen are being coached by a different crew of coaches, and they're just getting basic, day one type of plays, stuff that you install the very first day. You're not advanced, you're not doing much, and so you're just trying to get them at a teaching tempo, a little bit less of an intensity, just to be able to get through it and get those physical and mental reps. And so you're trying to catch them up to speed, and knowing full well that they won't really get caught up to speed yet. But it takes some time, man. And you also forget, at every stage, whether you go from high school to college freshmen are really behind.
Mm-hmm.
So think about an 18-year-old is a lot different than potentially nowadays in college football. These 6th and 7th year dudes, they're 25 dang years old with wives and kids. And an 18-year-old comes in and might have a little peach fuzz on their cheeks, right?
But still a kid playing
it's like
against
Raj.
men.
It's like Raj versus me and you. You know what I mean? And then same thing, man. You get to the NFL and you look at these rookies. A lot of the rookies come in and you just see him the first day. You're like, man, that guy was a beast in college, but he looks like small right now. Or he looks like he looks overwhelmed right now. He's almost shrunk.
Yeah.
At every stage, when you hit the reset button as a first-year player in any single level, man, you just need that extra TLC. You need that extra marination. And that's what this rookie minicamp's all about in the National Football League. I think it's a good way to do it.
Well, thanks for tuning in to the morning. It's the morning, so we are sprinting Raj's at Royal Portrush.
We have any early returns on the Open?
Well, yeah, it's underway. It's looking, the last I looked, the dude leading it was like -4. Yeah, but Scheffler's tied for 4th right now. Early in the first round of the British Open, but
it's not over.
It's not over. That's true, Raj. I hope you're having a good time out there doing your thing. We got to take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to dive into some NFL news and notes. We got some interesting things to talk about the NBA as well. That's all next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Morning Sprint rolls on. Coach Sanford, Mark Bernoulli, KJ Granderson, Raj is at the British Open checking things out. We do have ourselves a Colorado Avalanche schedule. The new Avs schedule is out. We're going to dive into it here in just a second. The Avs schedule release means good things for you, though. You can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche, and once you get there, pick out the 3 home games you would most want to attend this season, and one person who fills out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 games that they've picked. Single-game tickets will go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. Head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now to enter, and good luck to you. The Shop Mazda text line is saying that they liked them jokes, that they thought it was pretty funny, and a lot of them was like, yeah, I just came for the jokes. I wasn't there for the awards, and nobody really knows who won any. And I don't really care.
The unique part about how Shane Gillis went after this is he went after everybody, of course. Equal opportunity. Didn't fall into any kind of narrative that ESPN or whatever would say that you can attack this group, but then you can't attack that group.
Yeah.
There were no protected classes. And so just even seeing the text thread here on the Shop Mazda thread, that you could see that people are like, I'm glad he went after those snowflakes from MAGA. And then somebody else, I'm glad they went after the woke, sensitive people.
Yeah. So anyway, ESPYs last night, but it means nothing to nobody.
I don't really know what a snowflake is.
I mean,
I don't really understand woke either.
Nelson, I would say, is a snowflake. Right now, I have no idea.
Is it just a white? Is it just a white person? Is it just a Caucasian? Is that it?
No, right? I think it's a sensitive.
KJ, can you
KJ, go ahead and
define a
break.
snowflake?
Yeah, I don't know. Give me a snowflake definition.
They're sensitive, they're soft, and they're just people who they don't live in a sense of reality.
Right. Like, yo, you're just a damn dirty hippie. You don't take responsibility for anything. Right? Is that what a snowflake is?
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. Like, you want to come off as like this, this daisy sunflower, but in reality, it's kind of like, you're judging people based off of what?
Okay. All right. Well, let's dive into politics in this segment. See how that goes.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I have the definition of a snowflake.
Okay, what is it?
Snowflake.
Frozen water.
It's a single feathery crystal of frozen water that falls from the sky as snow.
We're like 2 months away from our first snow here in Denver again. I mean, it's gonna be here,
don't
bro.
you say that.
We're mid-July, late mid-July,
Dude,
something
I
like
love
that.
Snow. I love snow.
No, I love now, bro. I love now. This is the best time. This is the best time of year in Denver.
Do you get outside a lot?
Yeah. Nah.
So you just kind of like to look outside? Like
I like it when it's warm, man. I don't do the cold.
Yeah,
I like
right.
warm.
Snowflake is a very sensitive person, according to Urban Dictionary. Someone who is easily hurt or offended by the statements or actions of others. So it has nothing to do with being a white person.
Yeah.
Necessarily.
Yeah. Although, like, when I think of a Karen, I think of a middle-aged white woman, right? That's what a Karen is. And a Karen is also a snowflake? Because Karens are very sensitive too, right? They're always, they got them hair triggers. They just freak out on you for no good reason. All right, now we get sideways again. The Avs schedule is out, Coach. The Avs schedule is out. Those donuts look delicious.
Desert donuts, baby.
Listen, I still think the Avs probably have one more move left. I still think there's something still out there that the Avs might break out before this season gets going. But I do like the roster that they currently have, and with the new schedule, when we're checking it out, Avalanche have 18 day games. That's the most day games they've ever had in a season. 18 day games where the Avs are just like, yo, man, let's just play in the afternoon. And not all of these are on the weekend. A couple of these day games are just like on a Friday, just a random Friday.
Nobody works anymore on Fridays, so it is a weekend.
And I'm like,
tomorrow, literally nobody will be here.
Right. Summer scramble tomorrow, people. Tell your friends.
We're scrambling, man.
Yeah, we scrambling. It's going to be fun.
I'll tell you what, I'm really looking forward to who I get to scramble with.
Oh, really?
Are you?
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Is he like your favorite person to scramble with?
Well, I've only really scrambled like 3. I got to scramble with Moser, and I hate Moser. You know that.
Who's the worst?
Moser's supposed to be in Italy right now, and he's still calling into the morning show, bro. What the hell is that all about? That's like, listen, man. Lindahl, I love you, brother, but you're gonna ruin your marriage when you he called in again yesterday from his vacation. I think he's called into his own show on vacation every single day, or at least and I'm like, man, when you go on break. Just break. But no, he's locked in. He's listening. I bet he's listening right now. Hey, Lindahl, text Sanford.
Call in.
Text
Ruin your
know what?
vacation.
Go ahead, Andy. Call in, brother. Call in, man.
You should be at a great burrito spot down in Southern California somewhere. You having fantastic
Not paying
breakfast
attention
burritos.
to any of this
and
stuff,
you're locked
man.
into the Altitude app right now.
Yeah, just tuned in. But yeah, that's what, I thought Moser's in Italy. I'll tell you something right now. Raj ain't listening to this nonsense.
No, I know that for sure. Hey, there's nobody who can unplug like Raj can.
Yes, man.
That man is a professional unplugger.
Yeah. So
how would you, KJ, how would you rank me as an unplugger when I'm on vacation?
I think if I'm from rating on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably say you're probably a 6 out of 10.
Okay.
You're 6 out of 10.
So
because there are moments I think you get the itch.
Yeah.
You get the itch, bro.
I do.
You're I need my voice to be heard on this particular topic.
I don't necessarily, I won't call in, but I love sending stuff in to the show.
Yes.
On our show thread.
Yes, he does.
Different things that could be fun to talk about.
Do you ever shut the football brain off?
Oh, I think you started out with the shut the. I was like, yeah. I'm like, you're really doing this today, aren't you, Berto?
You ever shut the football brain off? Are you driving down the street and then suddenly you're like, yo, man, I got a great nickel package I want to put, you know what I mean? Something like that?
I had one of those intrusive thoughts yesterday. And then the crazy thing is that I had it and I was going to install it today in meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Then I forgot about it. And then I was like, what was that thought? My gosh, when I was driving. Because you can't stop and
write it down.
And I don't love doing talking to Siri and giving her voice notes. That's weird.
It freaks you out?
Yeah. Are you a voice note
No,
person?
I don't deal. Listen, man, I don't deal with that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm saying,
My
man.
dad talks to Siri like she's a human being.
Yep.
He's
is that his side piece?
And I guess.
Is he going to take the milk out? Is he going to go out and get the milk?
But he's he talks to her like she's a human being, and so she'll answer a question. He'll be like, yo, thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
Real
Siri.
talk. Is Siri a baddie or no? She kind of bad?
Yeah, I'm sure she is.
What do you think,
I'm
man?
sure
KJ, you think Siri's bad?
Listen, man, they're all going to gain self-awareness. We're all going to be slaves to the robot mind, right? Everybody's freaking out about AI right now. Right? Everybody's like, yo, AI's coming for you, man. They're all going to go Skynet on us, right? And freak.
Can you re-ask that question? Because I think that's going to be an important question. And exactly how about shutting the. Go ahead. I want you to ask it exactly how you asked it with a little emphasis on the right spot there.
You ever shut your football mind up?
I love it, man.
Just shut your football mind up, man.
So good.
Oh, yes. You know what? Speaking of saying stupid stuff and having angry people call in and complain about you, you think ESPN's taking them calls this morning about Shane last night? You think there's just do you think there's people who sat at home, watched the ESPYs, got offended, and was like, I'm going to fire off an angry email or send in or call somebody?
I think that Mickey and Minnie Mouse themselves
are
fielding
those phone
copious
calls.
amounts of phone calls on their mini phone.
Yeah.
And their Mickey phone.
Disney Corporation, hello. Shane Gillis sucks. Whatever it is.
That bigoted a-hole.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I got no problem with Shane.
But have a great day.
That mustache just freaks me out.
Come to the happiest place on earth.
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening right now. But at least they're getting traction. Normally nobody gives a damn about the ESPYs, right? Who's the best? You know what? Peyton was really good when he hosted the ESPYs, right? I really liked when Peyton Manning hosted.
We weren't all talking about it.
Yeah, but
not like Gillis.
Not like today.
Not like Gillis, who just pissed everybody off, and now we're all talking about
but they
it.
Knew
Ultimately,
exactly
a big win for them.
When you hire somebody like Shane Gillis to host your show, you know exactly what you're doing. So I'm sure they had that conversation months ago. With
plus, they have to vet the script.
Right. I mean, I'm sure he was sending a bunch of jokes. They're like, I want to see the jokes that they wouldn't let him tell.
Oh, man.
I want to see those, man.
I mean, he basically called Simone Biles a leprechaun.
I need to see
what
those.
What are we doing?
I want to see the jokes that ESPN was like, no, you can't say that on TV.
He also called all WNBA players completely nameless and faceless.
Yeah. That was a good bit where he just had his wife's friend pretend she was and everyone's like, although I would have done the same thing, man. I'd be like, I don't know who the hell this is, but congratulations.
Was that actually not a WNBA player?
No, that was his buddy's wife. That's his buddy's wife.
That's pretty good. I actually thought that was a WNBA player.
No.
So his buddy's wife is is an athletic looking black woman.
Yes, and so everybody thought.
Oh my gosh, I did not know that.
But I would have done the same thing. Just be like, I don't know who this is, but go ahead. Congratulations. Good job. But quickly back to the Avalanche schedule. This is I don't want to go out on a limb, but I did look through every single one of these games. I kind of like this schedule.
82-0.
I kind of like this schedule.
Are you feeling 82-0?
I think it might be 80-0-1 maybe, or 81-1 or something like that.
Yeah, 80-0-1 to get weird.
They do not have a super long road trip. Their longest road trip is 4 games. Their longest homestand is 7 straight games. They have all those afternoon games, and the Avs are great in those afternoon games. I mean, I know they have a winning record, but I think it's a really glossy, impressive winning record in those.
You know why?
Afternoon
You know
games.
why that is, right?
I don't know. You tell me, because players, every time we do one of these games, Connor asks Coach Bednar and the players like you, and they all love them.
So home day games have been dominated by the Avs.
Yeah.
Why? Denver, Colorado, man. It's the world capital of day drinking.
Oh, amen to that, brother.
Is it not?
Amen to that. No, that's my favorite thing to do in life.
Especially with that ballpark downtown, Everybody loves to go there and drink.
Get their day drink on.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I get you on that one. So yeah, and then some Ball Arena. It's like noon and Ball Arena is lubed up
it's
and
ready
rocking,
to
baby. So they're great in those afternoon
Hey, meet
games.
me at the Mimosa Bar. It's
I bet you
unlimited mimosas at Rhino, and then we'll meet up at Ball Arena for an Avs game.
Listen, it ain't nothing better, and I tell you this right now, there ain't nothing better than like bottomless mimosas on a rooftop bar here in Denver. Oh yeah, man!
Mm-hmm.
Spend the rest of my life doing that if I hit the lottery.
You know what's weird, man, is I knew about the concept of day drinking, but not the practical application until we moved to Colorado.
Okay. And then you're like, this is amazing.
Yeah, like Minnesota culturally is a night drinking place.
Well, and Minnesota goes hard, man, because they ain't not much.
Hard.
Like, the hardest drinking state in the union is Wisconsin,
yes,
right?
and Minnesota's right there next to them. It's like, hey, we're kind of your liberal cousin, but we drink just as much, maybe a little less.
But yeah, they go super, super hard. But you're right, not a whole lot of day drinking. They just go all night. But day drink is the best.
Especially you got kids, right?
Just bring them with you?
When you say night drinking, ain't the play.
Right. Until they go to bed?
It's like 5:30 in the morning. They're like, hey, Mom! Dad!
Yeah, you're right.
What are we doing today? Hey, can we go? Hey, can we go to the park? I gotta wake up. I'm trying to get up.
Like, go get Daddy breakfast burrito, please.
Hey, son.
What is your?
Can you take my keys and go to McDonald's and get me bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits?
Hey, text
Dad,
line.
I'm only 8 years old.
Text line. What's your hangover cure for the coach? What's your hangover cure? Like, what do you? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's some people who have it down pat, who know exactly. But and there's some products now that you can buy. They're supposed to. Like Dan Tanner, my man Dan Tanner, drinks that Propel, whatever that is. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's supposed to have electrolytes or in it or something. He's like, he's just chugging one of those.
I could see Dan Tanner firing down some electrolytes, man.
Yeah. Dan Tanner is one of those guys who thinks he knows how he can drink. He thinks he can handle his liquor,
I can't.
and then he can't.
It gets bad. And does he get really quiet? Does he get really lovey and touchy-feely?
No. Yeah, he's very outgoing. Like, are you what? You're not an angry drunk, are you? No. KJ's an angry drunk, man. He will fight you.
Oh, I've heard
2
about
beers,
it.
he'll fight you, man.
Yeah, I've heard KJ just start swinging on folks.
Come on, I know a guy. I know a guy who is very outgoing, and when we go out drinking, he will either become best friends with everybody at the bar, or we end up in a fight. There is no in between with him, and I'm always like, yo, yeah, just take it down. You're always at 11, bro. Take it to 8. Even at 8.5, you're great. At 8.5, you're great, but you're always at 11. Just take it down a notch, man, and then we won't have to be swinging on these random fools at 2 a.m.
Oh, man, I love it. It is going nuts here on the text line.
What's the text line have to say?
The majority is the best cure for a hangover is one more beers. Okay. Pedialyte, this is actually a really good one.
Tanner one. That's the Tanner one. That's what he does.
The 1576. Pedialyte, take a number 2, and then a hot shower.
And then you're good to go.
It's a number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, like Christina says, I'm just housing Pedialyte.
A Baconator with large fries and a Sprite.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
I used to live, when I was living downtown, you get one of them big Viva burritos with like sausage or bacon and just house one of those.
You know what? You want to know the best cure for a hangover?
What?
It really starts the night before.
Oh, you got to.
And this is going to sound really soft. Don't go to sleep buzzed.
Wait,
you'll feel great if you're not. If you go to sleep and you're not buzzed.
No, you got it. No. If you're really gonna drink and want to drink, you gotta, when you're in bed, the whole thing's got to be spinning.
And then
like the ceiling's got to be spinning.
And
man,
that's the guaranteed next morning's
or,
miserable.
Or you haven't been drinking enough.
No,
if it's
that's
not spinning, you ain't winning.
The day trick is coming into play, right? That's the day trick.
Okay,
and you're kind of getting right.
Right.
Then you have a productive next day.
With the day drinking, you can take that like afternoon nap and then go back at it. And later, afterwards.
Man, there's some fantastic.
Menudo, I got you. Pho.
Yeah.
Protein and salt. Yeah. 2 ibuprofen, 1 can of Coca-Cola, and 1 can of seltzer water. You know what?
Alex got one good
Okay,
here.
listen, then now I got an issue because that means Brett Kane is hammered every morning because that's what he comes in with every morning.
What is he coming with?
2 ibuprofen, 1 can of soda, and 1 can of seltzer water. I kid you not. That's what he comes in
Remember
every day.
we were talking about Wisconsin being number 1 state for drinking in the country? Brett Kane's Nebraska has to be in the top 5.
Oh, absolutely.
What else are you doing?
Nebraska's got to be in the top 10.
And it's cold as all
Top
get out in
5,
the winter.
right? Top
It's
5.
windy. You don't want to go outside.
Yeah.
So you just
how about this? You know what? I've gone with this one as well. Gatorade and a greasy burger. Gatorade and a greasy burger.
all this entire segment, all because the Avs are playing a ton of day
18.
games.
This is what we're trying to get you guys ready for. Not only the contest. Matter of fact, if you want to, on our contest at the website, altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche, the 3 games that you want to pick all 3 afternoon games. Find 3 afternoon games on the Avs schedule and just start and pick them all, man. Like the first one is like the 4th game of the season. It's like a 10:30 game against Buffalo, in Buffalo against the Sabres, who just re-up with Bo Byram, right? So you can't pick that one since it's in Buffalo. My bad on that one. But yeah, just pick nothing but afternoon games and then use what you are learning right now to really lock in with your day drinking. Lock in, because we're helping you like we can only help you right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com with the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Thursday, July 17th. Mike Sanford, KJ Grandis, and Mark Bernelli as Raj is out of town. And let me tell you something. All of you have a drinking problem. Every single one of you.
Gosh, we learned that. Nobody texted in and said, you guys are out of line here.
Everybody had a hangover cure. There must be 50 of you that texted in, and you just keep going. Like, I appreciate, like, some of these are really good ideas that I have not tried before that I will. But, whoo, like, some of you got it down to a science. Neil says 4 Advil, an ice cold Pepsi, and 20 milligram edible. And you're good to go.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So that's where we are right now. NFL, brother. The rookies are in camp. And the vets are about to report. And hopefully, now that the 49ers caved with their second round pick, they didn't guarantee him his entire contract. They guaranteed like 80% of it or 83% of it or whatever. So he was going to earn $10 million. They're giving him 8 point whatever, guaranteed, all of that guaranteed. And now I wonder if that's going to lead to the rest of these second round picks going, okay, give me 80% guaranteed and I'll lock in.
I don't even know what the context really is here. Is it before those two teams, the Browns and the Texans, gave out those guaranteed deals to second rounders, say 2, 3, 4 years ago? What was the going rate in terms of guaranteed money on those second round contracts?
The only thing guaranteed was the signing bonus, right? Everything else was up for grabs.
Which was like what percentage, probably on average, of the entire contract value?
For a second round pick, it's probably not bad. Well, I can look and see what you would normally get. But, I mean, guaranteeing 80% of a second rounder's contract doesn't sound like it's completely off base to me. If your signing bonus was going to be, 15% of your contract, but after that signing bonus, if they didn't like what they saw, you get cut and get nothing. But now maybe Good luck, NFL. Good luck, NFL, because guess what next is going to happen next season? Those second rounders are going to want them guaranteed deals. And you know what? When all the second rounders get guaranteed deals, you know what's going to happen in the third round? They're going to want some guaranteed money as well.
What would be in it for Houston and Cleveland to do that?
Well, Houston did it real quick. They were like, this is our guy. This is the dude we want. And they immediately gave him the guaranteed money, right? Like it wasn't but a couple of days after the end of the draft that they gave him that guaranteed money, right? So, but once again, if you're like, yeah, he's going to be here in 4 years. He's going to be here in 4 years.
Okay, so here it is. So overthecap.com studied how long, on average, second round picks that were drafted from years 2015 to 2022 remained with that selected team.
Okay.
Nearly 97% lasted at least 2 years with their original drafted team, but only 84% stuck around 3+ seasons.
Oh.
And about 62% made it through 4 or more with their originally drafted team.
So there's going to be like 30% of the teams that had a second round pick. You guarantee them the money, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake because he after 2 seasons you could have cut him and let him go, but now you still got to pay him for 2 more years. I don't know, man. I mean, I hear the arguments from both sides that you start guaranteeing money, then it's going to change the nature of the sport. But you going to play less hard because you got guaranteed money? That's not how it happens in the NBA and Major League Baseball, right? Like, I mean, those guys bring it despite what they're getting paid, whether they show up or they don't show up, right? I mean, if you give NFL players guaranteed money or guarantee their contracts, like in every other professional sport, does it hurt the product on the field, Coach?
I don't know that it hurts. I think this is more of a business behind the scenes type of a...
This is owners saving themselves, from each other.
It's almost looks maybe intentional by NFL owners to almost counterprove against what everybody thought was collusion happening around guaranteed contracts with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And
It's
Houston's like, that ain't us.
No,
you ain't talking
hey,
about us.
clearly-
We're guaranteeing money.
Houston and Cleveland they're the sacrificial lambs to save the shield.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real conspiracy theory. The only reason this happened with the second round draft picks is for these NFL owners to prove that they have nothing.
Three-dimensional chess from Coach, because you're right. You are right.
Because
man.
that felt very collusional.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a word, but I made it
No,
one.
I think it is. I think you're right. If it is,
Until
now.
this feels the opposite. This is like, I'm going to stick it to the rest of you. The other 29, 30 teams.
Right, that's
that
what I'm saying.
drafted in the second round.
There's going to be some teams that go rogue. Like, all the owners are trying to be like, yo, man, listen, if we keep it the way it is, it's going to be a better game and everybody's going to get rich. We're all going to get rich. But there's going to be a couple of owners that go rogue, and then there's nothing you can do about it. Then the only way to compete with those teams is to do the same thing and guarantee that money. This is a tough position, but I don't, like, once again, it's not my money. It's not my money. Spend it however you want. You give every single player $30 million. I don't care,
Let's
man.
have a fun little Broncos exercise with regard to this conversation.
All
of
right.
Fully guaranteed contracts and a possible holdout, maybe even a lengthy holdout for a second round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the Denver Broncos' last 6 or 7 second round draft picks.
Okay.
And you just consider in this new 2025 world, you might have to live without that player for the majority of training camp, therefore slow down their process and progress, getting ready to be a contributor on the field. All right, so here are the second round picks for the Denver Broncos. All right, none last year. Okay, talking about 2024. Their third round pick was Jonah Ellis.
Oh, yeah.
2023.
Yeah, you know what?
Marvin Mims Jr.
Oh, yeah, I'd guarantee him.
2022. Nick Benito.
Yeah, I guarantee him too.
2021. Javonte Williams.
Hey, see, then you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble.
Because guess what this year is right now?
Yeah, is this his third or fourth?
This would have been year 4.
Yeah, and you would have had to pay him.
This would have been year 5. Sorry. This would have been year 5.
Oh, okay.
Last year would have been year 4.
So, yeah, see, then you'd been, if you would have guaranteed Javonte his full deal.
2020.
Ooh, who is it?
KJ Hamler. So last year, or 2023 would have been his guaranteed 4th year.
See, but I'm okay with you paying the price for making a bad draft pick instead of the player paying the price for being drafted where he was. You know what I mean?
2019.
Ooh, who is
Dalton Reisner. What say you?
Sure,
okay, man?
guarantee him, man. Sure, guarantee him. But see, those are the kind of, guarantee him that money. That's
2018, Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, guarantee him that money.
2017, with the 51st overall pick, the Denver Broncos select DeMarcus Walker.
Oh, hell no.
Defensive end out of Florida State.
Hell no.
2016. With the 63rd overall pick in the second round, the Denver Broncos have selected defensive tackle Adam Gotsis.
Hell no.
Out of Georgia Tech.
Nah.
With the 2015 second round pick, the Denver Broncos select Ty Sambrailo.
Hell no.
Cody Latimer.
Ooh, I'm going to still say no, but that's not, whatever. I wouldn't care. Yeah,
Monte Ball.
That's an interesting one too, man. I don't see
Brock Osweiler.
If it's Brock,
you would fully guarantee Brock Osweiler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would have I would have saved you some money, right? But I don't know. So we were like more positive than negative, but even then it would have cost you, I don't know how many.
When you say less than 50% of who we read in the last decade of Denver Broncos drafts, you would want that would have panned out as a 4th-year option for this player.
Right. But once again, I'm okay making the team pay for making a bad draft pick rather than the guy being drafted wherever. Because you know what I mean? Like if.
But then you have now you're in cap hell potentially. You know, you're building up potentially more possibilities for cap hell.
Yeah, but don't you want.
And you want the entire NFL to be cap strong.
But you want teams, if you make bad decisions, you shouldn't be able to just hop, skip, and jump your way out of them. Like it should cost you a price.
Let me ask you a question, Berto.
You
ever made a bad decision?
I make them all. I'm sure I made 3 this morning.
You were able to hop, skip, and jump your way out of it, weren't you?
Yeah, but like nobody's relying on me to bring a championship to the city.
I'm relying on you to bring a championship radio show this morning.
That's true, man. Keep hoping on that. Keep hoping and dreaming and see how it goes. But But yeah, yeah, this is tough. The NFL. Guess what? This is happening. This is happening. The NFL. We're going to get to the place where second round draft picks are fully guaranteed.
And you know what's
man.
beautiful about it? The shield was saved yet again. Because of this, we know collusion and the National Football League are not synonymous.
Not a thing. Not a thing. But I mean, man, they're still. They still got to investigate, right? Remember the union came out with a statement, and the union statement was like, "Hey, we don't believe there was collusion, but we're gonna investigate to see if there was collusion." I was like, "Come on, man! You can't say both. You can't say I don't think there was collusion, but we're also gonna investigate whether there's collusion." Like, yeah. But yeah,
you ever colluded?
I mean, what exactly is that? Like me and KJ just being like, "Yo, KJ, man,
hey, let's make Sanford sound really dumb today." And you both are like, easy.
Right.
Just let him talk.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, is collusion a thing in the real world? Nah. I mean, there would be, what would be collusion? If, if we colluded with the fan? If we, that would be collusion, right? If we got together with all the other sports radio stations in this city and we're like, hey, here's what we're going to do, or whatever. To try to get money? I don't know. But this whole thing where, all I want is professional sports owners whose number one goal is to win. You can make as much. I don't make as much. Sleep on piles, $100 bills. I do not care. As long as priority number one is winning, because that's why we do this. That's why we watch this stuff. That's why we care about this stuff, man, is winning. As long as professional owners' number one goal is winning, I don't care if number 3 or 4 is getting everybody together to figure out how to make more money for everybody. It doesn't bother me. As long as goal number 1 is I want to beat you, instead of hey, let's me and you get together and figure out how to kind of be good. Nuh-uh. Otherwise, why you play to win the game, right? That's what this is all about. This is what it's about. I don't care. To hell with your exhibition and your orange slices, man. Championships. And as long as the owners of professional sports are about winning instead about winning first and making money second, that's all I care. That's all I care about. Although I don't think there's too many issues of it. Like the owners who don't care, the bad owners get forced out of these leagues, right? And sooner or later, what's Dan Schneider doing right now? Sitting around being cranky that Von Miller signed with Von Miller wouldn't have signed with the Commanders if Dan still owned those things, right?
I would have loved to have had Von Miller here in Denver.
Well, we'll talk. You know what? Let's take a quick time out and come back and talk about it and what's going on in Washington. Vaughn playing one more year? Could he play 2? I mean, Vaughn's, what is he, 34, 33, 35? He's not that old. But we'll talk about it next. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, coming to you live from the Baxter & Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. Raj's passion is golf. He's in the British Open right now. He is checking out what's going on at Royal Portrush, where currently Olesen, no. There's a ton of people tied at 4 under is what's going on right now in the first round of the British Open. Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 golfer in the world, made some news where he was just like, this is an empty life. Like, I'm the number 1 golfer in the world, but this is... It's empty. It means nothing to. It's like, yeah, we were talking about staring into the abyss yesterday. And that's what Scotty's doing, man.
Scotty was deep in the abyss. He was getting very zen-like,
yes,
and continued forever.
Yeah, he just started talking and just,
I nearly asked KJ to play that on our radio program here on the Morning Sprint, and I just came to the conclusion, it's too long.
Yeah, it's just too much. Right, he's like, you can tell this dude is in therapy or whatever because he just let it all out. He was just like, it's an empty life. It's like, and
what am I even doing here?
Like, Raj would murder someone to be a professional golfer, right? So I'm sure he looks at what...
He would take it in New York seconds.
Yeah, like he would, yeah, there's not much he wouldn't do for that. And so I think someone like him sees somebody like Scotty Scheffler, who's the best at what he does right now, saying, it's empty to me, and he probably has questions about that. But we were talking, some of the greatest athletes that we know, 2 of the greatest basketball players in my lifetime, seem pretty damn miserable, and that's Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. And you know what? Because whatever it was that drove those 2 men, it almost made it, like, until they got out of the game completely, it seemed like they were dumb. It seemed like they were miserable, even though they were the best at what they were doing at the time.
It's a strange feeling, and I've never been even in the same stratosphere as players that win professional titles and are MVPs. But even as a coach, when you're a part of an organization, as a college football coach, and you're coaching in a place, Sanford, for example, the Rose Bowl back in the day of the old school Pac-10 and the Pac-12, the Rose Bowl feels like it is it's the apex of the mountain. And we won 2 of those bad boys. After you're there, after you go through all the circuit, Scotty Scheffler even mentioned there's 15 minutes of celebration that feels real, that is emotion for, like, it's real, it's tangible, and then it's 15 minutes later you're in the place where it's what now?
Yeah. You just got to go get back to the grind.
And then I go do it again, and then it's all for that 15 minutes of euphoria, and then followed by, what now?
Yeah. So, because I have to ask you, there are some times where Sean Payton seems and acts and looks miserable. Miserable with all of us chuckleheads and the fans and the play. It feels like he's miserable.
Great name to bring up.
You know what I mean? So, and then he even talked, remember what was that game? They caught that L, and then he's like, I'm just driving around. I'm angry. I'm looking for a sushi place with my wife.
I don't even like sushi.
Yeah. And he's just like, but there's still a reason why he does it and is so good at it, but it seems like at times he is miserable about it.
That very characteristic that, frankly, could be described and summed up as one thing, in misery. That misery is oftentimes a driving force for athletes and coaches alike. Frankly, it's probably why I am not at the highest level of the space, because I just don't like to live my life that way.
Yeah, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. You know what I mean?
There's I'd rather really enjoy my family when I'm not doing it, because I only got one crack at raising my daughter, my 2 sons.
Yeah.
I only got one crack at being a husband. I mean, I guess you'd say.
Well, half of America would disagree with you.
You have 3, 4, 5, 6,
5
7.
of them, right? I'm sorry, he didn't marry all 5.
No,
he asked 5 women to marry him, and they all said yes.
How many did he actually
4.
wed?
4. He married 4 of them. He asked 5. All 5 said yes.
Have you asked anybody?
No. Well, no.
Have you asked anybody's dad?
No, I'm not getting into that conversation. That's the Dan shirt. No, I ain't doing that, man. I ain't doing that. But you know what I mean?
And so like you get into this world and it's so highly competitive. The sacrifices are so immense already. Just to be fair, just to be good at it. Not to be the best in the world, just to be good at it. It was interesting. We're coming up on the NFL training camp and report date for veteran players. One of my coworkers at Valor, she's married to the quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Right? It's so funny because she's the sweetest, most like full of life person. And I noticed like yesterday I saw her and she's still sweet as all get out, still so awesome. But I could tell there's like a little bit of
like camps here.
Yes. And I thought about, I'm like, gosh, my two boys love seeing, it's like, that's the starting quarterback for the Broncos' wife. She's the coolest person ever, right? She's married to Bo Nix. And they're like, she was a little quiet today. And I'm like, yeah, this is a real thing. Anne Marie, my wife, dealt with this for 20 years.
When camp comes around.
When you go back to training camp, think about it. It is July 17th.
Yeah, and their lives are about to change. It's going to be nothing but football
Until
now for
when?
February? Yeah.
That's a long time, man.
Yeah, you got to be locked in.
Well, you're locked in. You're spending crazy hours. Vacations are done. Traveling to see family across the country is done. And it is the sacrifice that goes into it. And it's a real thing. And I think there's also, I felt this as a coach. I'm really close. My wife and I have been very close for a very long time. Best friends. Like I'm working 20-hour days. 20-hour day. Have you worked many 20-hour days?
No,
Berto?
I try to avoid that at all possible, man.
And I'm not saying where you have a chance to kind of go out and clear your head.
No. That's
20 hours.
No, that ain't the job for me. Coaching, no.
And you do that over the course of 4 to 5 months consecutively?
Did she ever have a conversation with you where she was like, I feel like you're married to football instead of me?
Berto, what am I doing now?
Hanging out with me?
Yeah.
Doing a little local radio, baby?
And am I coaching in a space that requires 120-hour weeks?
No.
So you can imagine the conversation was had.
Well, did she throw a little party when you were like, okay, baby, you know what? I'm not going to.
Nope. You know why?
Why not?
She don't like that direct deposit anymore.
Oh.
Way better before. She's like, man, having him around's not worth it.
Right. Like, you know what? Go back to those 20-hour days. I love that.
Where's my money?
Yeah, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Mama definitely needs a new car. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. She's had that thing forever. Bought that thing when that direct deposit was smacking.
Yeah, so either way, I mean, it is just because
But
with
even,
Sean
even
Payton,
that,
you know what I mean? Like, Sean Payton is married to football. He is married to football. And it is saying to me, like, I hate the fact, like, those stories, like, it was Harbaugh when he was in the Niners where he had, like, a little cot in his office so he could just catch a couple of hours at, like, 3 a.m. before he got, and I was like, you guys are crazy. You're breaking your brain. I think you're hurting your team doing this kind of stuff. You don't have to be at the facility that long, man. Do you?
Can I give you a little hint?
Yeah.
A little life hack here when you hear about coaches and when they start talking about what they do.
Yeah.
It's like Harbaugh letting everybody know he had a cot.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been around this. The ones that actually work the hours that were to require you to have a cot in the office would never in a million years let that become public information.
Yeah.
The ones that are major, as the cool kids say nowadays, that are capping, are the ones that make sure everybody knows that they're working those hours.
Right.
And you know how I know that?
Wow.
Because I worked for Jim Harbaugh for 2 years.
Oh, really?
And I never saw him there past 10 o'clock at night.
Really?
And very rarely saw him there before 7 a.m. Just so everybody is very clear on that.
Yeah, but
he loves when people think he's the hardest working guy.
Yeah, and
in
it's
football.
crazy to me. Like, go home, man. Get some rest. Visit your family. Come back. It was like, damn.
The world of football at the high levels, the high pressure levels, there's so much public lying that happens. It's the craziest thing ever. Everybody lies about their realities. Everybody lies about their rosters. Everybody lies about the state of whatever it may be, the sport itself. So much freaking lying.
And listen, man, coaching is something that I could never do, and you have to be a specific type of person and have a specific type of mentality to do it.
I would argue in the college game where it's so much about appeasing your boosters, appeasing the masses. I don't know that you can be successful and not be a good liar publicly.
Right. because you got to play the game.
You have to play the
schmooze
game, but you have to narrative control like crazy. And we're not going to be any good this year. We stink. We lost so many players.
Yeah, you know what? I hadn't thought about that. Like the
Instead
expectations of what, like
for sure,
like
you have to set it.
Like your boosters are like, yo, man, Val's going to win 20 games this, or
and you know what I would say
ridiculous.
if I was at a press conference? If I were to do it the way that you have to survive in college football, say, you know what? It's a team that hasn't won a state championship in 7 years. And we got a roster. Got one Division I committed player. I just checked Cherry Creek. They got 8 of those bad boys. You think we got a shot against that team?
You go full Lou Holtz. Remember how
you think we got a shot against that squad?
Lou Holtz be favored by 30?
I mean, Cherry Creek just wakes up and a ring is put on their finger. That's what you do if you want to be a successful college coach.
Yeah, and the booster's like, tell him, Coach Sanford. Tell him, let's go.
Yeah, I believe in this guy because we're going to suck this year, and anything better than 500, Coach Sanford did a great job.
Yeah, that is great. Like, do you think because the game of football has made Sean Payton rich and famous, but once again, he seems like a miserable guy sometimes because of it, like, and he's been in the game his entire life. And I'm wondering if he looks back at any time thinking, man, I gave too much to the game. It's hurt me as a person. Or do you think somebody like Sean Payton, that never even enters his mind, all he's thinking about is winning football games? Like, that's a little more self-reflection that I would think that some coaches would care to give on the subject.
What would be a great question of Sean Payton, and you would never ask this, not you, but just nobody in the Muggle row would say this question, but Coach Payton, what kind of team do you think you have this year? What would be the standard of what roster you have that this team should be at the end of the season win-loss record? Be an interesting question, would it not?
Yeah.
What do you think Sean Payton would say?
I don't know.
With regards,
I'll get with you when we do.
Right. It depends on who. It depends on who's asking the questions. Right. He could just snap at the dude, or
no.
Jeff. Shut up, Jeff. No, whatever.
What was the other one that he dropped on somebody?
Jeff.
Or he kept
because Jeff was asking about an injury, right? He was just asking about an injury. Yeah,
that's what "that's it" means.
Yeah, that's it. I love that one.
That's it. Did you hear me?
Did you hear me?
That's it.
See, you know what I mean? Like, it is possible that he's having fun in these interactions, but a lot of times, because it'd be fun you going back and forth with the reporters. But I swear, man, sometimes he feels like I don't want to be here. I don't want to be around any of you. I don't want to talk to any of you.
So, Berto, this from CJ on the Shop Mazda text line.
Yeah,
one person, one price, 1 hour. Football to guys like Sean Payton is like the terrible ex-girlfriend to us normal guys. We hate it, but when it comes calling, we're right back in.
Right. When that text hits, with that you up text at 2 a.m., you're like, yeah, I'm up.
What's up?
Are you sure?
All right. We got to take a time out. When we come back, we got KJ's NFL news and notes next. Men want to be him. Women want to be with him. It is KJ Granderson.
Oh, easy on that second part.
And right, you married, bro. You married.
Them's are fighting words.
Yo,
Right there.
did
You
see,
do not want.
Did you
Mama
see that
Granderson
dude?
up
Did
on
you
you.
see that dude at the
Please.
Coldplay concert? Did you see the dude at the Coldplay concert who
what
got
happened?
busted? He got busted with his side piece. They put him on the jumbotron, and with his side piece, and the 100,000 people were like, "Whoa, what's up? What's up with that?" Yeah, he got in trouble. So anyway, let's not get KJ in trouble. What you got, man?
A little bit of a slippery slope you're running on
I'm
here, buddy.
telling you, goodness gracious.
Golly, you're really trying hard to get him in trouble.
You know, let me stick to what I do best, and that's talk football.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Legwold joined Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and one thing Rob Trujillo, who was filling in, tried to press Jeff about was how much money would keep Cortland Sutton in town. And Jeff Legwold answered the question in the most Legwold way possible. Take a listen.
I think a lot of those numbers just don't resonate the way they did in-house for teams. I think certainly the Broncos believe he is an affordable player. If he gets 25 a year, that's affordable, in this day and age. So, but I think if you're Cortland, it's probably your last good shot as a receiver to get that multi-year deal. So you're going to try and do the best you can with that. So of course you're going to ask for top of market, and then you're going to try and get what you can get from there. But I just believe they basically, and the locker room is under the impression that, more importantly, that they told him they would do a new deal. So I still think that's something that could get done before camp's done. That's one of those things you could get done before the preseason's over.
Heard the operative word, and I agree with that. The Broncos want to keep Cortland Sutton as a, quote, affordable player.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, you can't give him $30 million a year.
Can't
like
overpay.
The best. But did you?
Cortland Sutton's not in that conversation,
But if
man.
you-
He's a really good player.
We had this conversation yesterday where we both like Cortland, but we're not going to put him in that Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase,
Not
$30
even
million a year.
close,
Like, you're
man.
going to do
Not
it.
even close.
But if the Broncos last year, like it feels like Cincinnati did with, who was it? Was it Trey? Whoever was that edge rusher for Cincy, who they were like,
Talking about Hendrickson?
Do it. Yeah, Hendrickson. There you go. They're like, we'll pay you. Do it one more year and we'll pay you next year. If they
Now
told
Trey's
Cortland.
Trey's in the spot now where it's not going to show up. Is he going to report?
Oh, no way. He is pissed at them.
So reports have not come out yet, but from the last thing that he said out loud, is leaning towards him not reporting.
Yeah,
for training camp.
No, he's got to be angry. But if the Broncos told Cortland we will pay you, then you have to pay. You don't want to be that. You don't want to be that team where suddenly the players can't trust your word, right? It's like you could. Some of these you got to trust who you're working for, and they got to trust the player. But yeah, I mean, this is it for Cortland. Right after this season, this is why we're talking about this. Like he's you can either have him play out this season and have him walk away and be said and done with it, or do you pay him because you don't want a guy like Cortland on the last year of his deal being like, what the hell's going on, man? I don't know. Give him a little, just give him a little. Give him a little to
That's
make.
What they did last time.
I was about to say that's what they did last year.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you this: do you think they have his replacement already in the building?
Who, Patrick? Like Brian, or who we talking about, man?
I'm just asking.
Devon Vele is the best candidate for me.
Okay.
Patrick Bryant, I haven't seen enough of, and you could argue that we haven't seen enough of Devon Vele either.
Mm-hmm.
But the high-end playmaking ability that we saw during training camp last year, being there every day, Devon Vele as an acrobatic high point catcher of the rock, yeah, I'd say he's the best candidate to be the big receiver that goes up and plucks the football out of the sky.
Yeah.
With consistency, I'd say it's Devon Vele.
Yeah.
Now, wide receiver 1 in the vein of Justin Jefferson. I know that nobody in the building right now is going to be Justin Jefferson. Nobody's that talented.
You don't have that guy.
But the guy that's got the most potential to be the explosive playmaker that could have 12 to 15 touchdowns in a season because of pure speed, it's Marvin Mims Jr.
Yeah.
He's the best candidate in the facility today to be what a lot of other people consider their number one.
But even with Mims, like Mims' ceiling or what you might imagine Mim's ceiling is, or whoever, or Vele, or Franklin, or whoever you want to bring up, none of their ceilings feel like they can match the best wide receivers in this league.
Nobody.
Who are difference makers.
Mims is a little bit on the small side. Doesn't play as a long, big radius, huge catch. Like his wingspan, his ability to go up the ball is nowhere near what Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins are.
Right.
Cortland Sutton's nowhere fast enough to be in that category.
Yeah. But
Pat Bryant's clearly not fast enough.
Or this might be Ingram.
Pat Bryant and I ran the same 40-yard dash when we were coming out. And
as fast as him. Yeah,
I was a 4.68. I was a 4.68 at pro day.
Oh wow! You know what? Yeah, that's not bad though, bro. Don't like 4.6 ain't bad. Like that's pretty quick. That's pretty quick for you. Like yeah.
Why are you saying for you?
I mean,
does that have anything to do with the fact that
for a
I'm a little
middle-aged white
pasty?
dude, yeah.
I didn't run a 4.68 when I was a middle-aged white dude.
right.
I was shredded, tanned up, frosted tips.
Were you
bleached
rocking the
blonde
frosted
hair.
tips, brother?
Probably not.
Sounds
personal.
Oh, but yeah, no, man, no. I can't hate on you for a 4.6. That's pretty quick. Like it's not wide receiver quick, but that's football. That's pretty quick for football. But all right, KJ, what? Or actually, let me ask Coach one final question before we get to that. Is despite not having one of those dudes who can just break the game and change the game at the wide receiver position, does Bo have a guy that when it's third and long, he can throw it up and trust that guy's going to come down with it?
Yeah. I think he's got a multitude of dudes that can do that.
Yeah.
I think Pat Bryant's in that conversation.
Okay.
As a guy that you can put it up in the sky and you feel good about the chance of your team coming down with it.
Right, like he's down there somewhere. I was going to launch it.
Right now, power ranking of 50-50 catchers of the football. Sean Payton likes big dudes, right? Likes big wide receivers, long wide receivers. Number one right now is Cortland Sutton, but I could see Devon Vele creeping up on that if he gets more at-bats.
Okay.
2 would be obviously Devon Vele. 3 would be Pat Bryant.
Okay.
Who else is in the mix?
I don't know. Well, that's what I was saying. Like at the
Lil
tight end
Jordan's
position,
gone.
maybe is Ingram going to be that guy?
I don't really see Ingram as a
Ingram's
high
not
point guy.
Yeah, he's not one of those big tight ends,
No,
right? Like
he's 6'3".
that's not bad.
Yeah,
but it's not like it's not
Kelsey,
like, it's not or Bowers or somebody like that.
Bowers is short.
Is he?
Yeah, Bowers is not.
Is it just because he's bald? Like
No,
that poor dude went bald at
Bowers
21, man.
Ingram and Bowers are if you were to take the best sample size of Ingram, throw it
It'd
to him
look a lot
short,
like Brock.
great run after catch ability.
Okay.
Good speed, good change of direction, but not the long 6'7" target across the middle of the field.
Yeah. Bronco fans should be excited about that. All right, KJ, what's next?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
ESPN released their top cornerbacks today. It's a part of their top 10 mantra list that they have put out this offseason. And unlike PFF...
You're a big mantra guy, aren't you?
I am.
Keep going.
I am, man. I use that word a lot.
Yeah, keep coming with that mantra.
And unlike PFF, Patrick Surtain was ranked number 1 on ESPN's list. Congrats, PS2. He obviously well deserved it. But my question for you guys is, who's more likely to be in the honorable mention / received votes category for the Broncos after the 2025 season? Jahdae Barron or Riley Moss?
I'm going to go Barron, but that's because I like new, fancy, shiny new toys. But, I mean, remember how the Broncos looked when Riley was in place? It's like, man, they look a little wonky, man. They look wonky.
Big drop-off.
But
Man.
it's got to be Jahdae, right?
Here's what I'll tell you. Inside information. I coached against Riley Moss 2 years in a row.
Okay.
University of Minnesota versus University of Iowa, where he was a cornerback that doesn't look like a lot of other cornerbacks at the college and pro level. Okay? I'll just throw it out there. His first name's Riley. Okay? So you'd think you should go after this guy, right?
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
And how'd that work out?
The dude's got crazy ball skills.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'll tell you. If people start targeting Riley Moss more, he's going to get his hands on some footballs. And he's going to that's where I'd say ball skill wise and takeaway wise, you get the numbers of interceptions. He could have a 3-4 interception year.
I was having this conversation, or I was thinking about this and having this conversation with somebody else where I was asking, like, who do you think leads the Broncos in interceptions this season because Patrick Surtain is now at the point where he's at that Deion Sanders point where you're like, don't even throw in that direction, man. Matter of fact, take that half of the field and tell your quarterback, don't go anywhere near there. Now that you have, with Patrick being at the top of his game and being the best corner in the league, and then you're going to give Riley and Barron and some of those guys more opportunities to get picks. And it wouldn't shock me if somebody else outside of PS2 led the Broncos in interceptions this upcoming season.
Who would you guess what would you say the number is that led the NFL in interceptions last season?
Oh, I don't know. Not big though, right? Because I can't think of anybody just getting pick after pick.
Last year
there
were two safeties that went ham with interceptions.
Give me that number. How many?
Kirby Joseph of Detroit.
Never would have guessed
had
that.
9.
I never would have guessed that. I would have said 5 at the most.
Right.
Wow.
Xavier McKinney last year, who was a newly acquired safety for the Green Bay Packers by way of New York Giants, had 8.
See, man,
and then the rest of there were 3 dudes with 6. Marlon Humphrey of Baltimore, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the safety from Philly, now of the Texans, I believe, and then Byron Murphy Jr., the corner from the Minnesota Vikings, all had 6. And then you just had 4 guys with 5. And then you get down to where Pat Surtain was with 4. Yeah. And he ended up being 10th in the National League and in the NFL, tied with about 9 other guys for 4 interceptions.
Yeah, don't throw at Patrick, man. I mean, don't throw at Pat. That's what there's going to be opportunities, but 9 picks is a ton of picks. I had no idea somebody had 9
Isn't
picks
that
last year.
It's kind of wild in a year where there was a guy with 9 interceptions and a guy with 8 interceptions that Pat Surtain II was Defensive Player of the Year as a cornerback with 4.
With 4.
He had 5 fewer than the NFL leader and was Defensive Player of the Year.
Recognize greatness when you see, man, that dude's only 25. He's going to be doing this for a decade in
Bo's
Denver.
age.
It's going to be, that's crazy. It's always crazy when somebody, I love those Bo's old jokes. All right, KJ, what's next?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
The Washington Commanders are signing veteran defensive end / outside linebacker Von Miller, a move that is designed to bolster their pass rush. It's reported to be a 1-year deal for Von. We're still waiting on the exact money, but as of right now, we know it's a 1-year deal. Now, here's the fun part. Their general manager, Adam Peters, was with the Denver Broncos back in the day when Miller was selected as a first rounder back in the 2011 draft. And I just want to ask, we'll start with Coach here. What type of role will Von Miller play with the Commanders?
He'll play the role of veteran leader, 8 to 12 snaps a game. Pass rusher on third down. Maybe a little bit of 2-minute drill. And he's the encyclopedia carrier of every single offensive tackle in the National Football League. He's going to share that information.
Yeah. You just go to Von and say, how do we get by this guy?
Tell me about this guy.
Yeah.
Tell me. Yeah. What have you done against this guy?
It feels crazy. I mean, he was here for 11 seasons, man. And I mean, that dude was a monster. He's a monster. Obviously, he's going to, when it's all said, I bet he's going to retire a Bronco. He's going to get in the ring of fame immediately. Like, you know what I mean? Like Von is.
Was Von a true Rex Specs guy ever?
I don't know if he ever rocked the Rex. I mean, he was
Rex
rocking
Specs?
a Specs.
I can see you playing basketball in Central Texas with some Rex Specs on. And your socks pulled up to your
Von
knees.
used to rock them big glasses. He had that whole charity that helped out kids with their vision and get them free glasses and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I love Von, and good luck to you in Washington. The Commanders are getting cocky this season because of what happened last season. Their defense wasn't amazing last year, and they are adding it. You know what I mean? Like, they're adding to that defense this season. I don't know how much help Von gets you other than, super vet help.
When you look up Rex Specs online.
Did you rock them? You never rocked them, right?
They're so cool, man.
Like Kurt Rambis Rex Specs?
I mean, look at how cool these, and they're still, it's a company that's still rolling. How sweet would I look with those?
They look pretty good.
Do you think I should coach ball with some Rex Specs on?
Yeah. Can you just can the kids at Valor just rock the Rex?
I could see KJ reminds me of a guy that would have been a high school running back, just
Like Eric Dickerson style. Yeah, Eric
Sweet.
Right. It was Dickerson who had the rec specs he was rocking, right? He's the last running back I can remember rocking those. Yeah. Hey, man, Dickerson was great. Not only that, wasn't it? Who was it? Joe used to argue, Joe Williams used to argue that the Broncos should have gone with Eric Dickerson instead of John Elway. Speaking of which, was Von Miller John Elway's first draft pick as GM? Was that? Man, it's been so long. I have no idea. What was John Elway's first draft pick?
Didn't Elway take over in 2010?
So it was the year before? Was his first draft pick the year before? I don't know.
John Elway's first draft pick as general manager of the Denver Broncos was Von Miller.
Wow. See, that's
Berto.
Man, he just walk off after that one, right, man?
I think you should walk off.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can drive a show now.
Yeah,
we're going to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fun. Matter of fact, all you do is this. What's next, KJ?
Roll the dice and see what happens.
That is very good.
That was drippy right there.
All right, on a more serious note here, according to Adam Schefter, a Dallas.
Do we have to be serious? I got Berto with me, man.
I'm sorry, man.
Gosh, I like getting unhinged and weird, and then you got to turn it into something that's sad.
I'm sorry, man. That's why
running with the law.
That's why I had to stash this story at the end because I knew it was going to bring us down. A Dallas County judge sentenced Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice to 5 years probation and 30 days of jail time that can be served during those 5 years stemming for his role in a multi-car crash in Dallas during the 2024 offseason. Now that the judge has ruled, the NFL can expedite its disciplinary process and Rice is likely to receive a multi-game suspension. Rashee Rice also received deferred adjudication, so if he completes his probation successfully, the case will be dismissed. How will this affect the Chiefs if Rashee is forced to miss a quarter or more of the season?
Massively affect them because he's one of the few younger weapons that Patrick Mahomes has that is a bit of a proven commodity play-wise at the NFL level. Wasn't this the Rashee Rice going bananas level of speed?
Yeah, they were like you've seen the video multiple times where they were fast and furious on the interstate there.
Did he also just deuce out too and leave the scene of the crime?
Yeah.
Is that right? Scene of the crime.
I think he left. Yeah. But I don't think because they were racing that caused a wreck, but he wasn't in the wreck. Like he might have dinged up his car, but I don't think he was actually in the like he got out and like it's not like because I mean if you're a wide receiver in the NFL and you decide to go over 100 in a car, you got to think about Henry Ruggs, right?
Yeah,
man?
and Rashee Rice was just going a cool 119, and this was in daylight. This wasn't at
night.
This was not
during
at
the day.
3 a.m.
Yeah,
which a lot of the road racers. Apparently, it's a big thing here in Colorado. I recently have found out a little bit more about it. I guess the stretch between here, down here in Lone Tree and Colorado Springs.
Oh, really?
Gets wild about 3:34 in the morning.
I saw that there was a dude on a bike on a motorcycle who got from Colorado Springs to Denver in like 15 minutes and recorded it, and he was doing like 100 plus the entire way. But then the idiot put it online, and the cops just came to his house and like, all right, you're arrested. Like you don't. Like if you can pull something off like that, just pull it. Just walk away, man. Like I did it. Don't put it online because that's exactly what he did.
And everything's online now.
He was flying, man. Yeah, that was dangerous. Either way. All right. That was KJ's NFL news and notes. We'll continue with the morning sprint after a quick timeout. T.I. and Rihanna to close out the morning sprint. Rihanna's still just out there doing it, right? Like, I don't know what T.I. is doing, but Rihanna's just out there living her life.
Rihanna's pretty good.
Yeah.
Music's good.
Yeah.
Vibes are good.
Yeah, looking good. Yeah, all that good stuff. All right, welcome back to the...
Let's not get KJ in trouble and ask about power ranking where Rihanna's kind of fits. But.
Hey, KJ... No.
I'll do it.
KJ's wife doesn't listen to this program, right? She's not at home listening right now.
Okay, hey, right now, okay, you're driving Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got to do.
Yeah.
Are you listening to Rihanna or Glorilla?
Probably Rihanna.
I'm listening to Glow.
Yeah. Okay. Really?
Oh, yeah.
KJ, who's the... No, I ain't going to do it. No. We go sideways quick with
okay,
those
guys. Let's get back on. Let's get back on track.
Let's not do it. Let's
run the play that was called.
We have some WNBA games tonight. We got the British Open going on right now. In the British Open, there's 5 dudes tied at 4 under. The only American tied for first is Lucas Glover. Scotty Scheffler is 1 off the pace at 3 under. And Maverick McNeely is 3 under as well, the American Maverick McNeely. That is, if your dad names you Maverick, right? That's just one too many times watching Top Gun? Or, like, when you name your kid Maverick, what are you expecting that kid to grow up and be? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're like, Maverick. Or is that, or am I confused? Do you have a bunch of kids playing at Valor who are named Maverick?
No, we probably need more.
You need more Mavericks,
I'd take some Mavericks.
Like,
and keeping consistent with the theme
Tommies, not enough Mavs.
of coaches that talk about how bad their team is so that anything better than average shows up that it was all me, the coach.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that theme saying it. We got to have at least 5 more Mavericks on my team.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I'm all for parents naming their kids crazy stuff.
I mean, Maverick's 29 years old. Maverick's not exactly this young. I mean, is that a Gen Z, right?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Millennial?
If 20, actually, he's kind of close. You're right. He's at the edge of millennial, right? So, what would that make his parents? If he's a millennial, if that makes his parents boomers or Gen Z? I don't know, bro.
Maverick McNeely was actually.
Hold on. Does that make his parents Gen Z?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what you just asked?
Wait, Gen Z is the new ones, or that? Yeah, I don't know. Don't talk to me about that stuff. I have no idea what generation or what or where or how. But Maverick is currently tied for 6, 1 off the lead at the U.S. Open. Ricky Fowler is 2 off the lead. He's tied for 13th. Phil Mickelson.
How's Phil doing?
Phil is
How's the old
3
lefty
off.
doing?
He's on the. Well, I won't say he's on the leaderboard, but he's 3 off the pace right now.
Okay.
So that's what we got going on in the British Open. I'm not gonna.
Is Tiger done?
No, I think he's still he's gonna play every once in a while, but his body is just broken. He's never gonna catch Jack. He's never gonna win another major, right? I mean, Tiger Woods is still the greatest golfer of my lifetime. But yeah, we've seen the best from him. But none of this current generation of golfers, none of them can touch Tiger at his height, right? Nobody thinks that Scotty Scheffler is as good of a golfer as Tiger or Jack or Ernie or somebody like that, right? That nobody's looking at Scotty that way.
What is it about Scotty Scheffler that he's very likable, very respected?
He's very open and honest. We like that, right? We like athletes who are genuine, even if they're faking the genuine. Like if they're genuine, if you feel like that's who that guy, like who was it? I was watching. So Joker, my man Joker, is in China right now doing a tour for his new shoe. And I almost bought me a pair of his SpongeBob's. Joker's got a pair of his Patrick Stars and his SpongeBob's.
How much does what is SpongeBob's set you back?
It's not that bad, man. It's not that bad.
Like $2 or 130?
No, it's less than 2. It's less. It's like $130. Yeah, it's like $130. Yeah,
so,
I think
it's 125.
So we
basically have to do about what 10 hours of this right here.
Yeah.
That's
for
good.
one pair, but yeah, and they're all sold out. So and then he's got a collab with AG. Like Joker and AG gonna have a shoe together next year. From 361. But I bring it up because Joker is very, he's like, nobody thinks that he will tell you what he's thinking. He's very open and honest, and we like we like athletes like that who feel like.
Oh, there's the SpongeBob's.
Yeah. No. Those aren't Joker SpongeBob's, right? I was looking at the other SpongeBob's. Bring up yeah, go to we'll just look at it, man. Let's sell some Joker shoes. Go to 361.
It doesn't
JJ.
actually have SpongeBob
No, it
branding.
does. Yes, it does.
Really?
Yeah, it has SpongeBob on the shoe.
Why?
Patrick Star. He has a
what's
Patrick Star pair that are on the shoe.
What's
He's
the
got a pair
tie-in with Nikola Jokic and SpongeBob SquarePants?
They were just, I don't know, Nickelodeon or whoever's like, we love Nikola Jokic. Let's get in bed with this dude. He's got a pair of Peppa Pigs too that are.
Ooh, I like Peppa Pig.
Yeah, he's got a pair of Peppa Pig shoes that are pretty dope. So, but you know what I mean? Like he's open, he's honest, he's just like likable kind of guy.
Were you a SpongeBob watcher?
No, not as much.
I think you and I are too old.
Yeah. Now I know
those are them.
Those are
that was it. The one.
No. These still ain't them, bro. These still ain't them. Go,
bro. That's a 361 shoe that's got SpongeBob on it.
Yeah, but those aren't the Jokers.
All get out.
Those aren't the Jokers, though, is what I'm saying.
Oh, we need a 361 Joker SpongeBob.
Yeah. This is just their normal SpongeBobs.
Is it AG? AG also is with 361. Is that right?
I think he is this. I think him and Joker got together, or Joker was like, "Yo, come collab with me on a shoe." So they're gonna have a shoe.
I think he signed with 361.
Oh, nice. So they'll have a shoe together, like one shoe that reps both Joker and AG. That is supposed to be pretty cool. So, but that's why you kind of like Scotty Scheffler too, right? Because heck, when he's out there admitting that he's like, my life is an empty space right now, even though I'm the number one golfer in the world. Right? Like the average Joe appreciates that.
We kind of forgot about this because Tiger's just been dealing with injury after injury after injury. March 11th, 2025, we were updated by Tiger Woods' official X
Oh, really? What does it say?
This is a long time ago. Breaking news from March 11th of 2025. As I begin to ramp up my own training and practice at home, I felt a sharp pain in my left Achilles, which was deemed to be ruptured.
Ugh.
So Tiger dealing with ruptured
Yeah, I had
Achilles.
no idea. No idea. So, and you're not, and that means he's not going to be in the Masters next season either, right? That's not going to be right. So
yeah, I think March Madness, 13 months of recovery for an Achilles.
So a year, and
he's 49 years old. He'll be 50.
Yeah, the other problem with Tiger is that, remember when he was at the height of his career, he's like, I'm training with Navy SEALs and Green Berets, and he was doing stuff that you didn't need to do to be a professional golfer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's out there just doing crazy stuff and rappelling from helicopters and stuff. Oh, what is this?
Breaking news.
Oh no, Mike Williams is retiring? Well, he's 30 years old. Mike Williams is retiring and he's 30, man. So Adam Schefter is reporting that Chargers wide receiver Mike Williams has informed the team last night after 8 seasons he is retiring from the NFL. Wow.
What did Mike Williams do last year?
Wow. I don't know. We can certainly look and see, but I don't know. I don't know if the Chargers were going to rely on him.
So Mike Williams, he played for the Jets last year. Is that right?
Yep.
He had 12 catches.
So what
66, and he had 9 for the Steelers before that.
What did the Chargers give him?
Yeah, let's just be honest. The Chargers, Mike Williams hasn't had a highly productive season since 2022.
Although I bet you,
he had 63 catches, 895 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He had one massive season in 2021 where he had 76 teeters, 76 catches, 9 touchdowns.
Is he retiring due to injury, you think? Is that what it is? Because he was hurt,
been,
right?
Yeah, he's been hurt the better part of the last 3 seasons.
I wonder if the Chargers had him penciled
better part
in
of the last 2 seasons
as one of the starters at wide receiver, or if they knew this was coming.
So the Chargers, obviously at the wide receiver position,
they got Ladd
McConkey had a monster year. They have Quentin Johnston.
And that's
former CU buff Brendan Rice, I believe, still.
Ooh, okay. He can move up, but
son of Jerry Rice. Yeah, the wide receiver depth chart is really Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnston, and I guess even Trey Harris,
that's
Darius
what I'm saying.
Davis.
I think Mike Williams was probably high up in that depth chart, right? Even though he's dealing with it.
One thing I've learned about Jim Harbaugh, man, just from having coached from wide receivers don't always love playing. Because he loves tight ends.
Yeah.
He loves fullbacks. Yeah. And he loves a good old-fashioned Republican slot wide receiver.
Well, not enough bad things can happen to the Chargers in my mind. So
They got his tight ends, Will Dissly and Tyler Conklin. He's got a fullback, Scott Matlock, with a big ginger beard. And he's got his boy, Lad McConkey.
Yeah,
you know what you can do? You can run the power play over and over and over again.
Right.
We don't need no receivers.
Matlock is the redheadedest person. Like, you know what I mean? Like, under redhead, that his picture shows up. That's the reddest hair of any man on earth.
I consider it more orange.
Oh, okay.
As in his alma
Burnt
mater.
orange? Okay.
Which is the Boise
Boise
State Broncos. The greatest show on turf.
All right, for head coach Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Bertinelli.
Don't forget.
What?
Recipient of the 2015 FootballScoop.com Quarterback Coach of the Year Award presented by Turfgrass.
It's Mike Sanford. Thanks for tuning in. We got
Gosh, I'm a joke.
PhD next.
Put your hands where my eyes can see is what they say when Deshaun Watson gets a massage. I disagree as well. I swear to God, I didn't want to tell it.
Welcome to it. Gorgeous day here, my man.
You ever cried from eating a donut?
I have. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had things clogged up, and it's...
I got a little thing stuck in the throat, and I started coughing, and now I'm crying.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Although the most embarrassing, you do that, and you start choking, and you feel like a moron, and then you die, and then that makes things awkward for
I've never
everybody.
died before, so that's good.
But no, getting that little... You need some water or something? You need a little time? You need a little...
I think I survived. I think I'm over the worst of it.
The worst of the donut? I mean, to die by donut is...
It's not the worst ways to go out, actually. I mean,
it's embarrassing, though.
I don't know, man. If I can think about all the ways to go out, eating a donut, that ain't bad.
Yeah, but the way you'd want to go out is to have a heart attack eating too many donuts. But just, choking on
Yeah, that would kind of
sprinkle.
suck to be fitting in shape like I am and then die from eating the donut. That would suck. Yeah.
Here lies Tyler. He had a donut.
Like I work out so I can eat donuts.
Yeah,
you know?
I know. But it's not that he had too many donuts. He didn't know how to eat one.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more embarrassing if that actually happens. But here we are. Here we go.
Okay. Also, since I already started off with the no dumb question, I might as well just keep this going.
The no dumb summer.
Do you get notifications when when your card is used, like on your phone or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
So I get notifications anytime there's a charge on my bank account, right?
Okay.
Why do I get like 12 notifications a day from Amazon that's for like $3.99, $5.78?
You have
like,
subscriptions for crap.
I know, but it's like every day I get like 3 notifications. I'm like, I didn't buy anything today. What is this that I'm getting a notification for $3.87?
How many people know exactly how many subscriptions they actually have?
Yeah, very, very few.
Yeah. So I get little. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that. There's that. Forgot about that one.
But I mean, it's 12:03. I just got a notification for $12.37.
Do you know what it's for?
I have no clue what it's for.
My wife will say that to me all the time. She goes, "What costs $7.82?"
And I no longer have somebody else using my card, so these are my purchases.
So you have to just look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Tyler, you dummy.
Yeah.
What did you just buy for $13.35?
Nothing. I'm on air. I didn't buy anything.
You bought something. Scotty, what's going on, my man?
I'm not so sure. I think they might be running a racket there, man.
What, Amazon?
Yeah, I think that might be a racket.
Add it to the conspiracy list. Bezos isn't having $50 million weddings for nothing, brother.
No question.
He's got something going on. Scott settles in.
Well, I'm walking in. The lightest store in the building. Hit it. The handle slips on my hand.
Did you just have an injury?
I knocked the entire cup of coffee. Builder right in front of the door, so I've been...
Boy, we're not off to a great start, are we?
Fumbling, stumbling,
I almost
bumbling.
died from that donut you forced me to eat.
Yeah, he had a donut incident.
Did you joke?
I did.
It's pretty funny because Scott's been here for like 3 hours.
I've been here since 9:50. Yeah, and I'm late to the show because I'm walking in to do the show with my cup of coffee, got my bag, grab the door, the handle pops out of my hand, hits the coffee cup, boom. So...
Well, it wouldn't be a start of a show unless you walked in at 12:03.
Well, put your headphones in because I got something to lighten the mood. But you got to hear it. Put your headphones in. You're gonna want to hear it. So
my last meme I sent you guys.
Let's just get this out of the way. Shane Gillis crushed it, and nobody laughed, and it was, and I think that might have made it even better. I'm not sure, but it was awkward how little people laughed at his jokes, and he freaking crushed it. He knocked it out of the park. I was laughing my butt off at home, and it might have made it even better that everybody up in that room was so stuck up.
All right, here is Alan, we good? Here's a little montage, not the whole thing, but a little montage of Shane Gillis at the ESPYs.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble. Aaron Rodgers did not take the vaccine because he predicted it would be bad for him. And then he joined the New York Jets.
Good joke.
So maybe he wasn't right about everything. Shedeur Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl.
Come on, it's good.
Definitely not nepotism, right?
That's a Travis Hunter.
It's a big year for the WNBA. I love Caitlin Clark. Yeah, hell yeah. Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women.
Oh, man. See, even
Shohei
you're
Ohtani
afraid to
couldn't
laugh.
make it
You're
tonight.
afraid to laugh.
Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here. Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions, pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
We missed the best one.
Oh, what was the best one?
The little engine that could, but had to take a pill beforehand.
Oh. And a tribute to Norm Macdonald.
There's one thing I want to say before I get out of here, and this is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case they can take that away from you.
And that was a tribute to Norm Macdonald. Yeah. So there you go.
I thought he crushed it. I did. I tweeted it out, and it was a very controversial night. Either you like Shane Gillis or you don't, I guess.
Got in the Epstein jokes in there too, and
I literally couldn't believe how afraid people were to laugh. They were afraid to laugh.
Yeah, it's a tough audience. You know, it's the sports crowd. It's who knows why everybody's there to get a trophy, I guess. Did you like it? You think it was funny? Shane Gillis?
No, I thought those were very, very good jokes. A little poignant, newsworthy here and there. And you know, I think we've learned since social media has blown up, the one group of people that can't laugh at themselves well in volume is athletes.
And entertainers. Yeah.
Some entertainers. Joe, comedians, you're fine. But yeah.
I think the award shows in general are pretty tough.
The crowd was so bad that I will admit he actually started to get uncomfortable as the night went on.
Well, why do you think athletes are so uptight?
I don't know, man. I mean,
because we got into brands.
Like the SGA one was the very first joke. And that was easy, it was simple, it wasn't offensive. But even that one, nobody wanted to laugh at because they were sitting next to SGA.
Right.
SGA had a very serious face on.
No, he wasn't laughing.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Don't you dare make fun of me.
Athletes don't laugh at themselves.
Free throw merchant, forget it.
No. I didn't watch a second of it.
No, I'm getting that impression.
Yeah.
But we just played them as jokes. You don't have to watch it.
No, the jokes were fine. I thought the jokes were good. Probably the best part of the show. I used to love the ESPYs. Couldn't miss the ESPYs. And some over the last 6 or 7 years, 10 years, just turned me off of them. Now I could, because it was always great because you had the All-Star game, then you had nothing. I mean, there was no sports, none to talk about. ESPYs, oh, what a great time. A lot of celebrities or sports celebrities showed up. This is awesome. And now it's like none of the athletes have got their own brand. Everybody's too big for the moment. And they don't, like Tyler just said, they don't laugh with themselves or at themselves. And I'm like, yeah.
Did you guys ever go to the ESPYs?
I actually watched the whole thing pretty much.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. How was it? I gotta admit, I watched his monologue. I didn't watch it live, and I didn't go back to watch anything. Like, I mean, was there anything kind of cool?
Russell Wilson did a presentation.
Yeah, so did Sierra. I mean, he must have the best agent in the world because some way, somehow, Russell Wilson is always presenting at these things.
What was he presenting?
Oh, I forget.
He was talking before the Valvano. So
is that what it was?
Yeah, because I was just on, and he was up there on stage and had coach behind him.
Like the inspirational,
Jim Valvano inspirational.
It got a little bit slow there because they did like 3 or 4 of those like real heavy ones for a while, and they were inspirational and everything, but it did get slow for a bit.
Yeah,
so I'll go DMac on this. So we got to sit there and do a award show just for people making $50-60 million a year.
Oh, bringing money into it.
Yeah, that just said I'm doing it for you. Now, I don't know what lost me on it a bunch of years ago, and after a while I went, nah, I'm done.
Yeah,
why are the ESPYs not on ESPN, by the way?
Well, it was on ABC.
I know, but it's just funny to me that ESPN's production is not on ESPN.
Because ABC is bigger than ESPN, supposedly.
Oh, it's in more homes.
They're owned by the same company.
Yeah, and it's July 16th last night, right? Like, whatever the hell else is going on. I mean, it's just summer filler. But yeah, it's ABC, Disney, ESPN. It's all the same thing. They all work for the same people.
The best joke, I don't know if we even had it in there. The best joke was when he introduced his friend's wife as a WNBA All-Star, and everybody starts clapping for her.
Funny.
And then he's like, "Yeah, that's just my buddy's wife. I knew you guys didn't know who anybody in the WNBA is."
Alan, see if you can find that. That was the funniest moment. You got it? All right, go ahead, roll it.
NBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players.
Everybody's clapping it up for her.
That was great. That was great. That was really
that
funny.
shows you, that joke alone
That was funny.
shows you the phoniness of award shows.
Wow, I totally agree.
Right? Shows you the phoniness of absolute award shows. That's hilarious.
That's why
that might be the funniest moment right there.
Yeah, it was good. I actually agree with Tyler. I agree. Oh, I have all the winners. You guys want to know who won what?
Give us. Well, Tyler watched it, so maybe he should read it. Do you know who won everything other than you're staring at it right now?
I'm staring at it, so I can tell you.
Well, give me a thing. I'll see if I can guess.
All right. Best athlete women.
And who's my choices?
Come on, that one, you don't even have to think about that. Come on.
Choices? What do you mean?
There's like 4 nominees.
They don't do that.
Yeah, they do. They had like 3 or 4 people up for the ESPY, and they announced one winner.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Tyler?
Team of the year, they have like 3 or 4
okay.
teams.
I don't know who the nominees were. I
Oh,
just have
my
a list
gosh.
of winners.
Well, I'd like to know who's in the category.
Who do you think was the best female athlete of the year last year?
Well,
Don't forget the Olympics happened. Hint.
Yeah, I would say something. Oh, probably one of the gymnasts.
There you go.
Yeah, one of the gymnasts.
Who's the only gymnast you know?
Well, she won the best one there last year.
Simone Biles won.
But she won. But see, there you go again.
Best athlete.
She wasn't the best gymnast they had last year.
Best comeback athlete actually is another gymnast, Suni Lee.
Yeah, now that's a good story. That fits.
All right. Best male athlete. You'll never get this.
What sport?
It ended up being basketball.
It's not Joker.
That's for sure.
I don't think we had any Colorado Award winners, did we?
I don't think so.
Joker was nominated for a couple.
Come on, man. This is not obvious too. Basketball.
Well, it ain't Shea.
It's Shea.
It is Shea.
Oh, well,
Yeah, he won Best NBA Player.
So you're gonna tell me he was better than all them cats in the Olympics and all the sprinters and yeah, okay.
Yep, because
see right there, that's their agenda.
I told you.
They all voted for him for the MVP, so you got to put him up for an award.
Best
for the
team. Period. Best team. Doesn't matter what the sport is.
SGA or Dodgers or Oklahoma City Dodgers.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Or Eagles, yeah.
Well, best WNBA player.
It should be Asia Wilson.
Come on, Scott.
But they'll vote Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark.
But
you got one.
But it's Asia Wilson.
Best college athlete male.
Cooper Flagg.
That's right. Best NFL player. I love the music, Alan. Fantastic.
Hopefully, they don't give it to Mahomes. But
Not Mahomes.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, you're rolling. Best MLB player. Just think where this thing is, okay?
I don't know where it is. L.A.
Yeah.
Also, one of their guys.
Shohei Ohtani.
Oh,
Best
I forgot about him.
NHL player was Leon Draisaitl. That to me was like.
Oh. Well, they got a big Edmonton.
Kind of. I don't know if I
big
got
Edmonton.
that one.
Thing.
What's the slant towards giving a guy from Germany the best hockey player? I don't even know that one. Best F1 driver. Verstappen. Anything else here? Best golfer?
Why'd the Red Bull guy get fired then?
I don't know. Best golfer. And
that was easy.
Scheffler.
It confused him. He doesn't know.
I got to remember names. First of all, as he's asking, and Tyler, be honest. How am I with names?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah,
not great.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Scotty just wins
Scotty
that.
Scheffler.
He wins that award, and he's just like, "What's this all?"
Yeah, what is this about?
Life is tough.
I didn't even get to watch the British Open.
Oh, you didn't watch it this morning?
No, I forgot.
I mean, we could throw it. It's probably on
we
right now.
should have it on.
Yeah,
I
throw
forgot.
it on. No, it's in Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Port Rush or something like that.
I haven't.
Wait, what's the award? What are you asking?
No, I'm just saying I'm moving on from the There's a million other awards, but do you care? You throw out an award,
if I cared, don't you think I would have watched it?
No Colorado athletes won, so there you go. Poo-poo.
Nope.
Travis Hunter didn't win anything?
Nope.
Like best college athlete?
God, he was there, though, huh? So, was he there?
I don't know. I don't recall seeing him.
I thought they shot to him after the Shadur joke. No?
Maybe.
That was pretty funny, though. Nepotism? No. Because he went 13-12 and almost won the Alamo Bowl.
But I'll ask you
this. That's a funny
how everybody was afraid to laugh because they're all afraid of getting canceled.
How many athletes in that building knew anything about college basketball and CU last year?
I bet a lot.
No.
CU? I bet a lot.
Probably had no idea what his record was, what he's done, and what the year before was.
I'm not saying they knew
all
his
they
record.
know is about the watch thing. They don't know anything about that. So it's not funny to them.
And there you go. That's how you fill up the deadest day of the sports year with the ESPYs. We went through it yesterday. Deadest day of the sports year.
I don't think what I did.
We survived.
Thank God we got Nuggets tonight.
Oh, I went
Clippers.
to dinner
By the
with
way,
my granddaughter.
Oh, I am binging a awesome new show that I had no idea about, and I cannot believe I didn't know about this show.
I hope I haven't seen it.
I'll tell you about it coming up next.
My daughter just gave me one.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, low testosterone. Man, that could really drag you down. You just don't feel the same. And this summer, it's beautiful out. You want to get outside, get your shirt off, pump that iron. Just be who you want to be. But if that low T is just dragging you down, you just don't feel like you got it. Well, there's an explanation. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone early to mid-30s. If you just don't feel like you used to, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you going again. Take the low T quiz, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results and discuss your options and make the right decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the consult, the T, and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. 720-440-7900. Most men wait a year longer. Don't let that be you. Almost a sentence. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I saw that the Joker is in China right now.
Saw that.
Yeah, he's got this 361 brand shoes and he's doing his thing, and people are excited to see the Joker in China. There was a guy dressed up as a horse. I saw people give him his shoes that looked like a horse. They were lining up at the airport to see Jokic get off the plane in China.
So, pretty big then, huh?
I guess so. It's good for the Joker. I'm not exactly what part of China he's in, but sell some shoes there, Joker. Make some money.
They're cool shoes.
Meanwhile, I saw some photos of Jamal just in the gym right here in Denver, getting some shots up. Saw a little bit of that. I was like, you guys never talk about Jamal, how hard he works. There you go.
Somebody said that to you?
It wasn't to me. It was just like in general, like a Jamal fan throwing that out there. Look at Jamal putting up some shots.
You know what I was thinking about with this Nuggets team that's kind of fascinating? We went from being all in on developing youth to saying screw the youth. Like forget them dudes. We don't need these guys right now. Like you might have to play a young point guard. Other than that, like they're all out of the equation at this point.
Well, you've got 2 years, and I just did a thing with Brett. 2 years of losing some guys, and it was more of, well, I hope they develop. Right? And with Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther, Zeke Najee, let's hope they do. Really didn't see a whole lot. Peyton, all of them had moments here and there. Now it's, boy, what if they do? Now you don't have to count on those three guys to be great next year, but what if they do? Then just even adds more filler to your team. So I think it takes pressure off those guys having to come in and do something. Now the pressure is, do you want to play?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any pressure at all. I mean, they're just not going to play the guys.
Well,
that's what it feels like, at least.
Well, let's see what they do again. If they develop,
who do you think's not going to play?
Well, I think the only outside of point guard, what youth players are you going to play?
Well, what youth players are there?
Peyton, Strawther.
Are they're still youth players?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Peyton Watson's 21, 22.
Well, yeah,
Strawther's 23.
Fourth year on the team? How many years has Peyton been here? Fourth year?
We've G League mostly the first year. So
the year they won the championship.
Yeah. Well, I guess to answer your question, yes, I'm including him in the youth.
Yeah. Oh, well, all right.
But again, he's 22. I looked at the age. Now, I would say this.
Peyton Watson's going to play if he counts. I wouldn't count him, but if you're
counting
the
years, it's you better be playing.
He's definitely going to be playing.
Strawther, Pickett. I guess I kind of include Zeke in that, even though I understand what you're saying.
Zeke he ain't a young player. He's just whatever.
Old man at 25.
Whatever. He's whatever.
Well, but see, again, you got to look at
a lot of work to do to get in this rotation.
Yeah. Well, I look at youth as what their year and their age is. Now, Peyton Watson, Zeke Najee both would have probably been better off if they'd stayed in school one more year or two. Oh, Zeke's 24.
I don't care. He's been in the league
he seems
for
like
like
5 years. It seems like that.
You're a vet. 5 years in the NBA, you better be producing, or what are you doing?
Unless you came out of college too soon.
I mean, a 5-year career is actually a pretty decent career in its own right.
All right. I mean, if you want to throw the age in there, he's been around here for a long time. I don't think the Nuggets have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if now it goes? I hope he does. To what if he does? Now it's really no pressure on the team if he doesn't.
I think
last year, don't you think there was pressure last year on the young guys and even Sarge we could throw in there, not being better than they were, and they didn't show up, and it was all well. I hope they do. None of them really did.
I'm really not worried about it because you're going to have Bruce Brown come off the bench.
They don't. Well, that's my whole point. That's why I brought it up. I mean, you don't need him anymore.
No,
but what if they do? If Strawther comes back because he showed signs, help you win Game 6.
Yeah.
What if he does? Now all of a sudden your bench just got even deeper.
Great.
Yeah.
I am so not worried about the Nuggets right now. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's true.
I think they're going to start off at worst 14-6 through 20 games. At worst. And they're going to roll to be the 1, 2, or 3 seed. Better, and the easier the better, I hope. I think they are going to face Oklahoma City in the conference finals, and we'll see how it goes. And that's that. So I don't need to, skip ahead too far. But if that doesn't lay itself out this year, conference finals against Oklahoma City, I think it's going to be a disappointing year. I can't say what's going to happen at that point. Oklahoma City's great. They're the champs. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. And I think the winner of the NBA will come out of the West. I don't know if any team. The Celtics are a disaster now, right?
Yeah,
what do they got?
They're none. Cleveland could be.
Cleveland's interesting.
Yeah.
Cleveland's interesting.
Orlando will get better. Atlanta's tried to do a bunch to see if it's a bunch of enough. The Knicks
going to do
new
something.
life. They should be good. I thought the Knicks were one of the better teams I saw play this year.
You know, if the Knicks get to the NBA Finals, they'll just fold like a card table again with all that pressure on them. I'm not worried.
I found myself rooting for him this year for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, they're a likable team.
Yeah.
Although they fired a coach I really like. I really like Thibodeau, and they blew him out. I like the Knicks. I like the players. I liked.
I wonder if the Knicks do that if Michael Malone doesn't get fired. You know, sometimes you see another team make a bold move and like, all right, well, they made a bold move. Maybe we'll make a bold move.
Oh, I'm seeing some interesting
Broncos news.
Breaking news here. You want to throw it out?
There is breaking Broncos news, which is good news for everybody. This happened a little bit quicker than I thought it was going to do. Yesterday, we got the news that Janae Barron had signed his contract, and today Mike Kliss just tweeted out about 5 minutes ago, that the Broncos have agreed to terms with second-round draft pick R.J. Harvey on a 4-year contract. So all of the Broncos draft picks have now signed their deals. Everybody will be ready to rock and roll when the vets report. And when do they report? Is it Monday, Tuesday, something like that?
Ah, boy. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm reading from Mike Kliss. Per source, Broncos have agreed to terms with second-round pick R.J. Harvey on a 4-year contract. Okay. Harvey was slotted in for roughly $1.99 million signing bonus as part of a 4-year, $7.35 million contract. Only missed one full day of rookie training camp, maybe 2. Wow, so that's done. We're good.
That's done. I mean, it makes sense. R.J. Harvey was at the bottom of the second round. There was a guy just 2 spots in front of him that got his deal done yesterday. As soon as that deal got done, I thought to myself, okay, well, R.J. Harvey, that it'll come within 24 hours here.
So consternation about nothing.
You know, it was what it was.
Or do we like consternation?
Well, if it's not for consternation, we don't have a job, friend. So we better have some serious consternation about something. Or
at least once a week, right?
Friend, what else are we doing here?
Yeah, well, we got to go back to Russell Wilson if we don't.
Yeah. So that's good. Good for R.J. Harvey. Yeah, a couple of other second-round guys signed too, right? So the dominoes were starting to fall, and you're, draft pick 60.
Well, Tyler said the other day, when you're in the second half of the second round, to me, that'd be a lot of pressure because second round, you got a chance to play this year.
Yeah.
And you come in camp 2, 3 days, 4 days, a week late.
You don't want to do that.
You just screwed the pooch, so to speak.
Especially knowing that they just signed a dude to probably be the day one starter, and he knows that in J.K. Dobbins. So the last thing that R.J. needed to do was miss any time at all.
Right.
So a couple days. I mean, what are they even doing there?
Well, he missed a day of rookie minicamp, or rookie training camp.
And did they do anything, or was that just orientation? Go through everything. Here's the playbook.
They probably weren't even on the field yesterday.
Yeah.
So he literally missed nothing.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Whatever it was not significant.
What actually happens at rookie? Because they don't open that up to the media there. What goes on? What happens?
I mean, they go in the field, they practice and stuff. I mean, it's training camp for them. It just starts a week early.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Good. It's done. Yeah, next week training camp starts next week.
Consternation.
Oh, we'll figure out something.
I'll be a little bit curious just to see if he got any more money guaranteed than last year's 60. What was the number? 60.
60. I thought it was 60.
60.
I thought so.
Okay, so be interesting to see in comparison to last year's number 60 how much money he got guaranteed.
Well, did they move up to get him, or they moved back?
They moved back twice.
Yeah, there you go.
And
because they knew that they could move back twice because they knew that they were going to overdraft him in the second round, knowing that nobody was going to select him. So let's move back a couple times, collect a little bit of ammo here.
Yes. Well, and get some ammo and cut down that guarantee you just talked about.
I shouldn't say overdraft. It's only an overdraft if the dude ain't good. I mean,
it's a projected overdraft. He was valued.
In comparison to where other people were going to select him.
Well, what did everybody say about Bo Nix? Overdrafted. How did that projected
Overdrafted Bo Nix? I
Yeah.
don't think so. Where do you think most people had Bo Nix slotted?
Second round.
Oh, God, no. What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
It was starting when?
That's what about 90% of the evaluations were.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to say. Every single mock had him in the first
Now,
round.
they did.
so.
I never saw a mock with it.
You never saw a mock. Hold on. You never saw a mock with Bo Nix in the first round.
Honestly.
Are we kidding ourselves here?
Evaluations versus predictions of where they'll get picked are different.
Not
though.
till late in the mock period. That was probably mock 99 through 200. But yeah, every evaluation had him a second, and one even had him as a third.
Okay.
But I will say this: they also all had him as the fifth quarterback taken. What was he?
Sixth quarterback taken.
Or six, was he sixth? Well, Penix went ahead of him, right?
They all went ahead of him.
Well, and the one I'd seen that he was ahead of Penix. Well, Penix and him, blah, 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 blah. Well, all six of them got drafted in the first round. Top 14, 12?
Yeah, I mean, that was what was expected to happen.
No, it wasn't.
It was. What parallel universe am I in right now? Bo Nix was expected to be taken in the first round. He was.
Not anything I read.
All right. Well, okay.
Evaluation versus projection of where he's going to get picked are two separate things. So a second round evaluation is different than predicting where he's going to be picked.
And it goes back to what Leggy always says. There's two draft boards, right? There's the player draft board and the quarterback draft.
I'll play this game for you in a little bit. Do you think Bo Nix would have fallen to the second round had the Broncos not taken him?
Who was after him that they needed? The Raiders? Was the Raiders supposed to be hot on him?
The Raiders were right after the Broncos. The Steelers were in the mix.
I actually don't think the Raiders would have picked him. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at the specifics of the board to see who was left, but I don't think the Raiders were going to take him.
The only way the Bo Nix wasn't taken at 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the Broncos is if Bowers did go to the Broncos at 12. So then that may open a whole new door for the Raiders.
Right.
Do you know when the next quarterback was taken after Bo Nix?
Like third round or fourth?
Fifth round.
Fifth round.
Well, it was, what's his name, to the Saints, right?
Yes.
What's wrong with me?
I can't.
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler. Correct. The drop-off was ridiculous. There's no way Bo Nix was getting out of the first round. No way. And I'm glad the Broncos got him when they did. They got lucky to get him. Sean's guy. And here we go.
Well, again, I've said this many, many times. I don't think there was a player on the drafted board, at least top 6 in that draft, that would have fit Sean Payton better.
Oh, I don't see. Okay, now you're having me argue against myself. Jaden Daniels would have been great here with the Denver Broncos.
Listen, there's been a whole lot been great, but I'm just saying, to me, the mixture of attitude, Tyler's pointed out the last week or so, surprised with the leadership, all those different things we talked about during the season.
No doubt about
when
that.
Sean Payton tried to challenge you and Bo Nix said, no, you ain't doing me like Russ, and went back at him, changed to me the whole scope and direction of this team.
It's a love story. They found each other.
Is there better quarterbacks? Maybe. I'm just telling you, I think this was the perfect guy for what Sean Payton wanted to do.
So you're a Bo Nix believer. You're a
I
believer.
think he's the perfect guy for Sean Payton.
And your best friend.
Yeah.
So you're on the Bo Nix, Sean Payton train here going into training camp. That's what I'm hearing.
I want him to win.
I got you, but it goes beyond that.
Listen,
you're enthusiastic about it.
I'm not the fan anymore. I can't cheer their failures like you guys used to do. I'm a Bronco fan. I cheer for success, so I want them to be good.
Let me tell you about the show that I've been binging real quick.
Well, I got one.
Alan, go ahead, hit it. I can't believe that I am not aware of this show. Now, Tyler, you are not a Godfather fan, or I think it helps if you know the movie, but I don't think you have to know The Godfather. But I do think it helps a little bit.
Well, I actually never watched The Godfather until after I watched that series. After I watched the series, I watched the movie.
Okay, well, I'm sure you connected a few things.
Yeah.
Like the casting of Luca Brasi is like, that is hysterical. You know, how that actually came to be. But you'd have to know that, I would think, to sort of get it before you see the TV show. But you didn't know who the hell they were talking about.
Nope.
And then, it's only one season? Oh, okay. They got Lou Ferrigno's playing Luca Brasi.
Really?
Yes. Tyler, did you know that was Lou Ferrigno in that role?
I did, yeah.
That's so cool. Like, there's Lou Ferrigno again. But you know the movie, The Godfather, Luca Brasi is kind of this big, huge, hitman sort of tough guy. Can't speak all that great.
He sleeps with the fishes.
Well, spoiler alert. But
if you haven't seen The Godfather yet,
it's very meta.
Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes.
Like, they get Lou Ferrigno, who's a big, huge, the Hulk, who can't speak very well, to play Luca Brasi, who, is a big hulking guy who can't speak very well. I mean, it's really great. Anyway, that's it.
All right, so
I'm sorry I'm so late on it. You're absolutely right. It's brilliant so far.
Here's what my daughter gave me yesterday that I haven't checked out, and I'll throw it to you guys because you're always looking for series.
I am.
It's called Slow Horses.
Oh, I've seen that too.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's great.
Now, she said it's great.
It's great. Yeah, it's really, really well done. Apple TV.
Yeah.
It's really well done.
Oh, good. So worth watching.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, sweet.
This guy is on the. All right, I'll get to this in a second. He wants to bring up something from the Netflix quarterback series. A couple of points they want to get into. I like that. We'll come back with that coming up next. We'll get you a British Open update here in a second. Go to this text line, Shot Moss text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Hey, guys, I just finished watching the Netflix quarterback series last night. Got a couple of points you might want to discuss. I feel like the Lions are similar to the Broncos after the Broncos lost in the first round of the playoffs to Jacksonville and then went on to win back-to-back Super Bowls. He's got a couple of other points, but let's address that first. Watching quarterback again was a reminder of how really, really good that Lions team was. However, the losses they had defensively just reared their ugly heads in the playoff game against Washington, basically because Goff did not have a great game, and the Lions did make mistakes, and they got actually killed at home in a very embarrassing fashion.
Their offense was so freaking good all season long that it covered up the warts they had on defense. I don't even know if warts is the right word. I mean, they had gaping wounds on defense for like the last 5 or 6 weeks of the season.
Right.
And they survived it. They survived it, and they were still kind of thriving heading into the playoffs. But you knew that was going to catch up to him. So this is going to be a fascinating year for Dan Campbell and the Lions. It is. We're about to find out how good of a coach Dan Campbell is. You know, they lost Aaron Glenn. He becomes the head coach of the Jets. They lose, what's his name, Ben Johnson. What's the Chicago coach? Ben Johnson? Yeah, they lose him. So they lose both their coordinators. And now you're going to find out, can Dan Campbell do X's and O's also?
They should be really good, though.
Well, they get their big edge rusher back, right?
Well, we'll see. I mean, yes, he'll be back, Aiden Hutchinson, but the videos of him working out, that dude is still he's gimping.
It is hard. Listen, man, we did have I don't know about the Jacksonville team. What the Lions team kind of reminded me of was actually the 2013 Broncos team that had an absurd offense. But if it wasn't clicking for you on offense for whatever reason, things could go sideways quickly. And sadly, that's what happened to the Broncos in the Super Bowl, where the offense all of a sudden uncharacteristically made a bunch of mistakes, and then, the defense wasn't strong enough to support it. But to me, the Lions are you can't watch Dan Campbell and the Lions without being a fan of that team. I think you'd be silly to not root for them to
You are
succeed.
so all over the place on Dan Campbell. You are all over the place.
I think
you
I'm
a
consistent.
fan or not?
Well, I think that's pretty clear. They're an easy team to root for, but I think they make some really...
I mean, you've called for him to be fired many, many times.
No, I'm not calling for him to be fired.
Yes, you have. You have.
I think he makes a lot of emotional decisions that don't have a lot of logic to it. And I think you got to take the emotion out in championship moments. But no, I'm not urging for him to be fired. I think he's made some dumb moves that have cost his team some games in the playoffs.
I asked Brett Kane about that today, and he said, because he's going to go for it on fourth down. He said, listen, it'd be 3rd and 7. They're running the football, and he's talking about how good their running game was last year. I said, yeah, but that's for Dan Campbell's a 2-down situation. Mm-hmm. Give me 4 or 5, and we'll take 4th and 3, 4th and 2, see how we can do. He said, not every coach. I said, well, why didn't more coaches, or will we see more coaches start playing that way that Campbell does? And said, let's put the onus on their defensive always stopping us. I said, why not the Broncos? That'd be kind of cool if they got a running game that they could do something like that too. But he said, you also got to have a strong-willed enough coach that when it doesn't work, NFC Championship game 2 years ago, to be able to take the slings and arrows. Not every coach wants to take the slings and arrows.
That's probably the best thing that dude does. Yeah. And, I mean, he'll literally get up there in tears. This game means everything to that man, and he falls on the sword. Very few coaches fall on the sword the way he does. But, Scott, the league's already doing it. It's not just Dan Campbell. Dan Quinn did it in the playoffs. The Washington Commanders, they went for it 7 times, and I think they were 6 of 7 on 4th down.
I bet you see more teams go for it on 4th down this year than they've ever had in NFL history.
But I think that's a compliment, if you will, to the Lions and Dan Campbell.
I think especially between the 40s, there's almost no down and distance between the 40s that you shouldn't go for it.
Well, I don't know about between the 40s. That's aggressive.
It's aggressive, but you're outside of field goal territory once you get there.
Yeah, but I mean, you go for it on your own 40, you're giving the field goal.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'd
see.
I'd say past the 50 personally, but yeah.
I'd say
it's not too big of a difference.
4th and 6, 4th and 7. The difference between where you're going to put a punt and the advantage of possibly containing or having the ball is kind of ridiculous. I think it's worth it. Listen, the line it's a moot point.
But
the NFL, Tyler's right. The NFL is all in on this, and it will continue to be.
But
that
you've got
way.
to be able to accept it when those times when you get
Sure.
to the NFC playoffs, and your one receiver who is a good receiver all year drops 2 first-down passes, and you end up losing a close game.
Yep.
So you got to be willing to take that.
It's the way it goes.
Just sign as a free agent. As a
But when
Bronco.
Dan Gamble can kick a field goal with 40 seconds to go, and it's like 4th and 3, and they go for it because they don't trust their defense, and maybe you just don't trust your defense. But, I mean, that is like an extraordinary risk, and that's the risk that he was taking, and he changed his mind last year. It was a pretty famous situation. They were going to kick the field goal. There was a timeout called. He's sitting there with Goff. They play it out in quarterback. It's like, what are we doing? Let's go for it. And Goff was like, all right, and they got it, and they whatever. And
I thought they kicked the field goal in that one.
no, the guy.
Wait. There's another one where Goff walks over to the sideline. He's like, what are we going to do? Are we going to kick it? Or are we going to go for it? And they did kick it.
Well, in this one in quarterback, they say we're going to kick it. It goes like 15 seconds goes by, and he's like,
oh. Maybe we're talking about the same thing. Maybe I stopped watching after he said we are going to kick it.
Oh, okay. You were watching quarterback. You stopped watching then, because
I mean, I'm just watching Twitter clips. I can't. I'm over quarterback. I'm over it. I've seen this enough.
Well, they gave it a little time, and then they went for it, and Goff was all excited about going for it because everybody wants to go for it. That's you don't have to twist a.
We're probably talking
arm.
about the same thing. I probably stopped watching too soon.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, it's Campbell being aggressive. I'm not against the Lions whatsoever. I think Campbell is, if he continues to be a blockhead and just be emotional about everything, I think it's going to go sideways.
But how's it emotional if this is just what you do?
You cannot change your DNA. If you change your DNA when you get to the playoffs, your team will fold on you in a heartbeat.
I think
you can't
need
do it.
A certain amount of emotion, but you need to have your emotions in check if you're going to be making the big decision time after time.
Well, again, the NFC Championship game you lose, you got a receiver drop 2 first downs.
You got to get lucky too, I suppose. Other comment, Kirk Cousins seems like a great guy, but it's so cringe, like many of his family members are. And Joe Burrow may be the coolest cat around. It was funny watching Joe Burrow sit on the couch chomping on chips, watching the Broncos destroy the JV Kansas City team. He was just like, well, nothing I can do. But
so they had him watching that game.
It was weird.
I wonder if they edited anything out. Like,
oh, dude. So we have to believe that Joe Burrow just watches NFL playoff or NFL games by himself in like a 30,000 square foot house.
What do you think he's going to a bar?
I think Joe Burrow's got a girl or two or a steady, No. I believe he's watching in his house, but he's like watching completely by himself. Like there's nobody else around. He's very protective of his private life. And even though his house got broken into in quarterback in the Netflix series, they did not detail like the real drama with that story, with the housekeeper who was kind of a girlfriend or what was going on there, and the other girl and this, that, the other thing. They just kind of blew past all of that.
All the stuff you wanted to know.
All the good stuff. The Joe Burrow sex life,
that girl wasn't into dudes.
Can I tell you? They just showed Joe Burrow by himself, just eating Doritos, watching football games.
That may have been the reasoning behind the break in there.
Well, that's all part of the story. Actually, I don't think that's part of the story. There was kind of this crazy thing last year where a lot of athletes' homes were getting broken into. It was like this.
There's 2 or 3 football players during when they were gone and out of town on a Sunday that their houses got broken.
Oh, there was I think it was 2. It was like 4 quarterbacks specifically this year.
All right, we'll give you the latest from Northern Ireland. Looks like a super comfy day.
Well, it'd be nice to watch it up here.
Well, you can.
Is Raj at the Open? We got to get this cleared up.
I have no idea.
He's in Ireland. I got to know what Raj's wife does for a living because I don't know anybody that takes more extravagant vacations than Raj.
In the off season, Raj. So why do we think he's in Ireland?
That's what the show in front of us said.
They said oh, well, okay. I didn't hear that. They said he's just in Ireland.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then he's in Ireland. He went to Hawaii and Ireland, both in the summertime.
Oh, and he did Mexico like the week before that. He did, I don't know. He's been all over the place.
They went to a wedding. Did he in Mexico?
No, that was Hawaii. The wedding was Hawaii. Are we getting jealous of Raj here? Is that
a little bit? I mean, that dude's been on like 5 world vacations this year.
All right, it's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, with the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for life ever since I bought my first car at Phil Long Ford my rookie year. And if relationships matter to you, I'm telling you, check out Phil Long Ford because you'll become a customer for life as well. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you will find the vehicle of your dreams and you will get the best price at Phil Long Ford. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to respect your time, and you're going to walk away with a beautiful car. Keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You'll have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Well, RJ Harvey got signed by the Broncos, so that drama is over.
He did win the negotiation, by the way.
How so?
So all this came down to for the second rounders, right? So for anybody that doesn't know, as of like 2 days ago, you had 30 of 32 second rounders that had not signed their contract yet because the Texans gave a fully guaranteed deal to their wide receiver they selected with the second pick in the second round. So that every second round pick was like, okay, well, I want a fully guaranteed deal. And what it came down to for all these guys is they're holding out, you can't change the amount of money you're going to make. You can only change the amount of money that gets fully guaranteed. And the Broncos guaranteed 47.7% of RJ Harvey's 3-year salary to get the deal done. This is from Mike Kliss. And he says that's 47.7% more than last year's number 60 overall pick. So he got half his salary guaranteed when last year the guy did not.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
Hey, thank you, Houston Texans.
Yep.
They ought to get a Houston Texans chevron on their letter jacket.
There you go. I'm glad it got done.
And now he got 47%. So everybody below him will start, and above him will start doing percentages of that.
Mm-hmm.
He want 47. Well, I was 55. I want 55%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So the Broncos officially have no drama going into training camp.
Nope.
Like nobody got in trouble.
There's still a couple things left. Will Cortland Sutton get a new deal? Will Zach Allen hold out?
Really?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'd be talking about it if I'm Zach Allen.
Okay.
Hey, you don't give me a new deal until the year begins, I'm not playing football this year.
Well, let's hope that happens. That'd be consternation. That'd be some,
That'd be some real consternation.
I mean, Cortland Sutton was holding out last year for far less than what Zach Allen wants.
Yeah, but sadly, that all resolved itself before training camp. Consternation.
Is that what this
when
training
you say
camp
consternation? All I can think about is Scott pooping.
That's constipation.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
a little bit of both. Well,
consternation is you're stressing over stuff that really. Eventually, all this other stuff didn't matter.
I'll milk the drama for all it's worth if we get some, but you gotta let me know what it is right now.
Well, when does the official first day put on your shells or whatever and walk out on the field? Media can be out there and watch you practice.
I believe it's the 25th.
And today's the 17th?
I think, yeah.
So today's not the 17th.
Today's 17th.
Today is the 17th, yeah. Denver.
So 8 more days.
Next Friday.
Yeah. They're sold out. There's only like 800 seats or so, right? Yeah, July 25th is the first one. I still don't know any times on this, which is a little annoying, but okay.
Well, when you
assume
think
it's the same as
if
last
it's
year.
sold out, that those people should know?
They'll get an email. The word gets out and everybody adjusts around the Broncos. I mean, I'm sure they're going to have on Thursday the whole well, actually, I don't know if they're going to have anything like they did. We're used to having the picnic the day before, right? That was always kind of a fun thing, kind of a State of the Union with the Broncos. But I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know where they would do it, actually. Again, they could do it out in the field. Well, they could do it in the field house. Obviously. But you know what? I'm backing up. There's so much construction going on right now. That might not make any sense. I really don't know. We'll ask Jeff Legwold will join us in an hour.
Well, maybe they don't have anything this year.
Maybe they don't have anything.
God forbid they don't have a media barbecue.
Yeah.
Well, they did stop doing that, too. And what did we get? Some potato chips last year or something? I mean.
I don't know. I never go to that one.
Well, it used to be great. You'd see, who still has a job and who doesn't, and to be checking in on everybody. Like, hey, you got a job. You got a job. Ooh, Schmitty's not here anymore. I guess he doesn't have a job.
So you're the guy at the Sean Payton table in Indianapolis.
The Sean Payton table. I've never done that.
But if you're there, you're in on that table.
If I were, what, are we talking about the draft? Like that sort of thing?
No, when
of
they were
course.
at what's the...
Dude, have you never gone to the media lunch for the Broncos?
No, I used to go all the time.
Right. What are you talking about?
I always leave before the food game.
Why would you leave before they used to do the food first.
Because we didn't want to get bought out.
What are you talking about?
You didn't leave before the food came. I don't believe you.
Ridiculous.
Actually, think I ate there once. I think one time I got there and the food was all
The
picked
food's
through.
usually there before they even speak, right? Wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, I think I ate once and Joe was still talking and I was still at my table munching a barbecue beef sandwich.
That's a Scott Hastings issue. That's not a Broncos
Well, I'm
issue.
not saying anything. I'm just saying, you're at the age now. Do you take free stuff from
that
teams?
And I tell you this, man, that it's a lunch. Really, you think we're being bought off by?
I don't know, ice cream boy. You tell me.
That ice cream's still sitting in that freezer, bro. If you want to go take a peek at it.
Remember when DMac sent a reminder to the team that
I didn't get my ice cream last year.
I didn't get my Christmas gift. I'm just not sure if you guys know that I have a new address or not.
That was true. I did.
I'm wondering if after having that quality picture of Sean and I now floating around, that I'm not on that Christmas list this year.
You want to be on the Christmas list?
I don't care.
You let me know.
I mean, I don't go bike riding with the owner, so I
did
may not
enjoy
be
the
on
bottle
that
of
list.
wine John Elway sent me one time.
Ooh, I did not get that bottle of wine. I was left off that list. Elway sent a bunch of bottles of wine. Your boy did not make that cut. That's the way that goes. Yeah, July 25th, first day of Broncos training camp, next Friday. Here we go.
I mean, if you were John Elway, would you send yourself a bottle of wine?
Sure.
Hell no.
Hell, as buddies. Palsy wowsies. Hey, let's get a British Open update. Go ahead, Alan. Hit the bagpipes. All right, just be honest. As we see everybody bundled up. Is this something you want to go to and look and watch?
I'm bundled up. They're just wearing long sleeves and
They're wearing winter jackets, Scott.
it looks fabulous.
That looks fabulous right there.
Oh, how did you dress yesterday?
Shorts,
How you dressed today? You're
shorts
basically wearing the same stuff.
Shorts and t-shirt. I rode my bike for like 20 miles outside.
And you had long sleeve shorts and you had
I had long sleeve shorts.
Long sleeve or leggings and
I did not have leggings on. I had a pair of shorts.
and then you're crying, "Hey, get us off the air early because it's going to rain here."
Well, that is true. I made that happen. That was 100% on me. You got me on that one.
It's windy and raining.
That looks cold, Scott. That officially looks cold.
That looks miserable.
Look at that flag waving right
Look at
now.
that wind, windy and rain. You got
Look at that flag. That is some wind.
When you play golf at the Open, you're not just playing the course; you're playing the elements. That's golf.
Yeah, that's golf.
Light sweatshirt. They all wear long pants, even when it's 110 out. So how do we know?
Oh, they're
Not on Live.
Probably wearing long underwear.
True.
They wear shorts on the Live tour.
All right, there's some dude, and just be honest with me. Have you guys ever heard of Harris English before?
He's American.
Yeah. Okay, because you're looking at something. Had you ever heard of Harris English before?
Tied for first.
Do you know how many people are named Harris English in this country, DMac?
I'm asking a simple question if you've ever heard of this guy or not.
I have 12 friends named Harris English.
Okay. I've never heard of Harris English in my life. And he's tied for first. He is from America, so cool.
By the way, the caddies are in shorts and short sleeves.
How can there be a guy none of us have ever heard of who's from America who's good enough to be leading the British Open?
Doesn't that always happen the first day or two in the Open?
A guy we've never heard of collectively?
Oh, yeah, always. The dude that won the British Open a couple years ago, no one had ever heard of.
You know, if you haven't heard of him, you really haven't been paying attention. Like I'm not saying.
I guess I haven't paid attention then. Tell me about him.
Well, he got second place at the PGA last year. Or this year. This year.
No clue. No clue that happened with Harris English. What else should I know about him? Is he one of the best American golfers ever? Or not ever, but right now?
The only name he could have better if his first name was Webster.
As of July 13th, ranked 10th in the world.
Harris English, a guy we have collectively never heard of, is 10th in the world. Okay, I don't know.
That just shows you haven't been paying attention.
None of us have paid attention.
Listen, Don and I have a scrapbook of him. I don't know where you've been with Harris.
By the way, who names their kid Harris?
I knew a Harrison.
Who names their kid Harris? That's an obnoxious thing to call your kid Harris.
Well, it's probably short for Harrison. Tyler,
is it short for Harrison?
I mean, Harris English feels very England English, you know?
I can look up Wikipedia, too.
I
And
think it's
Harris
an
English.
old name.
No kidding. He's 35 years old. Went to Baylor in Georgia. He's the son of Ben and Martha English. 6'3". Like Tyler said, he's ranked 10th in the world. He's our best American hope right now.
Guess who would happen to our boy Wyndham Clark?
No. Did he melt down on something else again? Did he
No, but
beat
he
up
was
a locker?
officially banned by Oakmont. Banned.
Banned for what, life?
Banned. He's got a lifetime ban as of now, but there's a way out of it. Because if you remember, he tore up the locker room after his poor performance.
Yeah.
And the prerequisites for him to ever be invited back, and there is another tournament there in 2033.
A U.S. Open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't know if it's a U.S. Open, but they're going back to Oakmont. And so in theory, if he wants to play there in 2033, he's got to, number one, pay for his damages in the locker room.
Okay. What's that number?
Probably not that insignificant. I don't know. Maybe not that big. 10 grand.
12, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
something like that, maybe.
Right.
Number two, he has to undertake anger management counseling.
Which you should do anyway.
And then there was a third one in there that I'm drawing a blank on. But if I'm him, I'm saying, screw you, man. I'll pay for the damages, but you can't put me in counseling.
There you go. Just lean into that ban.
Hell yeah.
And just skip that U.S. Open.
2033 in 8 years?
Who cares about 2033?
Well, he might by then, but he probably ought to be in some sort of counseling anyway.
Well, he has been.
He needs to do it again.
He's been very, very vocal about his mental health struggles, and he's been very vocal about the benefits of counseling.
Tyler, I think if you go to Valor High School, you should be allowed to do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever.
Speaking of pretentious names, I mean, Wyndham.
Trust me, it was going through my head, too.
Yeah.
It's PhD on 92.5. Dude, so you're working tonight, huh, Scott? Altitude? Late?
Yeah, we
Is that 9 o'clock?
9
That's
o'clock.
9 Mountain Time, 9.
Yeah, and that means you're the last
man.
game,
Wow.
which now you're hoping that all the other games end on time. Like the Nuggets, the last game, Nuggets Toronto.
Yeah,
took forever. So if it takes forever, that 9 o'clock start.
9 o'clock. Is this? I mean, is that just how the
it's 8 o'clock
cookie
there.
crumbles?
Guess so.
With the Nuggets?
I guess so.
Because it's like 6
Then you
o'clock.
play back-to-back game. Then you're playing Friday too.
Yeah, against the Lakers. Is Bronny still playing? That'd be kind of fun to watch Bronny play.
I would assume he is.
I don't know if I'm going to catch this one tonight live. That's going to be a little rough.
Well, you just get clips.
Well, I'll tape it and speed watch it. If I speed watch it, I might miss some of your incredible commentary, which I don't want to.
Yeah, I know, right there.
God forbid you miss a Nuggets Summer League game.
Yeah, viewer necessity of catching, when I speak.
9 p.m.
Well, I know. Why you keep rubbing it in?
Dude. Oh, my God. I might just have to watch for the comedy of watching the three of you actually work that late at night, like with the game wraps. Who's that? Because Vic's in Ireland or Italy right now.
Well, yeah, he timed
Who you
that
got,
perfect.
Dempsey? Dempsey and Marlo?
It's Katie, myself, and
Katie's
Marlo.
back?
Yeah.
So no Dempsey.
No, Dempsey will be, I think, tomorrow.
You guys. What should we look forward to? You want to preview it for it?
I have no idea what to look for.
You don't want to see the new look Clippers?
The biggest thing is, we talked about, I think, yesterday, the biggest thing is that third two-way spot. And I think it's between Lindahl or Lytle.
Liddell.
I don't know.
Jay Liddell.
Liddell and
Who? Curtis?
25. Curtis Jones.
Are you sure Curtis Jones isn't a two-way guy already?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You can make me reach behind me and get my papers out.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. Like you're the one on TV doing the game.
Well, I'll have the papers in front of me. I can reach behind me.
Can we have some fun and have Scott say something, Tyler, on the TV broadcast?
Well, you could yell at me again.
Could yell at Tyler?
Yeah.
All right, that might be kind of
I didn't
fun.
see it, but didn't you tell me you yelled at me the other night?
Well,
Again.
kind of, yeah. He said,
you're believing him.
Well, I kind of do. I mean, you were a little bit touchy on that one, buddy.
did you or did you not say, people who are upset about this, nothing's going on, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Did you or did you not say stuff like that?
Yeah, in a very calm moment.
Listen,
a lot of people have been upset that he didn't say much, but I would just say relax.
When you said that, were you or were you not thinking of...
I was not thinking about Tyler at all.
I don't believe
Get out of here. Really?
I don't live there.
You know why? Because I'm your Russell Wilson.
No. Well, yeah, Liddell, 31, and Curtis Jones, 25. I think those are your competition for that third spot if it's somebody from this roster.
All right.
And I was told there's a 15th spot, which is a regular call-up roster open, that I've been told they think that's going to stay that way so that they're not handcuffed during the middle of the season. If you want a 10 days, somebody gets hurt and you need to get a 10-day contract. Last year, they had all the roster spots filled. So now I think they're going to...
I say go out and sign another 34-year-old and just have no young guys on the team.
I would roll in what they're going to do. Just roll in and then see if that gives you a little flexibility.
Go get Chris Paul.
Just a shout out to DMac. If I ever see you riding on your bike, I'm throwing something into your front wheel.
Well, that's rude.
Heart emoji.
They mean that with all the best intentions.
Yeah, the heart emoji made it okay. That's like my bad.
Who would name their kid Wyndham? Well,
yeah, that's rather pretentious.
Yeah, it's, he was always destined to go to Valor with Wyndham.
I used to live on a street named Carefree Trail, and I hated giving out my address because it sounded like the most pretentious address of all time. Like, hey, yeah, where do you live? I'm on Carefree Trail.
That's good. He won an event this year, Harris English. I've never heard of the guy. Hey, maybe that's just me. So, I mean, if he's second at the PGA, I probably should have heard of him. But at the PGA,
he's got 9 career wins.
Okay, all right. I guess I'm a little light on my Harris English knowledge. Never heard of him before in my life.
What's the most pretentious name in sports?
It's gonna be tough to top Wyndham Clark, frankly.
That's a good one.
The most pretentious name in sports?
There's no Thurstons that are playing.
There's a new guy in the NFL. His name's Sir something. It's Sir Charles whatever. But that's his real name. It's Sir Charles.
His first name is Sir.
Yeah.
Or is his first name Sir Charles?
I don't know.
If his first name is literally Sir Charles, that's a problem.
Pretentious.
Yeah.
You think?
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm the pretentious guy. I'd say pretentious.
Do you consider pretentious names like Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No, because
yes, because he literally didn't that dude literally change his name because he thought it would sound cool. The dad changed his last name because he thought it would look cool on a jersey.
To St. Brown.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, his brother's the same Brown too, right?
Well, yeah, because his dad changed his own name.
See, I thought it was an ode to the heritage of the family.
It kind of is. There's something going on there. It's a little, you're changing your name to Saint Brown. I don't think his last name was Saint and her last name was Brown.
Well, what about, was it when there was Susan St. James?
There was a Susan St. James. I think she was in Heart to Heart.
Wasn't she also in?
She's in a bunch of stuff.
Macmillan and Man or
King Large.
Oh, sorry, what?
King Large. He's got to be an O-lineman.
What?
Hell yes, he is an O-lineman. 6'5", 301.
His name is King Large.
That's fantastic.
Well, that right there, when you name a kid King, that puts a whole lot of pressure on that kid growing up, doesn't it?
What is
the Large family?
Hold on, guys.
Has he got a bigger brother named Extra?
What's Russ's kids' names?
Oh yeah. Well, you could go with Vaughn's kids as well. He's another one that's
No, is it Russ or which one of them has got a win?
Well, Russell Wilson has a win.
Okay, Vaughn's got some good ones too.
Yeah, he's what is Vaughn's kid's name? Legacy or it's
something. Gosh, I know
it's
this.
Pretty pretentious.
No, it's you know what it is? You know what it is? It's Valor. Valor and no, it's not Victory, it's Victor. I think.
Oh, well,
I think it's Valor and Victor.
If it's Victory.
Is it Victory?
I don't know.
Victory? That's pretty pretentious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Victory Miller.
He's just everybody's just gonna call him Vic. No, nobody's gonna call him Victory.
Or even if it's Victor, they're gonna call him
name
Vic.
your kid Win. And how are we spelling it? Is it WYNN, like some family name, or is it,
WIN?
What's that short for?
It's WIN.
Oh, it's short for winner.
Win.
Well, that's his middle name is Nur.
You know what? I feel bad for kids that have parents like that. Seriously. It is not
a lot of pressure, dude. I mean,
it's ridiculous.
You already got the pressure of being Russ's kid, and your name is Win.
What are parents thinking?
Victory. Wow.
Champ,
it is Victory.
Champ and Boss Bailey want in on this conversation.
There you go.
Someone on the text line said Vaughn's kids' names are Valor and Creek.
Valor and Creek. Creek Wilson.
Well, that one makes sense. Creek's a public school.
Prince Fielder.
That's a tough one.
That's a good one right there.
Yeah, that's pretty obnoxious. Naming your kid Prince.
Not pretentious, but Clayton Kershaw. We're talking about Clayton now kind of one of those?
It feels like some sort of.
How about Champ and Boss Bailey? Those are two pretty good ones.
Yeah. Are those their real names?
I don't know. I assumed. You think they're nicknames?
I have no idea. Got me. Listen, but if as a parent, and when you're naming your kid.
Scott, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, everybody wants to be a little different these days, but you can go a little different without being obnoxious. That's all I'm saying.
Well, listen, here's why Champ is known as Champ.
Oh, he's Roland is
his first name is Roland.
Oh, okay, so his name's not Champ. That
was a nickname that just stuck with him.
That's fine.
No one knows he was Roland.
His parents weren't, they named him Roland.
I had a friend of mine who went, and I won't tell you who it is, but he always went by the nickname of Sparky, but his real name was Gilbert.
How about
You ever had a teammate give himself his own nickname?
Can't do that.
Can't do that. My rookie year, I'm locker mates with Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver. I always got to clarify the receiver versus the linebacker. I'm locker mates with Brandon, and he signed in a bunch of photos. And all of a sudden, he hands me one. He said, "Hey, this is for you." So this is the first one ever. So what's that? He said, "Check out the nickname." He self-coined himself the Beast, and he signed it Brandon the Beast Marshall, and it stuck. That actually became his nickname, but he self-coined him. I was there the day that he allegedly signed the first one, and he handed it to me as a little souvenir. This is the first one I ever signed as the Beast. I said, "Who called you the Beast?" He said, "I did." I said, wait.
That's funny.
No, nobody gave you that name? I said, "No, but they're going to call me that now."
That's fantastic. That is a riot.
Said they're going to call me it now.
How did he get it out? How did he I
don't know.
Just call me the Beast.
How about great nicknames and the guys didn't like it? It made me think when he said that he gave his own. When Nikola Jokic was called the Big Honey, I think that's a great nickname. And
Where'd that come from? I don't even know where that's a great nickname.
Will Barton.
But what's the?
He's so sweet and smooth. He's like Big Honey.
Okay.
I mean, to me, that's a great nickname.
Good nickname, yeah.
Right? What was Kevin Garnett's?
Oh God. Big ticket.
Big ticket. Who and what's his name in San Antonio was Big Fundamental. No, that was it Big Fundamental? No, what was his name? Big Fundamental? That's other people named him Big Fundamental.
There's literally never been anything more pretentious, and I'm going to assume this was self-coined, than King James.
Well,
yeah, I don't know how.
I'm going to assume that was self-coined.
I don't know if it's self-coined, but it was self-accepted. I think somebody, got the King James Bible and stuff. King James is famous.
I'm seeing this on the text line. It is true. Our pal Alfred Williams in Cincinnati, they nicknamed him Condor, and he hates that nickname.
Hates that name. Hates that nickname. Condor.
Hates it. But Shan is pretty funny. Well, actually, Shannon calls him Hot Plate.
Hot Plate. Yeah.
Hot Plate.
Condor is pretty cool now.
Yeah, but you know what? Alfred just hated Cincinnati, period. He literally cried when he got drafted in the first round to go there. He never really liked it. He kind of crapped all over the city, on his way out. As much as we all love Alfred, there's still kind of an anti-Alfred thing in Cincinnati. Condor. Then they give him a name that he hates.
Yeah. Shannon called him Hot Plate, and then when you get him
plate,
on,
yeah.
he just say plate. Listen, plate.
Yeah.
You ever seen those YouTube videos of condor hunting? I think it's Afghanistan or something.
They're eagles.
Somewhere in the Middle East.
They're eagles, and they're taking wolves and dropping them off the cliffs.
Yeah.
Those are like golden eagles.
This is great. Call me T-Bone. Do you know what reference that's referring to? What the call me T-Bone thing is? When somebody's trying to nickname himself.
No.
Gosh darn it. I think it was The Office. I think. I could be wrong.
What's the dude's name in Dumb and Dumber where he tosses the salt over his shoulder?
Earl?
No.
Oh, what is that? Call me T-Bone. Is it not The Office? Oh, it's Seinfeld. It's Seinfeld. George. George wants to be called T-Bone. That's right. Call me T-Bone.
The catch to us have been, a T-bone, but how about pork chop?
George,
we all grew up.
Pot roast was a good one.
Pot roast was a good one.
George tries to get a nickname at work, T-Bone, by ordering a T-bone steak for lunch, talking about how much he likes T-bone. But a coworker makes the same order, and he gets the nickname instead. That's good. All right.
We all had a pork chop, didn't we? Nickname guy that we played with or knew in school.
Pork chop?
Pork chop.
Seabass. Dumb and Dumber.
Seabass was Dumb and Dumber.
I had a pork chop I played with. Those short, round, strong,
pork chop.
Stocky, short guy.
Pot roast. Terrence Knight and pot roast.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Forklift.
Pot roast is coaching.
Yeah, he is. Forklift. Who forklift? That was a move. That was a pass rush move.
Yeah, that was your.
Gosh darn it. Who was that?
Told Alfred he'd
teach
teaching that move for $50,000.
Right. Who was that guy?
Big
Gosh
6'7" dude. Played for the Bills after us, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, the fork, but it was a move. I don't think it was his nickname. I think it was a move he had. Gosh darn it, don't remember it. Hey, I got a quick update for you guys. Tadej Pogačar just took over today.
The guy everybody waited on?
Yeah. Yeah, he beat the field by, he put huge difference between him and Vindigo today.
I don't remember these guys at the British Open.
No, this is the Tour de France.
Oh.
Mountain stage, first real mountain stage today, category 2. Finish on the mountains. And he blew everybody away. So the Tour de France did end today. Because now he has an
You've already said this, though.
Well, but now it's more official.
But now you're the boy who cried wolf.
Well, I didn't see Ben Healy regaining the yellow shirt, but he did, and he beat Ben Healy by like 10 minutes or so today. So it's like
the guy who brought the forklift to here kind of had an interesting name also.
What's that?
Jumpy Gathers.
Oh, Jumpy Gathers. That's right. Should have remembered that. Jumpy Gathers. I just want to let you guys know the Tour de France.
You brought up that Tour de France update way too early. We still have 3 minutes.
No, we're good. We can just wrap it up. And be done with it.
Did anybody ever forklift you?
What's a forklift?
Basically, get up under the offensive lineman somehow. You lift them up and you walk them back on their tippy toes.
I mean, I've been trucked. I don't know if I've ever been forklift.
Well, trucked, you go to your back though, don't you?
Yeah.
This is Jumpy Gathers.
I don't think I've ever been forklift.
Jumpy Gathers would somehow get under the defensive or offensive lineman, basically lift him up like a forklift, and tiptoe him back into the quarterback's face.
Yeah.
And it was, in fact, I went on YouTube and looked. There's like all sorts of moves people teaching the forklift pass rush move.
It was definitely my weakness. You want to beat Tyler? You're not beating Tyler with speed and athleticism. You just run down the middle of his chest. That you play a 6'8" dude, run down the middle of his chest.
You want me to tell you more about the Tour de France?
Yeah. So the guy that everybody did the nice thing to and didn't wait for
could have
benefited for about 2 more minutes.
Actually, that is funny.
Could have benefited from 2 extra minutes of time.
He beat the snot out of everybody today. He put him in
he
the grave.
He didn't stop and wait for him to
He
catch up?
did not stop. I thought the same thing when I'm watching him destroy everybody today, putting time on everybody. The guy that they all were really nice to beat them over the head with a bicycle today on the ride up the Pyrenees. Why would you do anybody a favor if you got a guy down?
He showed you how you get it paid back. I mean, if he just stopped like 20 yards from the line and just wait for the whole group and then right in. Isn't there a shirt for leading the whole thing, and isn't there a shirt for winning the stage?
Or if you really want it, oh no, there's not a
the yellow shirt's if you're leading the whole race.
The general classification.
Yeah.
There's 4 shirts. You want to know the rest of the shirts?
Just what do you get for winning the stage?
Nothing. You just get like flowers and like a teddy bear or something. You don't get anything. You don't get a shirt for winning the stage. You just get like
hurry up, give me the other 3 shirts quick.
Green, sprint, polka dot, mountains, white, best young rider.
And you get it during the middle of the race or at the end of it?
You get it after every stage. So after every stage, there's points for every shirt.
So I can be the best young rider through 3 stages and not be the best young rider through 6.
Because another young rider will overtake you in the terms of standings. All right, anyways, that's the end of the French, the Tour de France. Yeah, it's done. Wrapping that up.
I bet you give us another one.
There won't be anything else to say, unfortunately.
They don't race till tomorrow.
No, they race tomorrow.
Listen, for 1 o'clock, we'll get a little. I demand a French, what's it called? Tour de France. Tour de France update sometime in the 1 o'clock hour tomorrow.
All you have to do is ask for it. I mean, I'm happy to give it to you. Or we can bag it. That was a French pun. Jeff Legwold joins us after 2 o'clock to talk about RJ Harvey doing his deal. No dumb questions, 303-504-0925. What's your own nickname? God, do you think we have people out there that have tried to nickname themselves?
Oh, maybe.
That would be pretty funny. What nickname did you try to give yourself? It's a tough one when you're just giving yourself nicknames.
Self-coined, man.
PhD on 925. All right, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summertime, man. I want you to have a great time. I want you to have a fantastic weekend. Make it a long one. Make it a fun one. And if that just isn't happening for you because things are kind of sad down there, well, listen. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get things going in the right direction for you. They work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Check them out today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What's that? Oh, you lost the... Yeah. Yeah, it's the way they shoot it over there, man. It's like... I don't know. It's a great question. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, he may, if he's available, be on the old Zoom link. Yeah. You guys call Sanford coach? That's a nickname, right? I don't like calling people but he's not our coach. People call him coach. I don't know. I feel like it's a title if he's your coach, but if you're just like a normal person, it feels like it's been a nickname for him here. I don't know, like how other, you know. That's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't call him coach if I just talked to him. I got a lot of old PJ Carlson. But he was your coach, right? All right, 303-504-0925. Had a little hot mic there. Thank you. Many people listening to our commercials. Letting us know.
You're ruining our commercials.
My bad.
No
I
dumb
apologize.
question.
Yeah.
Does every sport need a hero and a villain to make it fun to watch?
It definitely helps. Depends how established you are, I'd say. I mean, who's the hero and villain in the NFL right now?
Well, forever, and this goes back a little bit. I think you pointed out this yesterday. Cowboys forever were both. Like they had a huge contingency. Reason that the top of Dallas Stadium was open so a guy could watch his favorite team, and forever. And then it became Cowboys fans, and everybody hated them. So to me, they were kind of a villain both. The Raiders back in the day. Nowadays, Kansas City was starting to, I think, go into that.
Well, Kansas City has become the villain for sure in terms of
and they were the hero
getting
early.
the calls from the refs, everything else. So what would help a lot is if a Josh Allen could steal a Super Bowl or two, or I guess Joe Burrow, whatever.
But they've kind of
But I mean, are you going to Caitlin Clark or what are you going to do?
No, I was just watching this because Roy McIlroy just made a birdie putt. And I was trying to figure out, is he a good guy? Is he liked? Is he disliked?
He's been all of it.
He's kind of been all of it. But isn't that the sign maybe of when you're great? LeBron James. It's kind of been at the pinnacle of love to now kind of at the pinnacle of we're tired of you, And McIlroy seems like that's that guy on the tour.
Well, Rory and Bryson were fascinating. And I guess you could throw Brooks Koepka in that mix for a little bit as well. But, Bryson was the original villain. Everybody hated his guts. Then he goes to live. All of a sudden, he starts all this YouTube stuff, and
everybody likes him.
Everybody loves him. Absolutely, everybody loves him. Rory at the time was the hero because he was defending the PGA. He was Mr. America. I'm not taking the Saudi money, but then he just wouldn't shut up, And then it's like, dang, like Rory, why do you care so much about this, And then he kind of more or less, not kind of, he did get sold out by the PGA, and he became a villain. But then he wins the Masters. And this is what I always bring this up with Shedeur Sanders. I know I've said it a million times, but America loves the fall from grace and they love the redemption story. Who was not rooting for Rory in the Masters? I know I was.
I'm a Rory fan.
Yeah.
But I can see where he puts people
I thought he got a
sideways.
little mouthy during the thing, but I was cheering for the Masters because there was so many years in between what was supposed to be another Tiger Woods type of career that he hadn't completed the Grand Slam thing. So I found myself cheering for him.
like hate Colin Montgomery, like back in the day.
But you know what Colin Montgomery was? He was Rivers.
Yeah.
He was Phillip Rivers.
This is kind of
he was America's Phillip Rivers.
Did you see he got into it in Colorado Springs with Roger Maltby on the senior tour?
Oh, really?
Down in
At the Senior Open?
Do you know what it was? Do you know what it was all about?
Okay,
that's a little bit of an ethical dilemma.
I watched one round of that and I forgot about it.
Yeah, it's whatever. But they had words because Montgomery hit the ball, somewhere, and Maltby didn't. Maltby's doing the TV thing. He's got all the whole thing and he's whatever. Apparently, Maltby just talked about them looking for the ball, and Maltby did not help them look for the ball. And Montgomery was pissed because ethically, if you're in the area, I guess everybody is supposed to help look for the ball if the ball kind of goes sideways. Have you guys ever heard of that before? Like, Maltby was like, I'm working. I'm doing my job. I don't have to look for your ball.
I guess, yes, that's like common etiquette when you're playing with your boys at the local club. I wouldn't think that that's common etiquette at the professional level.
How long do you
I would think you're all in your own world at the professional level.
How long do you pretend to look for your playing partner's ball when it goes out of bounds?
Well, they changed the time limit from 5 minutes to like 2 minutes.
I'm just asking you guys, like when you're playing with somebody and their ball goes out and you're like, all right, I'll stomp around in the marsh for you to try to find it.
I kind of enjoy that. I don't know.
So you really look for it?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll look for it unless it's a guy.
I look until they tell me to stop.
Yeah, I'll look for it unless it's a guy that has never gotten out of the cart to help me.
Yeah.
Then I'll walk maybe, I'll just take my cart and go over
there. Scott, you know what it is? It's the gimme thing. Like, hey, if I'm not helping, I know I'm going to hit in the native neck. So if I'm not helping you, you're probably not helping me.
Oh, it was Patrick Harrington. My bad. Not Colin Montgomery. Same thing, isn't it? Colin Montgomery,
No.
Patrick Harrington. No? Okay. My bad.
Patrick Harrington kind of dominated the
All
senior
right,
tour
no
for a
dumb
while.
question.
Yeah.
Should Wyndham Clark embrace being a villain?
How
No,
so?
because I don't think he's doing it the right way.
Just be a bad boy. Be a bad boy.
Let's just go like how?
Well,
Give me another example.
what was our dude?
Like yell at the crowd, yell at the fans or something.
No, the other dude that was just like he swears every other word. I think he's Irish. Help me out here.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Little stocky guy?
Yeah,
Yes,
stocky guy.
yes.
Oh God, he's great.
I love him.
Like I love
Gosh
watching
darn
that
it.
dude. I
I
can't
do
believe I'm
too.
drawing a blank on his name right now.
That guy is fantastic.
He's not Irish.
He's British or something.
He's British.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it, I can see him in my
He's got the beard.
short,
yeah.
stout, angry dude. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go all black hat, that would be funny if you just start yelling at the patrons, like at the fans. Like if you start mouthing off to them, shut up, get out of my way, move. He always just yells at himself though. Like he's not yelling at other
Well,
people.
he yells at the course. Oh, Tyrell Hatton.
Hatton. Love watching Hatton.
Was it the U.S. Open? He was in it late and then kind of had to have a blow up last few holes?
Yes, he was in it real late. It was right down to the wire. He was great to watch. I mean, back in the day, didn't you watch John Daly because you knew it could implode at any moment? That this thing could fall off the train off the tracks any second.
Well, he went from a hero. I don't even know if he ever went to the villain point.
I don't think so.
I don't think it was a villain. It was disappointing. He wasn't as competitive.
He went from hero to legend. That's what he did.
He went from hero to a sympathetic hero. Because remember, he had the shakes when he's trying to quit drinking or whatever, and he's on the course, and it's like 80 degrees out, and he's got jackets on and freezing, was shaking to the point where he's like, oh, man, that guy is messed up. To now, he's just a legend.
Yep.
But kind of a sad legend, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody still likes John Daly.
It's a sad legend that you love to worship, but in reality, it really is nothing but sad.
All right, here's another no dumb question that's kind of interesting. We haven't talked about this for a couple hours. Did Shane Gillis go too far at the ESPYs last night?
Name one.
Let's play a little montage and we can judge. Go ahead, Alan.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble.
No.
Aaron Rodgers did not take the vaccine because he predicted it would be bad for him. And then he joined the New York Jets.
No.
So maybe he wasn't right about everything. Shador Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl.
Way too far. way too
nepotism,
far.
Right? All right.
How dare he?
Well, he almost won.
A big year for the WNBA. I love Caitlin Clark. Hell yeah. Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes.
Edgy. It's a little edgy.
When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women. Shohei Ohtani couldn't make it tonight. Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here.
I mean,
Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions, pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
See, it's a good tie-in, Joe.
That's
He had
good.
to follow up to the tie-in.
That's good. Do the WNBA one too, Alan.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players.
It's fantastic.
That might be one of the funnier SB jokes ever right there.
Yes, it honestly is.
Because it plays on the pomposity.
I'll bet
the
you-
arrogance of everything.
I'll bet you ABC and the people of ABC did not like him.
Oh, I'm sure. Disney?
He was throwing in Trump and Epstein jokes in there too. It was for ABC, for the ESPYs.
If you're going to have a comedian host your
Dude.
thing, what do you expect?
Well, it's been kind of lame, man. There's been
Peyton Manning hosted?
He's done it, I think. LeBron's hosted it.
What is Peyton not hosted?
But you're right. Like if we're having a comedian on, what's the point if it's not something like that?
Wasn't it Ricky Gervais who just torched the Golden Globes or whatever that award thing he did?
I don't remember.
Oh my, that's a rant. Go back and watch that rant. He crushes everybody.
Alan's got one more. Go ahead, Alan.
I didn't write this. Put your hands where my eyes can see is what they say when Deshaun Watson gets a massage. I disagree as well. I swear to God, I didn't want to tell it.
All right, there you go, Shane Gillis.
Yeah, pretty edgy.
Yeah.
A little edgy.
Yeah. All right, Jeff Legwold is going to join us. Let's football go. The Broncos in training camp. And RJ Harvey signs his deal. That's coming up. What does the signing of RJ Harvey by the Broncos do for the team. Jeff Legwold will join us in about 4 minutes to go into depth about it. But before we get to Leggy on, what does this mean for the Broncos that they did get a deal done with R.J. Harvey?
Well, they got nothing but ball to focus on. So that's the good news, man. I mean, there's so few narratives in this year's training camp. There already were very few narratives. There were very few training camp battles that were going on, positional battles. R.J. Harvey happened to be one of those with J.K. Dobbins. And now with that deal done, dude, they show up and they got nothing but ball to focus on.
Well, listen, you've got. Why didn't they run the football more last year? Because Sean Payton in his past, when he was in New Orleans, he wasn't afraid to run the football. They had good running games.
I'll tell you why.
Well, it was either he didn't want to scheme it, he didn't think the talent was any good, or whatever. But now you've added 2 quality running backs, it looks like. Are you going to run the football?
So here's why I think the answer is yes. Why didn't they run the football more last year? Sean Payton bought his new ATV. He bought his boat, right? He bought a new toy, and his name was Bo Nix. And he wanted to play with that toy, right? He wanted to go ride that ATV every single day because that was the new toy that he bought. He inherited some other investments from the running back position that he didn't buy those. Though he wasn't excited about those. Now he did go put his name on something. He put his name on R.J. Harvey, and that's another toy, right? So the ATV, that might still be his favorite toy, but he's got another toy, and he's going to use it. And I do think he will utilize the running game more this year.
Does the signing of Harvey change anything in terms of what drama there could have been? I mean, does this just eliminate everything? Is there any other drama going on with the Broncos right now going into training camp?
I mean, not really. There are a handful of guys that all want a new contract, and at any given moment, you never know when things could go sideways in those conversations. Look, do I think Zach Allen's going to hold out? No, I don't. Do I think Cortland Sutton's going to hold out? No, I don't. Do I think Nick Benito's going to hold out? No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think Jonathan Franklin Myers is going to hold out? No, I don't. But you never know at what point somebody gets offended in a contract negotiation.
It depends how the good faith is going, right? Is there hope? I mean, Cowboys are having a big one with Micah Parsons right now.
Yeah, to your point, Scott, I mean, for how long have we heard both the Broncos and Cortland Sutton want to get a new deal done? I mean, we've been hearing that for 6 months now. Well, where's the new deal?
Does there have to be a new deal done with Cortland Sutton?
I think so. Yeah.
When?
Before week 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Jeff about that as well. I guess I'm a little surprised it got. I'm happily surprised it got done. I thought the R.J. Harvey thing would linger a little bit. I was wondering, like, at what point would these guys be sacrificing certain things? But it looks like he got a little bit too, right? I mean, he didn't get it fully guaranteed, but he got a good chunk of it.
Yeah, he ended up getting 47.7% of the contract fully guaranteed. And according to Mike Kliss, that's 47.7% more than last year's pick at the exact same spot.
Now, all that wasn't in the signing bonus, was it?
No. So the signing bonus is separate. The signing bonus was, that money's guaranteed, yes, but that's not included. This is saying, like, my salary.
All next season's guaranteed and portions of the second year.
Yeah.
Or more, maybe. Who knows? Depends how bottom heavy it is.
Yeah, so usually by the time you get to year 3 of the contract, they've already paid you your signing bonus, and whatever your contract is that year, they can cut you. Don't have to pay a dollar of that.
Well, let's bring on Jeff Legwold right now. Jeff, it's great to see you. Why don't you give us some insights into the R.J. Harvey thing? What went into getting him signed and how it got done today? And what's unique about this compared to most second-rounders, Jeff?
Well, not most second rounders anymore. I mean, this is what's unique is the trend this year for Harvey and others. What Tyler is saying is the unique part for second rounders. The first rounders have largely lived in this world the past few years where most or all of a first rounder contract has been guaranteed. This has now moved into the second round. Working together, collusion, collective thinking, however you want to call it, it worked this year. After the first 2 guys in the second round got guaranteed money, all the way through their contracts. The rest of the round did better. And like Tyler was saying, that the third year.
Jeffy froze on
us. That was pretty insightful.
That was good. We're left in
that third year is just like it's just a magical year.
Jeff, you can probably still hear us, but you're frozen.
You never know what's going to happen in that third year.
Jeff is back.
Say the third year.
I'm back.
Sorry about that, Jeff.
No, but it's the guaranteed money in the in salary in the third year that's unique now. But it's going to happen more and more moving forward, and probably 5 years from now we'll be having this discussion about the third round. So I mean, this is the evolution of a salary cap that's grown far more than people expected 10 years ago, and frankly, if you're picked in day one or day two, you're probably going to reap the benefits.
Jeff, who do you think we will hear news on first of the guys that want a new contract? Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Benito, Jonathan Franklin Myers. And I guess when do you think we'll hear something on those guys?
Yeah, I continue to think Sutton is the one everyone would like to get done first. And that, that could be the training camp preseason, pretty soon contract if everyone continues the momentum they've shown at times. But, I think that's the one the team knows if they don't do it, they're going to have some explaining to do in the locker room, because they have given every indication if Cortland did what they wanted, they would do what he wanted. And he did everything they've wanted. He did mini camp a year ago when they asked him to. He came. They didn't give him any new money last year, and he still had one of his better seasons. He's Bo Nix's favorite receiver. He's good in the locker room. I don't know what they could be fighting now at this point other than he's 30. But you told this guy an important part of your team that he's an important part of your team. And I think that's the one that needs to get done first and probably will. Benito, I think that's all going to come down to, are they going to do like they did with Surtain? Are you going to put him at the top of the market? How comfortable are you doing that right now before he plays anymore? And that's why I think they'll wait. Both sides at when I last spoke to people seem inclined to kind of wait and see a little bit on that. And I think Zach Allen, that's one of those they could do during the season for cap reasons. And I would think that's the one that has the profile for during the season.
We just talked about Harvey getting signed and everything. They got Dobbins. What do you think the running game will look like this year?
I don't think they know yet, Scotty. I mean, I have always professed to saying I hear Sean Payton talk about the run game a lot, and then on game day, I don't see that same commitment. So I am intrigued to see how they're splitting carries. The Broncos don't have an old school position battle we're all going to watch during camp, but I do think carries and reps and what downs, what guys are playing will bear watching early on in camp, because I think they're going to try and make decisions, and I think they're going to use practice performance to make a lot of those decisions.
What competitions are there in camp this year, Jeff?
That they lead the league in retention. No team in the league brought more guys back than they did. So, we don't have the old track the snaps competition going on anyway. I want to see where they're fitting Jahdae Barron in and how. How do the running backs look? After the receiver. I want to see where the receivers are rotating in and out. Those are the battles they have. It's not necessarily who's starting the game, but how it all looks on third down, third and long. What's it look like? Who's he comfortable with in 2-minute situations? At the half, at the end of games. Those are the battles we're looking at. Not so much is player A or player B going to be a starter. It's who's playing on the most important downs and why.
I don't know if there's been another player since Jerry Jeudy that had more workout videos put out in an off season. That I know that was COVID year, but Dre Greenlaw, I watched something on him the other day. First of all, this guy's a frickin' monster. I don't think he participated in OTAs in any.
Are you watching the Ashton Hall ones? Are you falling for those?
I guess I might have been, but I've seen one where he was working out. But what's the expectations on him and his health?
They've had no concerns. At least they've expressed no concerns, and I don't think they really have any. The initial reports from a couple folks were that it could impact some of the regular season. That the Broncos have swatted that back pretty hard right away, even privately when I've asked people. And he, at his best, he's one of the best off-ball linebackers in the league. And I think they win the Super Bowl. The Niners win that Super Bowl if he doesn't get hurt. So he will have an enormous. If those two guys are healthy, the two guys they signed from the Niners are healthy. One of the league's best defenses is in an elite category if everybody's healthy and finishes the year.
Who's his running buddy?
That's I want to see. Singleton has said he's ready, and to me, that's a good pairing on early downs, but they're very intent on finding snaps for Drew Sanders. So that's, and those can come in a variety of ways in the nickel and dime and those things. But I think it will be a mix and match next to him, frankly. And maybe that impacts what the 53 looks like, the first week of September. But I do think they see him as sort of an every down player because of his coverage skills, and then a little mix and match around him.
Hey, go back to Cortland Sutton for a second. Where would you put him in the top wide receivers in the NFL? And I guess where I'm going with that is how much money are we talking about?
Yeah, Tyler, if I'm Sutton or his agent, I say, rank me wherever you want. Guess what?
I'm your number one.
I'm the best receiver you have.
Yeah.
I'm the best receiver Bo Nix has. I'm Bo Nix's favorite receiver.
It's a pretty legitimate argument.
Yeah. No, I think it's the argument. And I think, when we wrestle with, is it 25? Is it 30 million a year? Look, the cap is so far out there right now. We gotta just wrap our heads around with, if you're the best at what you do or among the best on your team, you're going to get paid like it. So I am just of the opinion, whatever the dollar figure is, if you don't do it, you're going to have an awful lot of explaining to do in your locker room privately if you're Sean Payton, because he did everything you asked him to do, and you didn't hold up your end of the bargain. That's going to be what a lot of his teammates think when they look at it if they don't do something.
Camp does start next week, Jeff. There's really it's a unique year. We'll never have a year like this because of the construction going on over there. So what accommodations or lack of accommodations are there going to be? What changes, I guess, based on just this massive construction project that's going on at the same time as camp?
Well, a lot fewer people are going to be able to go, DMac. And
sure.
I've seen the big bleachers they've got set up. It's likely going to be an end zone view for folks if they keep the fields pointed the same direction they have in the past. Mm-hmm. So, but it won't be, as up close and personal as people are used to, or who, the camp regulars who go out there. But I think, they'll have room for a few hundred. Those tickets were gone pretty fast. My neighbors have told me. So it will be different. It won't quite be the COVID year when nobody was out there with us. And it's a little more stringent than when they built the field house, and that sort of impacted how practice looks. But won't be as many folks, but they do have a large sets of bleachers I've seen, already up and ready for the people who can get in will at least be able to see some of practice.
And that's on the other side of the fence where the coach's parking lot was, right?
No, well, the bleachers I saw were right where on the side of the field by the public parking lot on the where you would have walked into the lobby
Right.
of the old building in the old days.
Well, I'm curious if they're going to have construction like happening during the practice.
No, they're on a schedule. They're on a tight schedule to get it done by May. So it would shock me that if they'd shut it down. I mean, they did not shut it down during OTAs or mini camp. So there were plenty of days when the welding sparks were going while they were running third down.
So do you park your car where you're used to being at over at the jailhouse, and then just take your electric scooter over there to the field?
My little scooter. Now, I may just get Ubered right to the gate. Maybe that'll be how I handled it.
That's how.
A P card back to ESPN.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Next week, training camp. Here we go. There you go. So looking forward to it.
I'm ready to roll.
All right, let's go. Thanks, Jeff. Talk to you later. Jeff,
Number 40 for me. Training camp.
Oh my
40.
God! Are you serious? Wow.
The early ones I didn't do every day, but I still count them because I was like going to practice sometimes. So
wow,
anyway.
40 years of covering training camp. What's the most significant difference in 40 years?
Practice is a lot shorter now. Tyler will tell you that, but yeah, practice. I'm old enough to have covered a 3 a day. Let's just put it that way.
I think my first was 94 in Greeley.
Well, that's when Tyler ripped Elvis Dumerville's shoulder off.
94.
A padded 2 a day.
Yep.
Yeah, just
fully padded his second day.
Took care of Elvis.
That was right. When I covered the Steelers, Chuck Noll would do the Oklahoma drill on the first day of training camp. He would never get away with that anymore.
Does anybody do the Oklahoma drill?
No, it's banned. It's outlawed.
It doesn't make any sense to do the Oklahoma drill.
It's banned.
It really
It's
doesn't
banned,
make sense. Yeah, on the first day of training camp.
All right, how about this? 40 years. What's the dumbest thing you've ever seen at training camp in 40 years?
Well, he's in the Hall of Fame, so I'm crushed to say it, but probably the Oklahoma drill on the first day of training camp.
Okay.
No, I once saw a player leave training camp because he wouldn't let the other players cut his hair. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, probably.
That was in Denver, though, wasn't it? That was here.
No,
it was in. I was covering the Titans. I can't remember his name, but it was a tackle from Arizona, and he had the long mane, and he didn't want it cut, so he left camp.
Well, wasn't there an issue with one of the guys in Denver, though, that had long hair coming in there the last few years?
Yeah. Well, they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, they don't do it
anymore.
No
more hazing.
No
more hazing.
Hazing doesn't exist.
We had a dude disappear from training camp in Seattle one year, and he just left a note in his hotel room, and he said, "I went to Africa."
Okay,
I'm just gone.
Well,
I'm out.
Jarvis Moss just took off in training camp. Just was like,
well, they had
peace out.
They had a Nebraska lineman here, a draft pick that went and said, "I'm going to go to dental school. I'm out."
Well, at least he was doing something to upgrade his life.
And guess what? He still got a job, and he remembers his kids' names.
Yeah,
exactly.
There you go.
And a lot of, I probably should have gone to dental school too, but that didn't work out. So
you'd have been a foreman on a train.
We've had some fun ones, man. We've had Matt Prater and his adventures with the IKEA stuff. We had
IKEA.
Well,
what happened with IKEA?
Well, it's a whole long story with Matt Prater. He got spotted by the IKEA security guards backing into a car at a hotel with a stripper from Shotgun Willie's. Went to another hotel. Blah 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 blah.
IKEA.
Yeah, they were.
What did IKEA have to do with that?
They were building IKEA. And it was like 2:00 in the morning, and like some guys, some security guards or whatever, were at the hotel, and they saw him back into a car.
Wow.
You don't know that?
Oh, I remember that. I remember that.
I remember the Shotgun Willies. I just don't remember the IKEA part.
The cops go into the hotel, and they ask the stripper who was driving the car, and she goes, Matty P or whatever. And they identified him because he ran away from the hotel, and he left his ID badge from the, right?
His parking pass.
His parking
he left
pass.
His parking pass.
And he didn't go home or somewhere else. He just went to a hotel next door, and they found him and knocked on the door, and he begged for, it was a whole thing. Matt turned his life around, and it was great.
I was going to say, then he went to rehab.
Matt is still playing in the NFL, by the way.
Yes, Matt's doing great. But there was the other guy, John from Napa. What's his face? He punched a guy and then hid in the bushes there at Shane Company.
Yeah.
What's his face? What was his name, Jeff? John something or other. Gosh.
Bannon?
you're going down in the training camp mayhem path.
Yeah, I mean, it was there's been some incredible. Oh, gosh darn it, what was his last name? He went to Oregon, straight out of Napa. John something or other. He was causing havoc all over the place. So there was that bar there. He smacked a guy. He ran and got found by the cops at the Shane Company and the wood chips.
It was JD's bait shop.
Was it JD's?
Yeah,
I thought it was
so.
I thought it was the bar on the other side though, near Shane Company on Arapahoe.
Oh, I don't know.
And Jarvis Moss left. There's all sorts of quirky things. Elvis Dumerville, was talking about guns and stuff. Remember that, Jeff, when he had to come back? Guys got in trouble. Vaughn with all of his issues. We've had a lot of drama right off the bat.
We had the one linebacker that was pilfering billfolds in the locker room. Remember that? And they went and played. Actually, got cut here and played for Green Bay.
Who are you talking about there?
I'll look it up.
Okay. These are just some of the fun stories, Jeff.
Yeah.
There's been plenty.
There's been plenty.
Then there's
You're
the
right.
night of about the 8-car caravan leaving Old Chicago in Greeley with a police escort about midnight, and no one should have been driving. And the lead car almost ran into the back end of the police car that was escorting them. That was number 7.
John Boyette. John Boyette was his name. Do you miss the Greeley days at all, Jeff?
They had just moved to the facility when I got here, but
is that right?
I covered away camps for Steelers, Bills, and Oilers. So I have done these 7 weeks on the road.
Yeah, I did a couple of camps up there at Greeley. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was like 99, 2000, whatever. It was kind of cool. It was fun. It was really relaxed, It was.
Back then.
You could eat
You
with
spend
the
the night.
players.
You could eat in the
Nobody
cafeteria.
cared. It was to talk about different, Jeff. Can you imagine back up at Greeley? First of all, you could walk between the fields wherever you wanted, whatever you wanted to do. And at lunch, everybody just ate together. Seriously.
Yeah.
Lunchtime, all the media was just eating with the players. Just right there in the cafeteria at Greeley.
When I covered the Steelers, we stayed in the same dorms as the players.
Nice.
You moved into the dorms with the players?
Yeah,
I stayed in the dorm. I don't remember if any
That's
players was
fantastic.
in our dorm, but we had a media dorm. We'd spend the night there.
For Greeley?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get to do that. I had to go up and back.
Well,
I didn't get
I'd always spend the night at least once or twice during the camp.
Is that right?
Well, the first year we did it in '94, Reeves was still here, and they were padded practice, long ass practices twice a day, and I didn't want to drive, an hour and a half to get up there. So
Scott's big ass on a dorm bed. That's got to be a sight.
oh, it's hilarious.
It's gotta be something.
Wait till you see the shower.
All right, Jeff. Happy 40. Congratulations, and we'll talk to you next week out of camp. Thanks, Jeff.
See you, folks.
All right, let's football go. We got more of that coming up next year on PhD.
Hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, know that you don't have to live with it. Whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask them about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, and that's why I could not recommend them any more than I do. Guys, you're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're the best of the best in the industry at what they do. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that's a limited time offer. Check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
PhD presents Let's Football Go.
It wasn't our home.
All right, run out and hook in.
Run out and hook in. Show these people how to play football.
Are you ready for some football?
Let's go! Westminster.
Let's go, man. Let's go. That's what we do, man.
Westminster.
A few years ago.
Stop. Let me correct you. Stop.
You was talking about my mom. That's you are.
It's because he went 13-12 over his career and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right?
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. We love you. MountainHighAppliance.com. We do have some breaking news to start things off with. How about this? TJ Watt, according to our guy Adam Schefter, just became the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for the second time in his career. How about this? 3-year, $123 million extension with $108 million fully guaranteed. The $41 million per average is the highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history.
Wow.
Your reaction to that?
Whole lot of money. I mean, I knew it was going to get done. We've had this conversation a bunch, and everybody was talking about TJ Watt getting traded. There was no chance they're trading him in a year in which they're going all in on older players, trying to make it work with Aaron Rodgers. So they were going to pay the man that money. He obviously has injury concerns, and, you know, for the most part, he's been a pretty healthy football player, but he's had some injuries of late that have been concerning. And, you know, when you pass out that kind of money to a dude that's coming off a long-term injury, it's a little bit scary.
I'm just glad there's no guaranteed money in the NFL.
Well, that's the thing, man. The NFL is the most top-heavy league in the world. The disparity of what the top 5 players are making on the team in comparison to the other 48.
The us.
Yeah, the us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about a difference of sometimes $30-50 million. Like that's the disparity.
Well, there's a big disparity, too, from top guys. I was saying the NBA. Here's the difference. Even the bottom guys.
You've got the 7th man on the bench making $40 million bucks.
Well, I don't have that much. But the bottom guys are guaranteed in the NBA.
Yeah.
The NFL, your bottom guys, you suck real bad in weeks 1 and 2. You may not be around in week 3, and there's no responsibility for you.
I don't know, dude. Zeke Najee signed a $32 million deal.
But when's the contract start? When does it become guaranteed after week 5, week 6? The rest of the season become guaranteed money?
So once in your career as a vested veteran, if you're on the opening day roster and you get cut after that, you can collect your full salary, but you can only do that one time.
So you could have 3 years left on your deal.
And you just get that year.
That year.
Correct.
That's the difference right there. Because NFL has now guaranteed money. But you're right. It's the top, what, 8%, 10% maybe?
Yep. TJ Watt has more sacks over the last 5 seasons. No player has more sacks over the last 5 seasons than TJ Watt, who has 73.5 during that span.
Pretty good.
The dude's good at football.
Is it worth $41 million a year?
It's worth whatever the rate is. Yeah, I mean that's the going rate for a pass rusher these days. So yeah, he's worth it.
Next story. They have rated the ESPN, that is, the top corners in the league. Care to guess where Pat Surtain is?
1.
Scott?
2.
Who do you think would be at 1?
I think it's too obvious.
He's at 1. He's at 1 again. And of his 56 targets, Surtain produced 19.6 ball hawking rate with 11 pass deflections and 4 interceptions. 5.5 yards allowed per target was the top 5 in the league, and he gave up just 2 touchdowns all season. How tricky is it, though, if you're so good they just avoid you to pile up any kind of numbers? And is this a position where the more that they just avoid you, probably the better?
Well, that's why you don't grade corners on tackles. That's why you don't grade corners on even interceptions.
Right. Do you care to guess the other top 5 just out of for shizzles and giggles?
No.
Can you name any of the other top 5?
Well, I mean, in order would probably be difficult, but Denzel Ward's got to be on that list.
Denzel Ward's at 3.
What's Arkansas? Trent McDuffie.
He's at 4.
What's the guy with 2?
What's the guy in New York?
Sauce Gardner's at 5.
They don't still have Jalen Ramsey in the top 5, do they?
They do. Not in the top 5, no.
Who's number 2?
You want a hint?
Oh, I know.
You got it.
Houston.
Yes. You got it.
Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley's the last guy. All right, next one, Alan. Von Miller signed a 1-year deal with the Washington Commanders. He showed himself wearing number 24. I don't know if that's in honor of Champ Bailey or not.
I would imagine.
I would think so. That'd be cool if that's the number he's wearing. How do you think Von's going to do in Washington?
Well, they already had the oldest roster in the NFL, and you just added how's Von's got to be 37, 30, 38. He's got
up there. I'll look it up.
He's got to be pushing 40. He's getting close to it. So that team is all in on the veterans. I think if you go into it with realistic expectations, I have no idea what the money is. I'd be surprised if it's a ton. And if Von Miller's making, call it $5 million and he produces 6 to 8 sacks for you, I'd say that's
Big
success.
Deal. Good deal, yeah.
He turned 36 in March.
Okay, not quite as old as I thought.
Still, for a guy that plays his position, is there anybody older than Von Miller in the NFL? I mean,
probably not.
Kind of doubt it.
Where is Von Miller in the all-time career sacks?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do we think he's top 15?
All-time sacks?
Yeah.
Gosh, it feels like he would be. Alan, you might have to help me out on that one.
He's got to be close, right?
He has 129 and a half sacks. I just don't know where that ranks. But that's his sack number, 129.5. We're doing sack leaders.
Bruce Smith has 200.
Yeah. That's
wow, so
sick,
he
right?
is, Von's ranked number 16.
20.
Yeah, so he could catch.
What's this guy?
Wow,
right
he
here?
could catch.
Well, realistically, let's say Von Miller plays another 2 years, right? He could realistically get another 6 to 10 sacks out of the next 2 years. I think relatively
You
conservatively.
think he's got 2 years left?
Well, he's playing this year, so that's just one more.
No, I understand there's 2 sides of the list. You got 25 on one side and 16 on the other.
So if Von were to get 10 more sacks, that would tie him at number 7. If he gets 11 more sacks, he would officially have the 7th spot.
There's 2. See, they really didn't. It's unofficial and official. They started keeping the stat in 1982, but that list on the left side, they're kind of going back.
Go back and watch a film because then you got Deacon Jones.
Yeah, so on the
Jack
official
Youngblood,
list,
Alan Page.
Since 1982, when they really kept track, Von's at 16. He's right, but Taylor played in both times, so they've got him kind of,
Eller's ahead of him.
Are you surprised 16? You thought it was a little bit higher, maybe?
No, I think that sounds about right, actually.
Hall of Famer, Von?
Hall of Famer. First ballot.
First ballot Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Well, he can get, with a half a sack this year, go to 130. Can he pass Lawrence Taylor?
Yeah.
Here's the question.
3 sacks.
All the guys ahead of him, Lawrence Taylor, Leslie O'Neal, John Abram, Jared Allen, John Randall, Richard, are they all in the Hall of Fame?
It feels like
and Jared Allen, did Jared Allen get in just this past year?
Yeah.
A couple years ago. Or was it recently? Yes.
I think all those guys are Hall of Famers, basically.
He's the first ballot, boys. Super Bowl MVP, number 16 as it stands today. Conservatively, if he gets another 5 to 6 sacks just this year, he's going to crack the top 15.
I think
if he gets 6.
I think he could easily get 6 because I don't know if he's going to get a ton of snaps, but every time he's going to be put in the game, it's going to be in a position where it's going to be to his advantage.
Well, if he gets 6.5, he ties Jared Allen at 136.
I bet he can get that. I bet he gets, 8. I don't know. That might be a bit. I bet he gets 7 sacks this year.
Well, listen, if Washington is as good as a lot of people think they are, and they're getting in late, they're winning games, and all of a sudden teams are having to try to come back on them and throw a lot, you're probably going to get more snaps.
I love it. If you think you're going to be leading games and you listen, fullbacks play 6 to 8 snaps a game sometimes. You don't get the most. There's other specialty type of positions. What's wrong with having a pass rush specialist? That seems pretty awesome to me if you can afford it on your roster.
Yeah. We don't have any clue how much the money is, right?
Gosh, I do not. I haven't seen that. I just assume it's for a vet
I
minimum.
thought
sort
I
of
saw
deal.
2 or 3 million.
Yeah, I mean, what's a vet minimum for a guy with his longevity? It's got 2.5, 3. I have no idea. I don't know what
How
the vet
about
minimum is.
Oh
DeMarcus Ware 11? I guess 05 to 16. That'd be 12 seasons. How they do the math with the seasons.
Are you surprised DeMarcus has more sacks than Vaughn?
138.5. That's pretty good.
DeMarcus was pretty good.
I mean, Von Miller's already got going in his 14th season.
I guess I'm a
right?
little surprised that DeMarcus has more sacks than Vaughn. I'm a little surprised by that one. I thought Vaughn would be a little bit higher on that list, frankly.
I don't know if D-Ware ever had to miss time like Vaughn has.
Oh, that's a fair point. Well, we wish Vaughn the best, man, in Washington. They have an exciting team there. Really exciting team. So we'll see.
They are
see what
officially
do.
the oldest team in the NFL, though.
Is that right?
Yep.
Ooh, you think the wheels are going to fall off then a little bit?
I mean, the average age is 27 and a half, which doesn't sound terrible, but they've got like 8 dudes well over their 30s.
It's PhD on 92.5. There's a fun story. Nate Kreckman will join us from Vegas here in a second. Nate has a stat about the Rockies that it's such a Nate Kreckman stat, it's awesome. But it definitely supports my case about before and after Bud Black. So maybe Nate can share that with us here in a little bit.
About how much better things are?
2.0.
It's pretty funny. I'll wait.
Why do you bring things up and then always say, well, wait, now we got to wait like 20, 25 minutes?
It won't be that long. Just have a little patience. Hang in there with us. I got a Snoop Dogg story for you.
Snoop-a-loo.
Snoop Dogg is the co-owner investor of a Welsh soccer club in Swansea. They play in the former Premier League club, which plays in the English Second Division. Did not disclose financial terms, but Snoop is now part of it. Thank you, Alan.
So what? Once a premier team, but no longer?
I guess so. They're in the second division, which is still pretty high.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Quote, my love of football.
He's going proper.
Is well known, but it feels special to me that I make my move into club ownership with Swansea City. The story of the club in the area really struck a chord with me. This is a proud working class city and club, an underdog that bites back just like me. All right. So there you go.
Well, don't tell me, because Snoop's just one more. But don't tell me Welcome to Wrexham hasn't changed the investment pool of lower-level soccer clubs in England.
You know what's funny?
Europe.
I was really, really, really into that show in the beginning. But then they weren't an underdog club anymore. I mean, not even close to an underdog club. And they kept elevating.
Well, they elevated again this year.
I know. But they're not.
Did they make it to they didn't make it to the Premier League.
No.
But I think they're in the league below the Champions League now.
Yeah.
Now they're in now we'll see.
Wait, so it goes Champions League, then Premier League?
Yeah, I believe
I think so, yeah.
Championship
League. Is that where they are, Alan? They're
not in the Championship League.
Oh, they might be.
Champions League is a different thing entirely. Championship is the one right below the Premier League. I'm not sure where they are.
If they're not there, they're the one below that. I mean, they've really.
It says they're in the EFL, which is the second tier league.
European Football League.
Well, I mean, you got to go down the roster of Premier. What's under that, you know.
Second tier of English Football League system. I don't know.
They've gone way up. Listen, I just don't find them as interesting now because.
So it's one below the championship. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still really high up, especially from where they were at. Hey, good for them. I'm not rooting against them. I just don't find the story as interesting anymore because they're not a scrappy underdog team. You know what they did is they just threw a ton of money at everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, hey, you want to own a team? Sure. Who can just throw a ton of money at it? There's no salary caps out there. So who can pay for what you need? And you can fix a lot of things in sports if you just throw money at it. You really can. I'm not saying you're going to win everything, but you're going to get better.
Well, especially at a lower level where they started.
No doubt about it. It's like the Monfort situation too. Like, you know.
Oh wow! I apologize. Take it back. There's a more recent one, April 26th. They were promoted to the Championship League.
Wow.
Yeah, one step away from the Premier League.
That's insane how fast they've elevated then.
They were in the bottom, right? Like the
fifth,
lowest one.
Fifth, if there's I think there's one below them, but it was low.
They just jumped from single A ball up to the big leagues.
Basically.
Oh, they went from the Adirondack League to Triple A.
However you want to say.
Cape Cod.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really unbelievable. But watching their story, what they did is again.
Wow.
We'll pay for the best coach. We'll pay for the best players. We'll pay for the best facilities.
They bought that team for just £2 million.
What's the value now? Do they have that there?
It doesn't say.
Well, hey, they earned it though because they were losing a ton of money. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars that they were just pouring of their own money into it. What do you got?
I mean, this is from Google AI, and it just says Wrexham AFC is currently valued at approximately $150 to $188 million.
Wow.
Well, that one's higher than that one.
Where'd they start?
Well, that's I meant pounds. But
well, this one says 350 million pounds or $475 million.
they bought it for $2 million.
Which is what, $4 million.
So they could check out right now and make 178 million pounds.
That's
or
awesome.
more.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Good for them. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that, though, for sure. Like, not easy.
Well, and then
Not
put
easy.
They made it look pretty easy.
Put on top what they made from the success of the series.
Well, I think that's probably how they. I think
Why
that's
they
why
just
did
bought it for a TV show. That's really the main reason why they bought it.
Well, but the cool thing they did.
I think it was a passion project, and they realized to make money, they would have to make it a TV show to make it interesting, to justify what they were doing.
And then you had two big enough celebrities that they started racking in sponsorship, which that had to help too.
Yeah,
those two guys didn't even really know each other before they bought that team.
Yeah, they had never met. They agreed to buy the team before they had met in person because they bonded over COVID, just like Zoom and stuff. It's a great story. I was really into the show. I was thinking about, like, wouldn't that be an awesome vacation to go see Wrexham play soccer?
I thought about that. Yeah.
I wanted to buy gear. The whole thing. The whole thing just had me every episode.
I tried to buy gear, and it's always sold out.
Okay. See, again, you're okay. It's not that cute anymore. Everybody's into it. So
once again, you just talked about the ugly American a while ago that loves the journey up and then can't wait for the fall.
Yeah.
He's sitting over just cheering for the fall of Wrexham.
I'm going to root for Snoop Dogg's team.
What's the name again?
Swansea City.
There you go.
I'm there with you, Snoop.
I'm looking for
both in
a
Wales.
Bundesliga team.
I'm sorry, huh?
Looking for a Bundesliga team.
Germany. Okay.
Or Series A.
Going to Italy?
Yeah.
All right.
Look at you.
Yeah, you want to keep going?
I thought I was doing pretty good. Was I not doing pretty good there for a second?
Yeah, sure. I know where these.
And actually, Bundesliga and Series A is only rated a little lower than
English Premier. Yeah, those are the big ones. All right. How about the Rapids, by the way, yesterday?
Oh, they win?
They were down 3-0. They came back to tie at 3-3.
Oh, and that's like a win.
I guess. I got a little something for you before we skedaddle.
Well, you want to tell me about it in 15 or 20 minutes?
I forgot. What was I going to tell you in 15 or 20? Oh, it's Nate. We got to wait for
Nate
Nate
has
to
a
join
Rockies
stat. It's great. Yeah. But we have to wait for Nate. He's not ready.
That's why I told you it's going to be 15 minutes after you made his way.
It's going to be like 3 minutes now.
Remember when we were talking about nicknames and I was bringing up the NFL player that's got his name is Sir something? Somebody's clearly listening on the podcast right now, but this is what it was. Sir Paul Cheeks. That's his name. Sir Paul Cheeks.
Is his first name Sir or is it Sir Paul? Is this Paul his middle name?
Speaking of Sir Paul, you see he's doing a concert.
It's one word, Sir Paul.
Okay.
Or it could just be syrup and they spelled it wrong.
I know. I'm not going to be critical of just goofy names.
But did you hear that Sir Paul is going to be at a concert in Coors Field?
Yeah, do you have any interest in seeing that?
I really do. I know he's 80.
Isn't that incredible?
But I mean, to be able to say I saw Paul McCartney.
I've been lucky enough to see him. It's awesome, and I've had that same thought. Like, wow, I'm watching Paul McCartney right now. I bet the concert's unbelievable.
Warden saw him when he was at Ball Arena.
Why would you say it's terrible?
Because he's old.
I don't know, man.
He's 83 years old.
The dude.
Yeah, but he can still sing.
Dude,
no,
I saw he. Well, you don't have to go.
Yeah. I won't.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw Elton John with the same reason. I said, I got to see at least Elton one at Ball Arena. He was fantastic. I was blown away.
Is Paul McCartney really 83?
83.
Okay, that's
incredible.
Look and see how old Elton John is.
All right.
It's too bad that he still needs money, though, huh?
Or he just loves music that much.
I'm totally
Elton
joking.
Is 78.
78.
I did see an Elton John concert in Vegas one time. It was actually a blast. It was really, really fun.
I saw him at Ball Arena 2 years ago, and it was outstanding. He was fantastic. I don't have any regards of how great or active the concert will be at 80 plus.
That's crazy.
But it's Paul McCartney.
He's going to do a couple.
It's the history of music.
He'll do a few Beatles songs.
Yeah, he got to.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah. Because he went to Ball Arena about 10 years ago. 10 or 15
I
years
forget even where. Oh, you know where I saw Paul
15
McCartney?
years
This is
ago.
crazy. I saw him at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. How about that?
Oh, no, that'd be
I was in Washington doing my rock and roll DJ thing, and they sent me
to Cleveland?
They had the induction ceremony in New York. Up yours, Cleveland. They did.
Yeah.
They did
I think
like-
they still do.
I think
they still do have the ceremony.
Don't you think that's an insult to Cleveland?
No, it's an absolute insult. I think they still have all the, and they have great concerts, and people come in and play together, and it's fantastic.
So I guess I didn't see a full concert, but they do like a big chunk of stuff, and they did. It was cool. That's a long time ago.
Well, that's New York.
God, he was old then. He went in as a solo artist. It was him and Wings that went in. It wasn't the Beatles.
Yeah. Well, he's in
for the Beatles.
I think he's in for McCartney, Beatles, and Wings.
All that stuff. Nate Kreckman joins us from Vegas. Nate, I don't want to spoil the little thing that me, and Brett did when we talked Rockies for a full hour. That's part of the...
Oh, I'm glad you listened to the big guy.
We were told to talk Broncos for the record, but don't worry about it.
Oh, no. But we were told to do
special assignment.
Yes, it was a special assignment to do
Rockies
with the three guys that actually pay attention to the Rockies.
We were deployed on a secret mission that the rest of you rubes didn't get to learn about.
Correct.
Brett Kane and I actually got to talk more than football, too. So
okay.
And you and I tomorrow.
Sounds like can't miss radio.
We have Cam Johnson's press conference at 1 p.m. Yes, we will have live coverage of that too. But Nate had a stat, and it was great because it's the stat that proves Warren Schaefer is a better manager than Bud Black. And Nate, I don't understand the stat. I'm hoping you could explain it. I don't want to spoil our entire thing. You can listen to it tomorrow. But I think revealing this one stat will not spoil anything. I think it will enhance the experience.
It tells the story, really, of the brilliance of Warren Schaefer and the innovation that he has brought to this Rockies organization, and really the way that he has turned an otherwise struggling ball club into a team where, like, realistically, we're talking October, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to cancel Paul McCartney.
I think it's okay to lay out the stat. I want to do that.
Go.
Yeah.
We can go.
So why don't you just explain what the stat is, first of all?
Okay, so I was just digging through Fangraphs, okay, nerding out a little bit.
Okay.
And I was looking at what we would call in the biz park-adjusted offense.
All right. Let's.
tune in for this hour. What time?
Hey guys, I got to go to my.
Hold on. What is park adjusted offense?
Right. So really, if you need to know, and I suppose you do, the stat is called weighted runs created.
Weighted runs created. Okay.
Weighted runs created, which is, and by the way, it's ballpark adjusted, which you have to take into account when you talk about the Rockies, because Coors Field is so weird, right? So basically, it's a stat that it quantifies run production is really all it is, okay? Right. It's more telling than batting average. It really weights like a double is more valuable than a single. A triple is more valuable. A home run is more valuable than everything. That's the weighted part of it.
Okay.
And then it normalizes for
You guys did
conditions.
this for an hour?
No, Nate's getting to the good part.
He is?
Told you 15 minutes.
When's that coming?
It's coming right now. And Nate,
it's again.
Go ahead.
I know that was a lot of words. Okay.
Tough to handle for these guys. I understand.
I know.
Thank you for your patience, Nate.
A lot of words.
And what is the difference between Bud
Tyler
Black?
knows CTE plus a lot better than WRC plus.
Okay, you know what? I gave you. You know what? I gave you one out of bounds shot a few weeks ago. I deserve that. I deserve that. That's okay. But that's the one. Just know that we're even now. Okay.
That is the line of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference between Bud Black and this very important statistic and Warren Schaefer?
So Bud Black, for the first 40 games of the year, the Rockies were 30th in baseball. That's dead last.
30th. Last. And now?
27.
27.
Hell yeah.
They've climbed the ranking.
Yeah!
Look out, everybody.
Hell yeah.
At this rate.
I'll be tuned in to listen to that tomorrow.
At this rate,
Yes.
They could be competitive within a decade.
There you go. Scott's leaving.
Yeah, I'm out too.
Enjoy the basketball game. Tonight it's the 9 p.m.
Summer League.
9
I know,
p.m.
and I'm bitter about this, DMac, because I wanted to go. I got to fly home tonight.
Yeah.
The way it worked out for me was I flew in on Tuesday night. They played on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm flying out on Thursday night. They played on Thursday. They did not play last night. Had they played, I would have gone down to the Cox Pavilion and watched Tyrell Harrison and my Summer League Nuggets carry the day. But unfortunately, I was not able to make it down to the Cox Pavilion.
What a shame.
I know.
To be in Vegas while Summer League's happening.
And miss Summer League.
I
suppose I could have gone and watched out-of-market Summer League basketball last night, but instead I just sat at the Circa and drank beer and watched the WNBA on the giant screen that they have, because that's what was on.
Was there a W? Oh, I didn't know there was. Well, I guess there was a game on.
The Aces played last night.
Because traditionally, yesterday is the most unsportsworthy day of the year with games. I forgot that the WNBA was even on.
It can be a little bit sports-worthy. By the way,
yeah.
Speaking of WNBA, DMac, you're gonna like. Speaking of stats, here's a fun stat. You're gonna like this one. My friend Adam Hill gave me this one yesterday.
Okay.
Caitlin Clark,
yes,
of the Indiana Fever, is on the road this year in away games. She is 2 for 35 from 3.
Really?
2 from 35 in road games from behind the arc this year.
On road games. So she stinks on
the road.
Interesting.
Inefficient, we'll call that.
But hold on,
2 for
Nate.
35.
She was just voted by the ESPYs the best WNBA player.
It's funny how that happens.
How is it possible that
she was voted? Let's see. She was voted by her peers the 9th best guard in the WNBA. She was voted I didn't realize she had won the ESPY. I didn't comb through the ESPYs award winners.
Yeah. So better that than watch it. And she won that. I don't know, Nate. I can't tell you the last time I watched more than 5 minutes of WNBA action. Never been to a WNBA game. Did not even know it was on.
Yeah.
You watched an entire game?
It was on. I was hanging out with some buddies in the bar last night. It's when you go into Circa, like the theater-like screens in the sports book, like they're right behind the bars. So we just turn around, drank beer, watch some hoops.
It's on.
It was a good night.
All right, did you gamble on the game or not?
I did not.
Okay.
No, I did not bet on the WNBA last night.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. How is Vegas aside from that? You're doing Mountain West stuff?
I'm doing great. I'm having a great week. It's been a lot of fun. We got Jay Norvell coming up on the show today.
Really?
CSU. Yeah, we'll talk to Jay. Actually, Jay's coming up here momentarily.
Okay.
Troy Calhoun's going to be on the show today. Also, Dan Mullen, who's now the coach of UNLV, fresh out of the booth at ESPN. Dan Mullen took the UNLV job. Tim Tebow's offensive coordinator for his Heisman Trophy winning season at Florida. So we're gonna talk to Dan Mullen today. I'm looking forward to that. Jeff Legwold's gonna stop by today because Bronco things are happening.
Yeah.
DMac, do you can you help me on something? I count on you for this kind of knowledge.
I'll try.
Okay?
I'll try.
All right. So RJ Harvey,
yes,
has signed his deal with the Broncos.
Yeah.
Okay. And RJ Harvey agreed to, because we know the second round thing, and the second rounders want their guaranteed money, and I'm rooting for him.
Mm-hmm.
He agreed to a deal where he got 47.7% of his dollars guaranteed in year number 3.
Okay.
Why is that the number?
That's such a great question, man.
47.7%. How did they decide that?
First of all, I don't know, and it's a brilliant question, but I will assume it's based off some sort of percentage falling down the ladder
from the guy in front of him or whatever it is.
I guess, bro, but that's a really good question. It is a funny number.
As I read it today, I was thrown.
Yeah, you know what? I guess we just sort of accept things like 47.7. Duh, of course. Why not?
Right. I read it, and I was like, what? How did they decide on that number?
That is
anyway.
an awesome question. I have no idea what the answer is. But
D-Mac, do your digging, okay?
Here's what we got from at least from Mike Kliss. He goes, 47.7 is 47.7 more than anybody's ever got. So
we should just be happy. All right.
I guess that's the theme of
DMac,
of
ride your
everything.
bike over to Greg Penner's house and get me the answer to this.
Yes.
We got Jay Norvell here. DMac, you're off the hook. Jay Norvell, head coach of the CSU Rams, stopping by the table right now. Look, I'll flip around. Hey, there's Jeff. And there is Coach Norvell joining us right now on our Twitch feed presented by Safeway. Coach, welcome to the show. How you doing? Oh, we should probably turn your mic on.
How about that?
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Does that ever happen, by the way, like in-game? Like how many technical difficulties do you guys deal with on the headsets?
Every once in a while. We don't really like it when that happens.
Is there a particular stadium that you find where stuff gets funny with the headsets? Is there any funny business going on?
When I was in pro ball and when I was with the Colts, when we used to go to New England, there was always something that went wrong.
It's funny because Belichick was the one that always threw the conspiracy theories out about other places.
Yeah, we had problems when we were in New England, and it was always it was never a surprise either when we played them.
Oh, okay. Who was the most? And maybe you've become this guy now. Who was the most paranoid coach that you ever worked for? Like we used to hear tales of Mike Shanahan, especially when they would go to Oakland.
Sure.
That there was always concern
There's
about
probably a good reason for
wires going around places.
Yeah.
Who was particularly paranoid that you ever came across?
I mean everybody's paranoid when it comes to that level, and the margin of victory is so small. But I mean, those are the most highly competitive people in the world. So everybody's looking for a little bit of an edge, but I do remember that going to New England vividly. And a lot of times. What people are capable of. Let's just put it that way.
Sure.
So you're not surprised if things go a little awry.
Not that there's ever been anything sketchy with the Patriots going on.
Right.
Do you scan sidelines? Like coming off the Connor Stallions thing.
Yes.
And in this world, do you scan the sidelines? If you see somebody that you don't recognize or you think isn't supposed to be there?
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially as a head coach, you noticed who's on the practice field. When you go to a new stadium, you recognize the surroundings. Yes, and the whole thing with Connor Stallions is there's nothing wrong with stealing signs. That's part of baseball. It's part of football.
It's part of sports.
It's part of sports. It is illegal to travel and scout other teams in college football. That hasn't been legal for 40 years.
Yeah.
And so to think that somebody did that is completely different than stealing signals when you play somebody.
So, by the way, Jay Norvell is here, Colorado State. He's entering year number 4. Coach, it's great to see you.
Great to see you.
It's always fun to have you here on the show. Coming into this season, coming off of an 8-win campaign, it's you put together your first winning season. You go 6-1 in the Mountain West last year. Like, you really got the momentum going on this program. How do you feel going into this season?
Feel really good.
Yeah.
I think, once you've been in a program 3 or 4 years, the players are your players. They think like you. We've been able to recruit the talent and the character that we want in the program, and you can really work with them well. And so I'm really excited about this season. We lost a lot of good defensive players, a lot of experience. One of the things we did, we were bringing in 29 new transfers. 20 of the 29 were starters at their respective schools. And so we're bringing a lot of experience in. And so we got a whole new defensive staff. Tyson Summers is our new coordinator. Very high-pressure guy, had a lot of success at Colorado, at Western Kentucky. Really, really quality veteran defensive coach. Excited about what we can do as far as pressuring people, getting to the quarterback, and playing tight coverage. So probably the most talented defensive personnel I've ever had. And just I'm excited to get that on the field and bring it together as a team.
Yes, schematically, how is this defense going to be different under Coach Summers?
Very, very, very much more multiple, able to adjust to situations better, lot different coverage scheme, lot more scheme to get after the quarterback and pressure the quarterback. You know, Coach Summers led the nation in turnovers a couple years ago at Western Kentucky, and that comes from a high-pressure defense. We brought in a lot of playmakers. You know, they're new players. CSU fans have not seen them play before. I think they're going to be excited to see these guys get on the field.
CSU going to open August 30th at Washington. Home opener at Canvas is the following week, September 6th, against Northern Colorado. Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, had a chance to talk to him yesterday. He returns as one of the most experienced quarterbacks in the nation. How do you want to see him continue to improve, and where are you putting the expectations for Braden this year?
Really excited about Braden. This is my 9th year as a head coach. I told Braden a couple days ago, there's not a player that we've coached that we've invested more in. We started him as a freshman, supported him through his immaturity and his growing pains. But this is why, because the payoffs now. This is his 3rd year. He's in striking distance of all the CSU passing records.
Yeah.
The most important record, though, is the wins. And Bradley Van Pelt had 23. Moses Moreno had 21. Braden's got 14. He's got a chance to be the all-time winningest quarterback in school history. And he's still got 2 years to play. And so we're excited about what he can accomplish. It's very difficult to keep your quarterback in this NIL period. And so we're really proud to have Braden. You know, in 3 years, you know, I've had 8 starting receivers leave our program. And so it's just been very difficult to build in this NIL era, transfer portal era. And so we're fighting the battle. We're starting to figure it out, and we're excited about what we can do this year.
In the secondary, Jack Howell and Henry Blackburn, I mean, that's 2 all-time greats at CSU. Who now, they're gone. Who steps up as the leaders on your defense?
Well, we've got some really talented secondary players. Jake Jamilowitz from Holy Cross is coming, a very experienced player there. Aiden Hector is back. We're going to play him at safety. Gives us some experience back there. A.J. Nolan is another guy, a young guy, who had just a tremendous spring. I think we're more athletic back there, and we're certainly more athletic at corner. You know, we have guys that can cover, get their hands on the ball, play tight man coverage. Very different coverage scheme than we saw a year ago.
Talking to Jay Norvell, we're getting ready for the upcoming CSU football season. Again, Colorado State opens August 30th on the road at Washington. Home dates this year, UNC, UTSA. You got Washington State at home, Fresno coming in, Hawaii coming in, UNLV, and Air Force. That's a nice, healthy schedule you got coming up this season.
Yeah.
But, Coach, one name that's not on there is Colorado. You don't play the Buffs again until 2029.
Yep.
The fans and the state love that game so much. Where do you come down? Do you wish that game was annual, or do you like the nature of the way it's spread out right now?
No, I really do wish it was every year. I mean, they're in state. I think it's great for the fans in the state. We would like to play them. We're trying to get them on the schedule next year, so hopefully that they'll agree to play us. But I do think it's great for the state and the fans in the state to have that kind of game with that kind of spotlight on it.
It fires people up. They love that game. Tell us about scheduling. How in the world do you guys handle that challenge?
That's a great question.
And how much input do you get?
I get quite a bit of input. You know, I talk to John Weber about that a lot. You know, I think one of the big things that our administration's done is we scheduled 7 home games last year. And so, you know, we got a fantastic stadium. They had this vision of this stadium being a fanatic place. It was a really poor home record when we took the job. Last 2 years we're 10-3 at home. And so having 7 home games is huge. We have 7 again this year. We're going to continue to try to do that in the future. And I think it's just as many home series as we can get with quality teams. You know, I think in this day of rev share, it's important that we kind of look at who we're playing. You know, last year you could say what you want, but we played a Texas team that was millions and millions and millions of dollars invested in that roster.
Yeah.
And we just weren't on the same level as them. And so I don't know that it makes a whole lot of sense for us to play those types of games on a consistent basis. But as we start getting more invested in our program and we can get those types of players, it will make more sense for us to play those games.
What has this spring been like with, you mentioned the revenue sharing that has now been thrust upon you guys after the House settlement, the new NIL clearinghouse and the NIL Go and the algorithm that has to approve these deals, and how are we going to determine what legitimate business purposes are? How are you guys juggling all of these changes, really just getting dropped on you like a bomb right before the start of the season after you've built a roster and made whatever promises and deals you've made?
It's frustrating for coaches because we know where the problems are and we want to try to get them solved. Basically, everything has been put on hold until this House settlement was agreed upon. The next big issue is really the portal. You know, in the sport of football last year became a 2-semester sport. Typically, we were done in January, in December, but, you know, the national championship, I think, was on the third week of January last year. So we're playing in 2 semesters. We have a transfer portal in December. We have a transfer portal in April. It's very disruptive to our sport. And so we're trying to get one portal so that settles down. Hopefully we can get that done. Their FOC is going to vote on it August 1st. But we got a whole lot of other issues. We got agents that we got to get our arms around. We have transparency. You know, our sport makes absolutely no sense compared to pro football.
No kidding.
I mean, there should be a cap where everybody is transparent and everybody is utilizing the same finances, and that's when this sport's going to be the most competitive across the board.
Mm-hmm. But how do you get to that place, and how do you take the old bagmen out of the game? You know, like, Coach, you've been around forever. You know what has kind of served as the sort of lifeblood / black market of this sport.
Yeah, there's always been bagmen everywhere. You know, I watched Pony Express the other night on 30-30, and I just started laughing. They're talking about giving kids $500 and where we are today. It's a joke. But no, there's always been some of that. You know, I just think the competitive balance, you know, we have to keep climbing. And, you know, I think the Boise's and the Colorado States, we're at one area. You know, the Big 12 teams are at a different level financially. You know, and the Big 10 and the SEC are at a completely different level. And so we got to keep climbing to that. I really think within the next 3 to 4 years, there's going to be about 64 teams across the country that are Division I. They're going to be full rev share teams that are compete for a national championship. Everybody else is going to fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
And so we have to keep fighting to get into that group at CSU.
It's a fight that won't stop. Jay Norvell at CSU. Talked to Braden yesterday. Braden Fowler-Nicholas. He went to the Manning Passing Academy.
Yes, he did.
Did you talk to him about your history with Peyton? And when you think back on that time, because you were the Colts wide receivers coach, I believe from Peyton's rookie year for his first 4 seasons.
Yeah, we drafted Peyton.
Yeah, in the NFL, and Tom Moore was there, and you guys put that staff together. When you think back on those early years of Peyton Manning when he first got to the league, did you recognize the greatness immediately? And what was it like to kind of watch him start to realize that?
No, I was with Tom Moore, Bruce Arians, and Jim Moore and Bill Polian when we worked out Peyton at Knoxville. And I was a part of that whole draft evaluation with Peyton, and I was here his first 4 years. So I've told a lot of stories about Peyton to Braden. But I really feel like it was important for him to go experience some time with him. And I think the biggest takeaway that Braden got was how serious Eli and Peyton are about ball.
Yeah.
And there's just a seriousness. You know, Braden is a young guy. He's kind of got like a skateboarder's mentality. You know, he's kind of a gunslinger and very fearless. But there's a seriousness that those guys have about the game.
Yeah.
And he experienced that. The other thing I think that was great for him is that a lot of the top quarterbacks in the country in college football are there, and they all work out together. And so Braden got a chance to see some of the top players, and he realizes they're not any better than him.
Right.
It's all right here. And so if he can take his game to the next level by his focus and his preparation, I think he can have a special year.
Yeah, and again, he's, I believe, less than 3,000 yards away from the program's all-time passing record. I like that win stat, though.
Yeah,
Coach.
that's the best one.
Absolutely. That's BVP's record?
Yeah, 23.
You know what's great is anytime I go to a Bronco game to this day, I've never been to a Bronco game in my life where I haven't seen somebody wearing a Van Pelt jersey. The old number 11.
He's the best. He's going to be back this fall. We can't wait to see him again.
Very cool. Jay Norvell, head coach at CSU, guys. August 30th, opening up on the road at Washington. Coach, always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
All right, Jay Norvell stopping by the table. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Mountain West Media Day in Las Vegas. All right, we got a quick ticket giveaway to do, and I'm very excited about this one here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show because coming up all weekend long, it's Punk in the Park at the National Western Stockyards. Well, we have got pairs of tickets, 5 pairs of tickets, in fact, to give away to tomorrow night, July the 18th, at the National Western Stockyards, night number 1 of Punk in the Park, and it's the best night because it's all ska bands. Streetlight Manifesto, the Aquabats, the Mad Caddies, the Voodoo Glow Skulls, the Pie Tasters, and the band you're listening to right now, Grand Rapids, Michigan's very own Mustard Plug, great Midwestern ska band. They're all going to be playing out at the National Western Stockyards for Punk in the Park. You want to win tickets? You got to text the answer to the following question in. The first 5 listeners that text in their answer and get it right will win a pair of tickets to Punk in the Park coming up here tomorrow night. You ready? Spring, are you ready?
I'm super ready.
Super ready. Okay, here we go. Little name that football player. 303-504-0925. Text the answer in. Spring, we're looking for the offensive MVP of the Peach Bowl after putting up 242 total yards along with 2 rushing touchdowns in a losing effort. 4th-round pick this spring by the New York Giants. Name that football player.
I believe I know who this is.
Okay. Do you see what I did there?
I see exactly what you did
there. You see what I did there.
Yes.
Again, this player was named Offensive MVP of the Peach Bowl. Put up 242 total yards, 143 on the ground, 99 receiving, 2 rushing touchdowns, unfortunately in a losing effort. And then he was a 4th-round pick this spring by the New York Giants. Name that player, 303-504-0925. Text your answer in, 303-504-0925. The first 5 respondents that get the question right win a pair of tickets to Punk in the Park tomorrow night, National Western Stockyards. Voodoo Glow Skulls, Mustard Plug, Streetlight Manifesto, Aquabats, Pie Tasters. It's a sick lineup. Go out to the National Western Stockyards and take in some ska music. Text your answer in now, 303-504-0925.
We already have our winners, and several people have gotten it right.
Well done.
So, guys, just hold tight. Since I'm hosting with Nate, I'll text you back in the commercial break in order of who got this 1 through 5. If you can't go, then I'll go to number 6, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, give us that answer, Nate.
Spring will get it. He will get to you when he's prepared. The answer?
Yes.
Cam Scattaboo.
I'm a big fan of Cam Scattaboo.
How can you not be? Scattaboo. I'm kind of amazed he didn't go until the 4th. I was a little surprised by that.
It's the speed thing.
Yeah, it's kind of important in the NFL.
Yeah, but sometimes you just need to be able to run a dude over.
He's just a gamer. He's just a gamer. Speaking of gamers, coming up at 4:20, new UNLV head coach Dan Mullen. He has left ESPN. Dan Mullen back in the coaching ranks. Longtime Mississippi State, Florida head coach. He was Tebow's offensive coordinator when Tim Tebow won the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, you got to ask him about Herb.
Got to talk Herb. Got to talk Tebow.
I guess you could ask him about Aaron Hernandez. I don't know if you want to do that.
Did you, by the way, I don't even think we talked about it on the show, Spring. Actually, I know we didn't talk about it on the show because I would have remembered. Did you see what Gronk said about Aaron Hernandez on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast?
I did not see this.
A while back?
No.
Maybe
I did.
They were asking Gronk about a rumor about Aaron Hernandez. Rob Gronkowski was a guest, and they asked him about a rumor they had heard, and Rob Gronkowski did not dispel the rumor, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I would have had numerous follow-ups, but the rumor in question was that Aaron Hernandez used to, according to rumor, and again, not dispelled by Gronk, used to, how shall I put this? During team meetings, Aaron Hernandez used to not be the master of his own domain?
I did see this.
To use a Seinfeld.
Yeah. And Gronk had no problem with it.
Maybe some overly aggressive pocket pool.
Like Gronk thought it was funny. I don't know if I agree with Gronk on that.
I don't think it's funny. No, I don't. I think it's weird. And I have like numerous follow-up questions, like how it was done. How was it done surreptitiously? Clearly not. Like dudes saw it or recognized it. Also, like Belichick just let this go on. Josh McDaniels just let this go on. They just allowed this.
When you're good.
I'd be like, hey, fellas, hands on the table, please. Could you?
Hands above water. Dan Mullen, man, he was entertaining on TV.
He was good. He's really good. I can't wait to talk to him today. So we're going to have him stop by the show today. Great broadcaster. That's going to be fun. Troy Calhoun is coming up at 3:45, head coach at Air Force. Spring, I saw Calhoun yesterday. Okay, I ran into him in the hall. Stopped. We maybe chatted for, I don't know, a minute, 90 seconds. In that time, in that brief period of time, dude is just launching takes at me. Troy Calhoun could be a just elite sports radio talk show host.
Well, let's hear some of them.
Takes for days. We're going to talk to him about it.
Okay, you're going to save it for the interview. All right.
Yeah, he's got Nuggets off-season thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Avalanche off-season thoughts. We're gonna bounce those off of you coming up here, Spring. And he, I don't know anybody that watches more Rockies baseball. Maybe DMac, but Troy Calhoun still follows it all. He's the guy. It's the funny thing about Troy Calhoun is he's like by day, he's an extremely intense, very successful college football coach. And, like, by night, he could just be like, he could have like a Kevin Durant style burner just firing takes off left and right. And here is something that maybe he would have a take on. We have got breaking news from Shams right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Listen to this one. 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers, sources tell ESPN. Deal is expected to include a player option in 27-28 and a no-trade clause. As Shams writes, a storybook reunion home for the 35-year-old. Damian Lillard back to Portland on a 3-year, $42 million deal. He will spend this year recovering from the Achilles, and then presumably the Blazers will get 2 years of Damian Lillard. We don't know exactly what the structure of that contract looks like, but he's still getting Bucks money because of the wave and the stretch that he got. But Damian Lillard goes back to Portland.
So Portland trades for Drew Holiday. They trade Anthony Simons to the Celtics for Drew Holiday.
Which at the time I was like, that's kind of a weird move because you're trying to get younger and Drew's not young.
Yeah, okay, and I like Chauncey's Blazers. Now, do I think that they're advancing any sort of far in the Western Conference playoffs this season? No, but it's a 10-team field. There's 4 play-in spots.
Yeah.
That's I think the Blazers went overlooked. There was a stretch in the back half of the season where they won like 9 straight games. They were plucky. They got some young talent. I think the goal for them this season is to get that 10 seed, to get into the play-in, get that young core some experience. Drew Holiday could help them do that.
Yep.
Drew,
they want Drew Holiday to help bring Scoot Henderson along, kind of help him take the step to
Sure.
the next level. Former number 2 overall pick.
It's Scoot Henderson, Shaden Sharp,
Yep.
Denny Avdia came over from the Wizards. He was a former top 10 pick, and he kind of came into his own.
Tumani
last year.
Kamara is an all-defensive
Sure.
candidate.
Donovan Klingen.
He will be perennially, and don't forget, Spring, they drafted Chinese Jokic.
Great call.
They got
Yang Hansen.
Yang, what's with the pictures? It's a parking lot.
Dude.
They got Young Hansen.
Young. I've seen some of his highlights in Summer League.
Chinese Jokic.
Yeah. No, there's actually something there.
Yeah.
And so Drew is not only under contract for this season, the following season as well, when Damian Lillard presumably will play for the Blazers. So another year of experience for this young core. You got Drew, you got Dame.
Yeah.
The Blazers can make some noise next year.
Veteran leadership. Chauncey wants veteran leaders around that young team.
And we always heard.
And a future built on Scoot and Shaden.
Absolutely. With other sneaky young pieces there as well. And Dame was always hesitant to leave Portland, even though, man, he'd hear the whispers like, dude, you got to get out of there. You can't win there. But
He was beloved in that city.
He loved living there.
Spring,
and
we went to Portland, I don't know, probably 5-6 years ago. Really fun. Oregon's lovely. But every third shirt you saw was a Lillard jersey.
Mm-hmm.
They love that dude in that town.
He's comfortable there.
There's a good connection. Yeah. I believe, I think that's where he's rehabbing, too, from his Achilles. Since he's gone from the Bucks now, I think that's where he's doing his rehab because that's where he lives.
Yeah, so and Chauncey's a good coach, man. I think he's the real deal. Yep. I believe that. So yeah, you won't see Dame this year, but I think and when they signed Drew, I went on the blitz with Berto, and I'm like, dude, I think they can get the 10 seed. Some texters are saying, no way. I think they can.
I don't think it's crazy to think they get a shot at the play-in.
And their future now, this Western Conference, it just continues to get deeper.
3 years at 42 also. The mechanism of it all just works out well for the Blazers. It's Chauncey wants to put veterans in place again. You're going to pay a lot for Drew Holiday. You're overpaying for Drew Holiday, but I think Chauncey's his logic there is, well, I'll overpay for a veteran now, knowing that will help my young core develop. And if that turns Scoot into an all-star, I think he would look at it and say that is well worth it. Money well spent.
Yeah.
For his organization, which was, they were a little bit rudderless ship, at least roster-wise, I think a little bit last year. Now it's like, okay, I'm starting to see the vision of what Chauncey's putting in place in Portland.
Yeah, no, except for the Utah Jazz now, this West is tough. I think, even New Orleans, who was bad if Zion's healthy. You love Trey Murphy. They do have pieces there.
Phoenix.
It's a little but Devin Booker's still dangerous.
He is.
Sacramento's a little but Sabonis is still a good player, and they do have Levine. Outside of Utah, there's not an easy night in the West, health aside.
All right, well, tell you what, we're going to get Troy Calhoun's takes on this.
All
He'll
right.
react when we come back. We're going to talk to the Air Force head coach coming up here in a few minutes. Leggy jumps on at 4 o'clock. For Bronco Talk, RJ Harvey, the deal is done. We'll talk to Leggy about that. Plus, I want to get into some predictions on this Denver defense with Legwold. That's coming up today at 4 o'clock. Dan Mullen next hour as well, talking college football. It's all happening today on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live in Las Vegas at the Circa Hotel and Resort, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot of college football today on the show. We are live at Circa, Las Vegas. And had a great night last night, by the way. Just went and hit the sports book because why wouldn't I? They serve banquets at the sports book. Did I sit and watch WNBA and drink banquets last night? Yeah, maybe that's what I did on my Wednesday night. It was a good night in Las Vegas. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah. Aces got the victory, by the way, Spring. Hometown crowd was very excited about it.
Saw they played the Wings.
Yeah. Pro Aces crowd, but Asia came out on top of Paige Beckers last night. By the way, did you hear the stat that I dropped earlier?
I did.
Caitlin Clark, 2 of 35 on the road from 3.
Well, but she has been dealing with injury this year, right?
What injury makes you shoot 2 of 35?
Well, let me Google what that injury is because she didn't play last night.
She had some groin stuff. I think it was a back, and like she's dealt with some injury stuff. I get all that.
Come on.
2 of 35.
It's because of the groin and the back.
2 of 35.
I will defend Caitlin Clark until the day I die.
Her fans always will. They will go to the mat.
Excuse after excuse.
For
you better
Caitlin
believe it.
Clark forever. She walks on water.
How about the Fever won the Commissioner's Cup?
They did.
And in the finals against the Lynx, Caitlin didn't play. Shout out Fever.
It's wait, was she out with fever? Is that a real thing?
No. Shout out to the team, the Fever.
Yes.
Okay. We're getting it done without that's stepping up, right?
The
there.
irony, if she would have been out with fever, that would have really been something.
That's gonna happen one day.
All right, Troy Calhoun, head coach of the Air Force Falcons, stops by the table right now. By the way, Coach, congratulations, 19 years. 19 years now. I said that, and you reacted like you had only just found out. You've been the head coach at Air Force now for 19 years. What does that mean to you to hear that?
Well, Nate, I'll tell you this. I mean, I thought I was fired up big time on day one.
Yeah.
But this morning, even more so.
Why is that?
I just think you have an even greater gratitude for what you get to do, how powerful it is not only to work with the young men and young women, the cadets at the United States Air Force Academy, but now to see some of the things that happen for them later in life, if they're flying an F-15 or flying an F-22 or flying a B-2 on a long mission, or involved in special forces or out in corporate America or being great dads, great husbands. Oh, my goodness. We better go after it with even more vigor.
Coach, by the way, I know you love sports trivia. Can you tell me the 3 coaches in college football that are longer tenured at their jobs than you are right now?
Give me a couple seconds. I would say probably in Iowa City.
Yep. Kirk Ferentz, number 1.
The Salt Lake, we did something earlier with one of the Salt Lake channels.
Kyle Whittingham at Utah.
Or was T. Boone Pickens really involved in for quite a while?
Listen to this. You're sandbagging so hard right now. You're dropping trivia on me while answering a trivia question.
Well, I got to test you a little
I know.
bit. You need it as sharp as you are.
T. Boone.
Once in a while, nobody ever tests Nate Kreckman, you know?
Stillwater, Oklahoma was the place. Oklahoma State, Mike Gundy. And you are number 4 on that list right now. At 19 seasons on the job, you are, I believe right now, 4 seasons shy of your mentor, Fisher DeBerry, who was the head coach at Air Force for 23 years. What does it mean to you to kind of talk about like that longevity and for you guys at that program, and you played there, you take such unbelievable pride in it, but to have given that sort of stability to that program over 4+ decades now, in many ways, Air Force, it's like you guys are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football.
What was it, Knoll and Cower and Tomlin or something like that?
Yeah, they don't change coaches.
I'll say this. I do not think of it.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. I woke up this morning, I thought, this is day one, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Start of a new season.
That's right, and you feel that way every day, not only because you're getting ready to really go at it practice-wise here in a couple of weeks, but, just all the joy, the enthusiasm, and they're just, it's so brand new every single year
this isn't the same puzzle now. You know, there aren't
Right.
just 4 pieces with X's and O's, and that's it. These are human beings, and the chemistry part of it's real, the strength skill-wise, and as guys morph and develop and evolve throughout the course of a season, and who needs to be involved in, you know, in this facet a little bit more. I mean, those are it's what makes it a fascinating sport to coach.
You know, you guys finished last year on a 4-game win streak, and that it shows a momentum, but also that team that you had last season, did it improve as the year went along, and if so, in what ways specifically?
Well, it absolutely did. And probably as you sit here today, that absolutely, no matter where you are, no matter what year it is, you want to see growth. It's going to have to happen this year, too. I mean, just health willing, this group will play their best football the last 4 or 5 games. And, you know, you just, whether it's, there are just so many spots where guys haven't played 10 career snaps. I didn't say starts or games, snaps.
Yeah. How do you feel about the experience level of this team this season as opposed to last year coming into the year?
I don't know if there's a lot of difference. I would say this. I do think a little bit more so up front.
Yeah.
With our defensive line at the linebacker position and a little more up front offensively, amongst our offensive line and our tight end spot.
There was a great story that was in the Gazette, and Dylan Carson talked about the walkthrough in the parking lot at the Colorado Springs Marriott the morning of and the hours before the Fresno State game last year. And Dylan Carson sort of marking that as the turning point of the season, just fullback dives, running the ball up the middle, and that really inspired the offense. What do you remember about that day, and did that walkthrough seem notable to you?
No.
No, it was just a walkthrough.
No. I do think, and I was needling the author of that here a little bit ago.
Yes.
It makes for a heck of a story.
It sounds good.
If you were playing that position and you liked
fullback
some
dives
of those carries, you think you want to accentuate and share that story a little bit. The truth is, do we walk through in the parking lot before every game? We do.
Yes.
So
you ran the ball that very well that day against Fresno State, to be sure, Coach.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of grain of salt, I guess, you know, that way.
Yes.
You know, I do think that is a position. I mentioned up front, that's another position where you do have some guys that are back, you know, between Dylan Carson, Terrence Gist, and Owen Allen.
Yeah. You have a tight end in Bruin Fleischman. I had a chance to talk to him yesterday, and I even told him this. Number one, his hair's a little bit longer right now. He said he's got to get a trim before he goes back to the academy. I said, don't touch that hair. If Bruin Fleischman either became a television news anchor or ran for office, the man could just absolutely crush it. Charisma for days, and he is just got the look. That's an impressive young man, and pretty good hands as well. Tell me about Bruin Fleischman, because I really enjoyed my visit with him.
Yeah, you know, Nate, just the substance of the human being.
Yeah.
And all those exterior qualities you just mentioned, yeah, certainly that's the case. But over the long haul, just dependable, trustworthy, bright, humble, cares immensely for others.
Yeah.
Goodness, I mean, he gets it when it comes to being a part of somebody bigger than himself, and not only an attribute and a real credit to him, but especially his parents too.
Yeah, impressive young man. Troy Calhoun, the head coach at Air Force, they'll open up August 30th against Bucknell. All right, Coach, you don't get to do sports radio without giving sports radio takes.
I want to be. I wish you had a co-pilot over there.
Coach, this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, you're 19 years on the job now. Okay, go a few more years, break Fisher's record, and then you can join me and Andy every afternoon.
There'd be some good banner.
This is what I'm saying. So I'm ready for your takes. Nuggets off season. Give me the grade. What do you think Denver's
done?
I love
it. We got better, right, Nate?
Yeah.
We did. We added more depth, which we badly needed to do. I think you look at it rather than saying, oh, my goodness, how long he plays all the third quarter, when do we bring him in? At the 10-minute mark, the 8-minute mark, depending upon the score. I mean, the wear and tear we put on the big fella, I think especially in playoff games over the last 2 years, was evident. And, I think we're better in terms of being more consistent out of perimeter shooting, but just defensively and having depth, to have Holmes healthy and to bring back – I think you're looking at 9 or 10 guys that are really, really good players. I think the other part, you saw a huge leap with Christian Brown.
Sure did.
Last year. I bet you see another leap too. And I think the other part of it, as crazy as this sounds, they play better the more Joker runs the point. He's the one that brings the ball up the floor. And maybe that's a little bit outside the box or a brand new box altogether, but that's absolutely the case. Guys move better. They cut a little harder. The ball's put in a pinpoint way. If he plays 38, 40 minutes a game instead of 44 minutes a game, we'll be better off long haul.
Completely agreed.
And now you're a 2 seed.
And now you're a 2 seed. Now you're winning 55 games. You're not starting 11 and 10.
That's right.
Cam Johnson, great move. Okay. Avalanche.
And salary cap.
And you got cap relief.
Day, right?
Listen to Troy Calhoun. All right, Avalanche. How are you grading this Avs offseason?
Slight additions.
Yeah.
Slight roster maneuverability, and yet, you know what? I think it was pretty obvious. We all knew it. I mean, all the chips went forward back in about late February and early March there. Clearly one of the 4 best teams in the NHL. I think it was the Avs, the Stars, the Oilers, and the team that won it again. Those were the 4 best teams. I think that was –
And the Avs and the Stars had to play in the first round again.
And it went all the way to the finality.
Yep.
The final seconds there of Game 7. And same thing, kind of is what you said about the Nuggets. You just got to get in a position when the regular season concludes, you have a little better seed, which may help in that opening round. The year you win it in 22 – you weren't playing 7 games every round. You won it in 6. You won it in 5.
2 6s, yeah.
And that helps. The recovery part of it and the whole bit. And as long as you have number 29 and number 8 here for at least over the next 3+ years, you're going to have a shot.
Troy Calhoun and his sports radio audition. Listen to this guy, folks.
Done.
Okay, how many Rockies games have you watched this year?
I have probably watched 70 at least Rockies games. I admit. And Amanda says, okay.
What are you doing?
When that turn happens, I can't accuse you at all of just jumping on the wagon.
That's not a bandwagon guy. No. Okay, give me one piece that you're optimistic about the future with at least one guy on the Rockies right now.
I would say Beck.
Yeah.
In left field.
I like him.
Yeah. You got
Toolsy.
The catcher.
Hunter
I
Goodman.
think Goodman and Beck. I mean, you have 2 spots there that are, 24, 25 years old that I think have legit bat speed that can keep their hands inside of a ball. I think that are engaged, that are energy sources. You feel that as players. And I'll say this, too. I do think there have been a good number of nights where they've gotten some pretty good starts.
Yeah.
Especially at Coors Field. And
Chase Dolander, a lot of promise there. Get him back up.
And so you're asking me to look at it through that lens there's a good bit of Colorado blue sky.
Yeah.
That's the one lens we were just looking through.
Troy Calhoun, everybody. The sports radio audition that he gives every year when he stops by the table, and he's watched 70 Rockies games. Coach, you've watched more than I have. I got to be honest with it, and I'm a baseball dork. So, Troy Calhoun, everybody. Air Force opens up August 30th at Falcon Stadium against Bucknell. Conference opener September 13th at Utah State, year number 19 at the Academy for the great Troy Calhoun, the Dean of Mountain West football coaches. Thank you so much, Coach. I always enjoy it.
Thank you, Nate. I enjoy it, too. And I'll tell you, I mean, just the your knowledge, and I feel like I'm overpraising here, and I'm not, the expertise, the detail, the energy, and just the enthusiasm and the love you have for what you do, and the verve, man, and the drive. It's Awesome.
I'm here to bring the verve. Troy Calhoun, everybody.
Be good.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwold coming up next. Listen to Kreckman and Lindahl via the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Jeff Legwold. Leggy, sorry, getting to you a little bit late. It was Sports Takes with Troy Calhoun there for a moment. Troy Calhoun, who you covered, by the way, as he was an assistant coach on Mike Shanahan's staff, and then he went down to, I'm trying to remember the order. I think then he went to Houston, then he got the Air Force job, but he was on Kubiak's staff. What do you remember about that time as that staff started to, and really the Shanahan coaching tree really started to kind of take off? Guys started getting head jobs. That was really kind of the beginning of Mike Shanahan and the influence that he had over the modern NFL, but it kind of dates back to that time around the mid-2000s when that coaching staff sort of started to splinter off, particularly down to Houston.
Yeah, when Gary left after the 05 season, I think Mike knew then it would be a time of change because, Gary had not gone, Coups had not gone for other things. He had not been as sort of fervent about getting a head coaching job as things came together after the 05 season. On Troy, Mike always, it was very clear Troy was going to be a head coach. And my thinking and my memory is that at the time, I think Mike thought that Troy's track would be in the NFL in some fashion, but if he coached in college, it would be at Air Force. I think Mike always would say to me, or when I asked, that if Air Force came calling, Troy would go there. And I think no one was shocked when they called and he went. So, and still there, after all
19 years,
after all this time. Yeah. So that's an anomaly. It takes us, you really got to know what you're getting into to coach and thrive and survive at a service academy, probably even more so now in the NIL world. But there are fits, and there are fits like Troy Calhoun at Air Force. But Mike always felt Troy would be a head coach. And even when you spoke to him, you can tell guys just have that air about them. Their big picture ability, their ability with people. You just know the guys who are going to get a shot. And frankly, sometimes I'm stunned when some of them don't, but he was always on that track.
4 losing seasons in 18 years at Air Force. It's incredible what he's been able to do.
At a service academy in this day and age, and it just shows.
It's incredible what the run of success that he has had. Leggy, R.J. Harvey got done. We were seeing reports that he is signed year number 3 guaranteed at 47.7% of the salary. It never really was a question of if it would get done. It was when it would get done. But what do you make of this second round guaranteed money sort of kind of labor battle that has taken place here this year? Like we had Cleveland and Houston at the top, and they set the precedent, and the second rounders largely kind of stuck together right there. How do you think the owners have dealt with this whole thing? How do you feel as though these organizations are feeling about the second round kind of pushing back a little bit this year?
Yeah, I think, the owner, you always have to sort of put your hat on for what side you're talking about. I'm certain teams are saying, okay, so when we get together, it's collusion, and when you guys get together, it's competitive labor balance. But, hey, this was going to happen at some point. It's just this year's group. And the fact that 2 teams did it at the top of the round, that's as soon as precedent gets set, that's why NFL teams fight precedent so hard, because, once the toothpaste is out of the tube, that's it. And when the 2 teams at the top of the board in the second round guaranteed both those deals fully, this was going to happen. And I think, we'll steadily, as the cap continues to go up, we'll steadily see this get into the third round. I think eventually day 1 and day 2 of the draft will likely be fully guaranteed in some fashion. And day 3 will probably always be a more case-by-case basis. But we're, I think even the most hardline league people knew it's going this way. And the money, the numbers they're talking about, they'd be life-changing for me and most other people. But in their world, that's not, they're not shaking in their boots about guaranteed the amounts anyway. The fact they're guaranteeing it, yes, but the amounts are not. But for, to get half of that, almost half his salary guaranteed in year 3, that wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. It just wouldn't have. And it just shows you where it's going as the cap keeps jumping every year.
And Harvey is done now, and he is in camp and ready to go, and the Broncos seem to be all intact. On the flip side of the ball, and again, we're talking to Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Leggy, your outlet ESPN, not surprisingly, Patrick Surtain with 90% of the vote, number 1 cornerback in the NFL in their top 10s. I love those lists. I think they're really fun to go through as a part of a season preview. Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year, overwhelmingly the best corner in the league for one of the best defenses in the NFL. I was looking at some numbers today, Leggy. Total defense, Broncos were 7th last season in the NFL. Scoring defense, the most important metric, they were 3rd, trailing only the Chargers in Philadelphia. 63 sacks, number 1 in the NFL last year, 14th highest total for a team in NFL history. 84 Bears actually still have the record there, and 25 takeaways, which was 8th highest in the NFL. As I look at it, and I'll bounce this off of you, the sack total is going to go down simply because 63 sacks in a season doesn't happen very often. But I think takeaways could go up. And I think this defense is as good, if not better, than they were a season ago. What's your read on that?
I think that, and, in the advanced metrics world, they were number 1 in defensive EPA. So which is sort of the, are you creating basically points in some fashion for your team? And they were number 1 by a wide margin. And I think that's a number that even could go up, as you say, when I don't think they consider their takeaway number very good for last year.
Right.
I think that's the one, when you talk to guys, that's the one they kind of point to. I think they all understand 63 sacks are going to be hard to come by. That's just, people aren't going to hold the ball that long against you anymore once they've figured out you have that ability. But takeaways could happen. I think that's where the bump comes. And just, for all they did, they had blips. The Cleveland game, there were parts of the Tampa game. They see that there were blips. They want to take those out of the equation too and see what it looks like at the end. But they're, if you're comparing healthy 2024 defense to healthy 2025, this one's faster, more physical, more athletic, more versatility, more ways to defend you in coverage. I mean, their secondary is, if healthy, and everybody plays somewhere close to their upper level, you've got all kinds of options about how you want to play things, far more than other people have. And you start with Surtain. I mean, he's just the rarest of the rare in terms of size, speed in a corner with the technical. Usually you get one or, you get something. You get size, you get speed, you get technical ability. He's got everything, which is why he's the number 1 corner in the league.
I think of Greenlaw and Hufanga as calculated rolls of the dice, and if you get health, you have instantly addressed air quotes weaknesses on what your defense was a year ago. I agree, Leggy. I think they can be even better. Like, will they have 63 sacks again? No, probably not. We may never see that kind of number again in Broncos history, but I agree with you on the takeaway stuff. This defense is fantastic. Guys, get Jeff Legwold's coverage at ESPN.com. Training camp it's upon us. It is here. It's time to do the football thing. Leggy, well done as always, man. Thank you.
Enjoy. See ya.
All right, that's my buddy Jeff Legwold joining us from back in Denver. I'm out here in Las Vegas, and in fact, I will talk to the new head coach at UNLV. He actually just left ESPN to get back into coaching. Dan Mullen, who, by the way, was Tim Tebow's offensive coordinator at Florida. Go way down the resume. Yeah, he was there when Tebow won a Heisman Trophy. We'll talk to Dan Mullen up next. at the Circa in Las Vegas. And pleased to be joined right now by the new head coach of the UNLV Rebels. Dan Mullen has left the ESPN booth and is back in the coaching ranks. Coach, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. It's the end of your media day tour.
I'll still bring the juice.
Okay.
I'll bring the juice. Don't worry.
I don't doubt that for 1 second. Okay. Why was UNLV the opportunity where you said, you know what, I'm going to give up this sweet, cushy TV life and I want to get back into coaching?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I mean, the call to get back to coaching is to help develop young people and impact lives, and so it is a special calling, and to be a coach, and so you have that calling, but to me, it also had to be the right situation, and over the last couple of years, I've got a bunch of different calls from different schools, and it just didn't feel right, and I don't know at the time, I had to look. There were some things that were going to be really important to me. I wanted the opportunity to compete for an opportunity to win championships. We're UNLV. We're a game away from going to the college football playoff last year. So, hey, it's in place now to win championships. Wanted a place with great facilities. I didn't want to have to come in and say, hey, okay, I'm going to spend the first 2 years trying to raise money and build the football facility. And the Fertitta football complex is nicer than some facilities I had when I was coaching in the SEC. We played at Allegiant Stadium, where I have one of the premier stadiums in the country to play in. So there were a lot of the things that already were in place that I didn't have to worry about. Then it had to be a place I wanted to live and be excited about. And Las Vegas is. I'm a big fan of Las Vegas. It was, you work on TV. You can live anywhere you want in the country. And it was one of the places I was kind of going to my wife. I'm like, let's look at moving to Las Vegas. She was kind of like where we've lived in the South for 20 years. What do you do, like Las Vegas? But I think it's a great city. And so the opportunity, when you added it all together, and just at the time, I think Eric Harper, our AD, called. He's like, hey, any chance? I was in town. Alex Smith, one of my former players, was being inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. And he's like, hey, any chance I could swing by and visit with you briefly about the job? And I said, sure. And I think he was probably shocked I said sure. But and my wife is like, oh, are you going to help him look for a coach or something? I said, yeah, something like that. And, we just got to talking and kind of hit it off, and it felt right. And, what the hard thing, I think, in decisions sometimes, there was one time in my career I had interviewed for a job. I won't get into the specifics. I didn't end up getting the job. And the next day I woke up and I was like, thank God. I didn't realize at the time, I don't know if I would have wanted that job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was like, for whatever reason, something had, since the day I took the job, I've loved being the head coach at UNLV.
It's a good situation. And look, Barry Odom kind of put this program in a great place before he took the Purdue job. This town has such a sports momentum to it. How do you continue to capitalize on that? The Knights, the Raiders, the Aces, UNLV basketball historically has been so good, and Josh Pastner has taken over along with you over at UNLV and is bringing a great energy to that program. But how do you capitalize on Las Vegas's momentum?
Well, I think we're Las Vegas's team. We're the original team here. So there is a lot of buy-in from locals and people within the city to get behind the team. Next, they've never experienced big-time college football. And big-time college football special.
Yeah.
They're a Saturday in the fall. It's different, right? I've been to a lot of NFL games. NFL games, great experience. It's a different vibe than a college, the experience. And I don't think Las Vegas, the city's ever experienced before. And I think, they're starting to experience. And guess what? They're like, this is a lot of fun. Hold on real quick. So we can bring a family of 4 to go to a UNLV game, support our local team. We're winning, and we can actually afford to do it, compared to some of the teams. I think it is something that people are getting really excited about. I think it's something special. I think UNLV for a long time maybe has been a sleeping giant.
Yeah.
And it just the new era of college football really feeds into the right time for this city. Because when you win here, if I say running Rebels, I couldn't name I don't even know who won the national championship in college basketball last year. You can name the starting five. Most people can name the starting five of the Running Rebels from 90.
Sure.
I mean, you can name – I mean, I don't even know who won last year, and I can name their whole starting five, and I wasn't a UNLV fan at the time.
Right.
So I think the momentum when they buy in of sports in this town can be special. Tark might have been dangerous in the world of NIL back then. But for players, the other part that makes it really unique here in the NIL world is there's a lot of legitimate NIL opportunities for players in Las Vegas that they don't have at other towns around the country. I mean, people make appearance fees here all the time. There's so much going on.
Well, is it all going to make it through the NIL Go?
Yeah, because it's legit, right? It's legit.
That's
There's
what
the difference here.
That's what they say, legitimate business purposes, and that is where I'm banging my head
Does
against
Circa,
the wall.
Does the Circa Hotel have people come in as sports celebrities come in to be at the hotel? Yes, every day.
Yeah.
At every field.
I would hope it would clear.
Right? And so, okay, can UNLV players do that? Well, yeah, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
It's not like, hey, mom and pop store down the side of the road. I mean, it's stuff that's already happening on a regular basis here.
By the way, the national champion, you used to work there.
Oh, it was Florida.
It was Florida.
I should have known.
Todd Golden. Yeah.
Yeah. They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
See, I know that now. They did. But that shows how much I was paying attention.
You were the Florida head coach from 2018 to 21. After you left Mississippi State, Dan Mullen is our guest. But before that, again, you were an assistant on Urban Meyer's staff at Florida, and
I know they won 2 basketball championships when I was there.
They sure did. The Joakim Noah days.
They were Al Horford,
Corey Brewer.
Yeah, some players.
Remember some Gators for you right there.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. But Coach, you coached some pretty good players in your time at Florida, including a Heisman Trophy winner by the name of Tim Tebow.
Yep.
Who was later a first-round pick by the Denver Broncos, who later helped the Broncos win the AFC West, helped the Broncos beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in a memorable playoff game.
Overtime.
It
was like an RPO, right? Or a play action.
It was Tebow to DT, 80 yards, untouched. Demarius Thomas to the end zone. And then he was replaced by Peyton Manning. But let's...
that happens.
You know what? Sometimes you just got to tip your cap, right, Coach? When you coached Tim at Florida, and 07 was the Heisman year, and then again you had him again in 08 before you went to Mississippi State. What was it like to just be in the room coaching him every single day and knowing I can put an offense together where a player of this skill set with this physicality and athleticism, where this guy can win big at the college level?
Well, it was a lot of fun. I mean, you spend – when you're that situation as the quarterback coach OC with him, I mean, I would always laugh. I spend more time with Tim than my wife. You're together all the time putting the plans together. He's such a competitor. The first thing, if you say, when it comes to mind of Tebow is his competitiveness. Mm-hmm. His will to win is special. And, the tough job of all times, and that the relationship of he and I having, is making sure I'm always putting them in a situation of what he does well. Good coaches, you're going to look at your players. A lot of coaches say, well, here's my playbook. Okay. Your playbook is what do your guys do well?
Yeah.
And make sure we're putting them in position to succeed. One of the things I always tried to do with Tim, we'd spend a lot of time, hey, what are you comfortable with, not comfortable with? How can I put you in a position to succeed? How can we continue to work to make you better in all different phases of the game? Here's things I need you to do for us to win. You tell me what you're comfortable doing. Those type of relationships are huge. Tim and I are very close. He and Demi, his wife, just had their first baby girl a couple weeks ago. Congrats to them on that. I know it's so special. But he is a special human being in what he does beyond football. But coaching him in football, and he is so competitive. And then getting through the competitive part, which when you're dealing with someone that's competitive, I'm like, okay. He's like, I can do it, Coach. I can do it. Like there's nothing you say, hey, can you do this? Oh, I can do it. He's that competitive. But it's weeding through that, saying, hey, how do we put you in your best, not just what you're willing to do, in what you do best to go win. And I thought we were able to do that for the multiple years. Even in 2006, I think he played about 8 plays a game. Chris Leak was our starting quarterback.
Yeah.
But he came in on those 8 plays. We found, things that were matchup and problems for the defense that he came in, and most of it was quarterback run with some play action pass, and he came in, and we always put him in situations to succeed.
You also coach the highest paid quarterback in the NFL right now, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Making a cool $60 million a year. Not bad at
Yeah.
all. By the way,
he should come out here to Vegas. And
I was
going to
say,
dinner one of these days,
have
right?
you hit him up for an endowment or anything so far? Come on, Dak.
Yeah, come on. He should be buying it. No, he was
actually a monster.
I was out here. We had camp. I was out here. Mm-hmm. He was at Lake Oconee, where we have a place in Georgia at Reynolds Lake Oconee. He was there staying at the Ritz, brought some of the Cowboys out there to work. He's done that the last couple of years. So he was out there. He was at the house. I was out here coaching. He was at the house. He and his fiance and the baby, they were all at the house hanging out with my wife, and I think my daughter was doing some babysitting for him out there in Georgia. So, you look at – one of the things and traits in quarterbacks I look for, number one, start with mental and physical toughness. You just mentioned two of my former quarterbacks, two of the most mentally and physically tough people you're ever going to be around. Next, you get into leadership. Man, I mean, those guys they're leaders. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They will lead you. They will lead men wherever you want to go. They are leaders in the world.
Yeah.
Type of people. And then their intelligence, processing information, decision-making, not just the football talents. All of those, when people say, hey, this guy's an it guy, Dak Prescott has it.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? It is it, and he has it.
There's a reason Jerry Jones is so enamored with Dak Prescott.
It was a fourth-round draft pick. It was Rookie of the Year. I mean, he can step in and lead a team. Right? I mean, there's going to be people that throw it further or harder or run faster or this or that, but he is a leader, and he's a leader of men on the football field. I think that's one of the things that's made him so special.
Dan Mullen's our guest, new UNLV head coach. The TV sabbatical after you left Florida.
Yeah.
Did it give you a fresh perspective coming off of 13 years of being an SEC head coach?
Yeah. Well, they call them dog years, right? So I think that's like 84.
Seriously. Yeah. In what ways? Besides just getting a chance to kind of, take a breath.
It did refresh me coming out of stepping away. Florida didn't end the way I wanted it to end. It didn't end on where I wanted the thing, but I wasn't ready to get immediately right back into coaching. I needed a reset. And I think the timing was really good. I don't know if I had stayed, if I'd still be going with the transition of the NIL transfer portal from an old school guy, and you're doing it on a daily basis transition. Might have been tough. It just the transition side, stepping away, seeing it like in a 30,000-foot view, talking to coaches, seeing how everything works out, all the different stuff that's going on. I think certainly helped me in coming back into coaching into this new world.
Yeah.
To be much more comfortable with it. Even though I haven't been through it, to be much more comfortable with what I'm expecting, how to handle it, how to deal with the players, how to handle the players, how to handle the situations. I think it really helped. It refreshed my battery, but it also allowed me to really study and learn the change in college football and how do I want to attack it.
So we have a guy that you talked an awful lot about on television in the last couple of years. We have a guy in Colorado, Deion Sanders, up at the University of Colorado, okay? Shedeur off to the NFL. Travis Hunter off to the NFL. He's kind of going to now transition the entire thing. But when you look at what Deion has done at CU, what stands out to you the most about the mark he has made on college football?
Well, I think you look at people like, right, play to your strengths. His strength, I mean, he is such a personality and such a presence. He plays to that strength, right? I haven't sat down with him. I don't know where he's at X's and O's wise.
Yeah.
He could be an unbelievable X's and O's guy, but he doesn't come out as the X and O guy. He comes out as the CEO, head coach of the organization, of the program, with a great personality that is, like anything, he's created excitement around the program. Well, what does excitement do? It increases attendance, increases revenue. What does it do for the university? It increases applications, which that makes it a higher standing, right? The more applications, all of it, it lifts everything about the university. And I think he's done a fabulous job of doing that, of creating
that momentum,
that
well,
aura
Coach,
momentum, that what a scene, like whatever it is. But then the other part, I think, as a coach, you have to be really careful. You have to be yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, don't try to imitate other. I was with Urban Meyer for a long time, an assistant with him for many years. If you looked at our programs right now, there's a lot of crossover.
Yeah.
Now, I've been a head coach so long, I don't remember which one's which was, hey, did we do this when I was with him or I created it on my own? Okay, but I would say the outline of how we run the program is similar. The specifics very different because he's going to run it his way. I would run it my way. You got to be yourself. And I think too many coaches try to be other people. I got to be like this guy or that guy. The great thing Deion's Deion, and he's done Deion. And that program is like him and about him, and that works for him.
What kind of head coach are you? Because as I sit and talk to you, and I think especially on television, but you were always good in a press conference as well, I think you have established yourself as a very personality-driven kind of head coach, a relationships guy. I have a lot of friends in the local media that have all said, hey, Dan Mullen gets it. He is out there. He is selling his program every single day. He is there to represent UNLV. So you've got that part of the job on top of the X's and O's scheme, everything else. What's the pie chart, so to speak, for Dan Mullen?
Obviously X's and O's a big part as a long term. We created the spread offense back at Bowling Green with Urban back a long time ago. So X's and O's has always been a bigger part of my game.
Yep.
Player development's always been the biggest one. I think within the program, the pride I take in is developing players and talking to players about how they grow, how they develop, how do you improve and get better all the time. That's always been probably the biggest part of my deal of how does a 2-star Dak Prescott become the highest paid quarterback in the NFL? Chris Jones, 0-star. Go with the highest paid defensive player in the NFL with the Chiefs. It's a process of development. And that is something that I've always hung my hat on as a coach, of being someone that takes a lot of pride in their player development, from how you walk into the door to how you walk out the door, how we're going to help you grow and develop. And that's probably the biggest one. I think as a head coach, though, you understand you're the face of the university in a lot of ways. You're the front door, if you will. Like I always talk to you have to have great alignment within your university. But athletics is the front door. If you want to increase enrollment at your school and you're a president, go meet with the football coach.
Yeah.
Because our president did at Mississippi State. We need to increase enrollment. That's on you. We went to number 1 in the country. The Flutie factor, they call it at schools, right? When Doug Flutie threw that Hail Mary, BC's application. I'm sure Colorado.
Same as happened in Colorado.
I'm sure Colorado's applications are at an all-time high. You got to understand, you are kind of that. As people drive by, you might not be the inner part of the university is different, but what they see driving by is a lot. The football program, the head coach, you got to make sure you're representing the university the right way and doing that the right way and how you believe to do it.
Well, Dan Mullen, best of luck in going out and getting that built here at UNLV. And doing it the right way. Thank you so much. We could do this all day.
The media part for the last couple of years.
I know exactly.
There's no producer right now yelling in my ear. We got to cut. Hey, rap.
No, radio, fill time,
you get
baby.
To go on radio.
Actually, Wallington's the producer yelling in everybody's ear right now. Dan Mullen, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Great
Live
to
at
you.
Mountain West Football Media Day at the Circuit in Las Vegas. UNLV head coach Dan Mullen. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Chris Martin, not former Rockies reliever Chris Martin. The real Chris Martin. But Chris Martin's in the news.
Braves, Rangers.
Yeah.
I like me some Chris Martin.
Remember some places Chris Martin pitched. Okay. So here we go. Coldplay show is happening, okay? This is Gillette Stadium, Foxborough, and this is last night, okay? Apparently they do like a either a kiss cam or like a crowd shot thing at a Coldplay show.
Yeah, let's get the audience involved.
By the way, in Coldplay, they're playing in Power Field, or did they already play?
I think
in
they already
Power
played. I remember seeing some people posting about it.
Okay, all right. I wasn't running out to go to a Coldplay show, but
nor was I.
People do.
I respect them.
Good on it. Okay. So Coldplay's playing in Foxborough, and they're doing, I don't know, like either. I don't know if it was the kiss cam, but it was definitely like the let's point to some fans in the stands. When the camera zeroed in on a couple, okay, and I didn't know who these people were. Spring, I don't follow my CEOs, okay.
Well, yeah,
but turns out they're well-known folks.
Well, they made themselves more obvious too.
Couldn't have possibly been more obvious. So the camera is pointed at them, and a gentleman, a silver-haired gentleman, is seen clearly canoodling with a woman. I would call it, Spring, I'd call it the stand-up spoon. Is that how you would describe that?
I saw somebody tweet out a photo of Urban Meyer with what's her name, Cayman, Nebraska.
It's along those
similar
lines.
pose,
similar vibes. Yeah. And we weren't going to do this segment with Dan Mullen, were we? So, the camera pans to them, and Spring, like they separate quickly, like
scatter.
Yeah, he's got the arms around her. Gone. He turns away. She turns and then ducks from the camera. And Chris Martin, that cheeky fellow, Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, has decided I need to comment on what is happening on screen right now at my concert. Spring, roll that audio.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
Oops.
Of all the gin joints, of all the places I could be standing in Foxborough.
Yep. Camera goes right on them.
Big stadium.
Yeah, they're
lot
clearly
of
in a
people
suite.
there.
They're clearly comfortable. Camera goes over to them, and get away. They clearly did not want to be seen together, especially in such canoodling fashion.
Yeah. You'll see, I've seen this at sporting events, crowd shot. I've seen the oh boy, couple together, duck away. But
I feel like it's often like done as a bit.
Oh, you think so? I've always found them to be legitimate.
All
or at
right.
least the little clips I've seen on Twitter over the years.
I'm sure there's some low over the years.
Yeah, but none of them were like, I think this dude's worth $1 billion.
Okay, so here's the story. This guy is the CEO of the AI-centric New York firm Astronomer. Okay? He's a tech tycoon. All right? This guy's, I think he's a freaking billionaire.
I saw someone say he's worth $1 billion. Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Wife is, his now soon-to-be ex-wife is about to cash in.
So the woman in question is his, as it turns out, Spring, his human resources officer.
I believe hired recently.
Recently hired. Caught in an embrace Wednesday night at this Coldplay show in Foxborough. He apparently, in a statement, called her a proven leader when she joined the company in November 2024. Kristen's exceptional leadership and deep expertise in talent management, employee engagement, and scaling people's strategies will be critical as we continue our rapid trajectory, he gushed in a release upon hiring her. This is his HR director, which pretty sure she's the one you go to about this.
Uh-huh.
How does that work now? Get a quick bounce back on that email. Actually, you need to hit up my second in command right now.
Which might have been the young lady next to them.
Who was laughing really hard.
Yes.
Yeah, she was really entertained.
I think she was just, I saw she was recently promoted by the head of HR.
Wait, they identified her, the laughing woman?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Yes.
This is good. This is great. Kappa was quoted saying she was energized in her conversations with Andy and the astronomer leadership team about the opportunities that exist with the company. This is just when she was hired last fall, okay? She was energized. She certainly looked energized with her boss's arms wrapped around her at a Coldplay show, getting romantic to some Chris Martin ballads, and then the moment they get on screen together, very clearly doing the oops, we're not supposed to be seen together move.
That's the heart sinks, knife in the gut, proverbially.
But also, there were other people in the suite with them. This is not a well-kept secret.
No, apparently it appears that people in the office, in the company, were well aware of what was going on.
They knew about the canoodling.
Yes.
Yeah. And now we got to get Joey Greco from Cheaters on the job. It's not going to be a very hard episode to make.
That was a great show.
By the way, Cheaters, one of the all-time great television shows.
Uh-huh.
Also, were you aware, Spring, of the amount of controversies that came out of Cheaters?
No.
So, numerous reports over the years of people claiming they were paid actors by the show. And some of the private investigators that reportedly hired these paid actors would say, yeah, occasionally we would bring in other storylines, but most of our stories are true. They always claimed that most of them were true. There was also the infamous incident of Joey Greco getting stabbed. I believe they were on a boat.
Yeah, I'd heard about this.
When he got stabbed, in November of 2009, Inside Edition reiterated the claim that the show was staged, citing several more actors, including the stabbing episode. So Joey Greco never got stabbed.
Okay.
It's a good urban myth. It was good for TV, but Joey Greco didn't actually get stabbed. I don't know if this tech tycoon is going to, have Chris Martin taken out or anything like that.
Shout out to Chris Martin for immediately recognizing what was going on.
Dude, and that's, Chris Martin, who has been in and out of assorted relationships, that's just game recognizing game, right?
Oh, yeah. No, he's had his dalliances in that.
Chris Martin's like, I've canoodled.
Yeah. I mean, dude.
I've canoodled before, and I'll canoodle again.
Freaking Dave Grohl, Foo Fighters, just, knocked up some chick, cheated on his wife. It's the rock star life, baby.
Spring, rock stars, again, they know these things, okay?
They're going to know. This texter says, company is worth $1 billion, not the guy, but the point stands. He's rich. He's very wealthy.
He's a CEO of a tech company.
Good publicity. Good, or is there such thing as bad publicity for astronomer today? Like, their name's out there. I never heard of this company before today. Free pub.
I didn't know astronomer. I wasn't
sure.
I wasn't aware. I have no idea.
So, so the woman, Kristen, she
head of HR.
She makes the first move. Like, she puts hands over face. She's the first one to flinch.
She must have seen it first.
And now Andy he's just reactionary. But I love his nonchalance and just ducking down. Oh. He's just like, welp, time to get that head down.
Andy's clearly like, my wife and I have an understanding. I don't know if Kristen and the husband have the same understanding.
Good point.
Yeah. No, that was nothing artificial about those hands.
And he was just like, well, all right.
Nah.
Time to duck down.
Nah, they got me. Yeah.
Kristen's like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's a guy that's had his phone gone through a few times. Okay. Wasn't it when Gavin Rossdale of Bush, wasn't it when he got when Gwen Stefani found out that he was cheating? I think it was like it was like the texts were coming to the iPad, It was all connected via the cloud, and so the texts were coming on multiple devices.
Oh, no.
So Gwen's, flipping through the family iPad or whatever.
Sending her
suddenly,
emails to Dick Monfort.
Yeah, exactly.
From the iPad.
Gavin Rossdale's side piece suddenly started hitting it up.
Notifications start coming in. What are these
Whoops.
texts?
Whoops.
Oh, my God. So my joke, because you got to make a joke about this.
Okay.
My Twitter joke today was, this is me and my girl when they put us on the Jumbotron at a Rockies game, publicly supporting a 22-74 team. You put me on the Jumbotron at Coors Field.
Get me out of here.
I'm like, nope, I'm not here.
Nope. Nobody knows. 22-74. That incident, that was the Rockies of extramarital affairs.
Exactly.
Right there.
Yes.
That they just pulled off. Spectacular failure.
The camera will it just finds you. Life will find you. They thought, hey, casual fun night of cheating. It's going to be great.
It'll be sexy.
It's the
It'll
perfect
have
plan.
Coldplay.
Nobody will find out.
It'll have some nice, gentle, adult contemporary rock. This is gonna be a great night together. Chris Martin's gonna do some piano ballads.
What were their spouses doing? Like just chilling at home? Couldn't get them extra tickets? Questions had to have been asked beforehand, right?
Nah, company outing. No, it's you know what it is? It's company retreat, company outing. It's a work thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We got a work thing tonight. And I bet they were just like, I scheduled this dang work thing. I got to go to this Coldplay concert with my coworkers tonight, okay?
Not looking forward to it at all.
Company suite, though, it's it's about culture, okay?
Yeah, team bonding.
I'm building that up for the company while also rubbing some butt.
So you can't get me an extra ticket? The CEO can't spring it? Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. They're sold out.
What's his defense going to be like? Hey, you know what? I kept the hands over the clothes. All right?
They're just hugging.
Just like coworkers do.
It's like, hey, good job on that HR stuff today.
Yeah.
You crushed it.
Absolutely. As coworkers do.
Bring it in.
Hey, we weren't even swaying to the slower songs, okay? There was nothing romantic about it.
It's like one of those hands in, teamwork on 3, except it was a hug. It's a pat on the back.
By the way, Chris Martin, well played, sir. Well played, sir. He's
on
the Joey
feet.
Greco of rock stars.
On his feet, thought on his feet.
He really did. Got to be quick up there. Brutal. How many lawyers have already been contacted today?
Oh, what a great day to be.
Oh, billable hours.
Yeah.
Assets are getting divided. Spring. Oh, man. All of his CEO, all of his sport coats and jeans, because that's all I ever see a tech CEO wearing is sport coats and jeans. They're all on the lawn right now. Every single one of them.
Oh, man, to be a fly on the wall.
Get these mock turtlenecks out of here, tech CEO.
It's Tiger Woods and Elin Nordegren.
Still the greatest scandal in sports history. I don't care what anybody says. So, anyway, for all your AI needs, hit up Astronomer. Just, don't go to the company outing.
Or do. They look like a good time.
Or do. Let's be honest. Can you fire the CEO for violating the HR rules?
Well,
I don't think so.
he's going to have to step down, put in his letter.
Something.
He has to, something.
Yeah. Nothing but Coldplay the rest of the way today. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Coming up here on the other side. Will it be Coldplay good? I don't know. Keep it here. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to be able to bid. You can win tickets. You can win tickets to the 9 Inch Nails show at Ball Arena. Just look out for that camera if you're getting handsy with a coworker, okay? Hey guys, at Roller Auction, they got some great auctions available to bid right now, including the Sprucery Garden Center auction, which is open right now. Skid steers, excavators, trucks, trailers, attachments, assorted nursery items, and so much more. This auction is open until Monday, so go to roller.bid right now to be able to bid. I mentioned trucks, did I not? Some phenomenal deals on these well-maintained vehicles from the Sprucery Garden Center, including they got a flatbed right now, guys, that is available for less than $3,000. That's right. Go to roller.bid right now and get in on this auction and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You can win great tickets from us. One of our listeners, Kevin, already won Rockies tickets for signing up at roller.bid/altitude. You can win 9 Inch Nails tickets. You can win Rockies tickets. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid right now. And you have got until Monday to get in on this Sprucery Garden Center auction. Available now at Roller Auction. So the part of the story we didn't get to here, Spring. Kreckman and Lindahl, hour number 3. We got football news coming here in just a moment, but the part of the story we didn't get to, there was a statement that was put out by the CEO, Andy Byron, who again was caught on camera, clearly with his mistress / HR director of his tech company, Astronomer. Hey, now we know about Astronomer, right? We didn't even get to the statement. You ready for this, Spring?
You know what? I saw this statement, and when I first saw it, I was like, "Is this real?" Apparently, it's real.
According to reports, it's real. Also, according to reports, his wife has already dropped his name from her Facebook profile.
Did see that? Ooh, yeah. When it's Facebook official, that's not good.
Boom.
Now their relationship status is it's complicated.
Here's the statement. I want to acknowledge the moment that's been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. I would argue joy, but
it's the story of the year, actually.
Yeah, the humor that everybody has had. But he writes, what was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake playing out on a very public stage. I want to sincerely apologize to my wife, my family, and the team at Astronomer. You deserve better from me as a partner, as a father, and as a leader.
It was supposed to be a night of music and joy.
Music and joy. He looked like he was quite joyful.
I mean, but he was cheating from the time he woke up in the morning.
Like, very clearly, I don't think these tickets, like, you think he StubHubbed those suckers? You think what did he buy him from a scalper out in front of the stadium? What the hell? We'll go to this Coldplay show. We'll just sit right here in the company suite. He writes, this is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build. What you've done to the name Astronomer. I'm taking time to reflect, to take accountability, and to figure out the next steps. Personally and professionally, I ask for privacy as I navigate that process. Probably not happening now, guy. Yeah.
Pour one out for this man.
You can ask one. The answer's no. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent.
Well, the second you show up in a public sphere, you consent.
Isn't this why hourly motels were invented, my guy? If you go there, nothing but privacy, my friend. Pay in cash.
You need to wear a mask if you know.
He says, I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. Hey, I respect you as an artist, Chris Martin, but why didn't you think about my feelings?
He's playing the victim here.
He sure is.
It's just circumstance. It was chance that this happened.
Ends the statement, Spring, with a Coldplay lyric. This is some straight-up 14-year-old girl writing in her diary stuff. This is good. He says, as a friend once sang, I believe that friend is Chris Martin. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you, close quote. Well, I think his bone was pretty ignited. I don't think we got to worry about that part of it, Spring.
He's trying to pump himself up with some Coldplay lyrics. It's gonna be on a repeat as he drives sadly in the in the Boston freeways tonight.
I think rubbing up against that skort got that bone ignited. That's what I believe. That's the statement from Astronomer CEO Andy Byron. So,
you include the Coldplay lyric. Now, he's done this before. You know?
He's texted Coldplay lyrics.
No, he knows.
To other honeys in the past.
He's cheated before, and he's like, well, I'll have some fun with it. Yeah, I'm going to lose some money here, but gonna get caught eventually.
Does he burn all of his Coldplay records today out of his rage at Chris Martin?
With a single tear rolling down his cheek.
How can you turn on me, man? We were all yellow together. How can you do this to me?
Exactly. This texter, because we were talking about, possible excuses they could have. It's the friendly hug, 303-919. She was choking. I was saving her.
It was the Heimlich. I'm actually a hero if you think about it.
Someone should have given him that line. That's a great text.
Well done. Well done. We got football news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Spring's back at the shop there in Denver in the Backus and Shanker studios. I'm at the Circa in Las Vegas. Let's do football news. Spring, what do you got for me?
All right, R.J. Harvey and a number of other second-round picks have, in fact, signed today. R.J. Harvey agrees to a 4-year deal with the Broncos. A signing bonus just under $2 million. It's a $7.36 million contract over 4 years.
Yep, big time. R.J. Harvey's done. And this is the way that it works out. So the first 2 years of the deal and the signing bonus all guaranteed. And then R.J. Harvey will get 47.7% of the third year of the salary guaranteed. How they came up with that number, I will never know, but it's roughly 55% of the total contract for R.J. Harvey of the $7.36 million deal is now guaranteed. Second rounders getting paid a little bit more. We talked to Jeff Legwold about this last hour. He just says this is the trend, this is the direction it is going, and he sees a situation where it is likely that within a few years, every day one and day two pick will come into the NFL with a fully guaranteed rookie contract. So the most important thing is R.J. Harvey is done. He's missed a couple of days of rookie stuff. Who cares? He's fine. Let's go. R.J. Harvey.
But the Texans dude and the other draft pick as well, they were fully guaranteed over all 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So RJ didn't get that.
No, as a later second round pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But got 47.7% of year number 3. Again, why that's the number, I have no idea. But as Mike Kliss pointed out, it is 47.7% more guaranteed in the third year than any other second round has got. Spring.
High five. Hey, last night, Von Miller announced that he is signing a 1-year deal with the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, Von Miller going to join the Commanders on a 1-year deal after, I think, what many would consider to be a disappointing tenure in Buffalo. 14 sacks in 3 seasons, 8 the first year, 6 last year. But he had suspension for violating the league's personal conduct policy. It's been pretty bumpy for Von Miller since he last won a Super Bowl in Los Angeles. The Bills paid an awful lot for not very much out of Von Miller over the last couple of years. Von is now sort of on the Dwight Freeney veteran pass rusher track as he now goes to Washington to ring chase with the Manders. Best of luck to Von Miller. One day, spring, he will sign a 1-day contract and he will come back to Denver and retire a Bronco. For anybody, by the way, that was bringing up the name Von Miller this past offseason, it's just, guys, Sean Payton is not looking to recapture Bronco history, Bronco magic, or anything else like that. It's a new show over there. Von Miller can go play for the Manders, who need pass rush help, particularly in the fourth quarter. Some of the numbers I saw on Washington and what they were defensively late in games, they were 26th in the NFL with 22 sacks when rushing 4 last year. In the fourth quarter, they had 5 sacks all year long. For a team that played with a lead in a lot of fourth quarters, that's not good enough. So signing Von Miller makes sense in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the Commanders need more pass rushing help, but I do expect Vaughn to just be more of a specialty down guy at this point of his career. Broncos could have done it, but they didn't need it, that's for sure. The Commanders...
You want to take snaps away from Jonah Ellis right now?
That's a good point. Yeah, no, and I forget about Jonah Ellis. He's got potential too.
Yeah,
and
good player.
The Commanders, I believe, have the oldest roster in the NFL, but it's a good spot for Vaughn. and they might have the oldest roster, but it's all about Jaden Daniels, who's young and super talented. They can win. The Commanders can win in the NFC this year. They played the Eagles competitively. They beat them once last year. So this is a great spot for Vaughn. It really is.
I think the Commanders are a contender. I think they're a contender like in the same breath that I would say the Broncos are a contender. I don't put them in that Philly, Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City tier right now. But I think they're just a tick below that, hanging out with the likes of the Lions, the Rams, and other teams there in the NFC. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, more pass rusher news. TJ Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers have agreed to a 3-year extension that will make him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
$41 million average per year for TJ Watt, topping the $40 million that Myles Garrett had. How about our buddy Frank Schwab the other day? He said TJ Watt is, along with Myles Garrett, those are the two best pass rushers of this quarter century in the NFL, putting TJ Watt on that squad, on his list, over Von Miller. He thinks that highly of TJ Watt. He is that impactful. I mean, he already has 108 career sacks, 5.5 more than Myles Garrett, 6th most amongst active players, 4-time All-Pro. He's won a Defensive Player of the Year award. And this is one where you look at it and you're just like, you're the Steelers. This is the time of year that stuff gets done. Right on the eve of training camp, you make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. You guys had a weird sort of negotiation/dalliance this offseason, but the Steelers stopped messing around and got it done. This is absolutely what they had to do, because if they're going to do anything special with Aaron Rodgers, they got to have their defense in tip-top shape, and they got to have a happy TJ Watt, and they got it now.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a beast, especially a couple of years ago. My God, he was single-handedly winning games for a very mid-Steelers team. Turns 31 in October, but, I mean, they're going to try to win with Aaron Rodgers this year, and you need TJ Watt. Sometimes I want to say JJ. TJ and
so
JJ.
Does Vance Joseph.
Yeah, where are you?
JJ Watt.
There it is. But if you want to win this year, you needed TJ Watt on your team. So I like, there were rumors he would have gotten maybe on the trade block a week or two ago when they trade for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. Would they have the money for TJ Watt? No, they were always going to get this done. The NFL salary cap, you just signing bonus this, push that. They were always going to get this done.
They get Juan Thornhill in the secondary in the offseason. They bring in Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey, very good secondary. You got the pass rush to match right now. Cam Hayward is still doing his thing. Patrick Queen's a stud. It's an excellent defense. It should be a top 10 defense in the NFL. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have Chargers news. They had reacquired wide receiver Mike Williams in the offseason at 30 years old, but today he abruptly retired. He had been dealing with injury issues in recent years and was on the PUP list ahead of training camp. So Mike Williams retiring from the NFL. I was curious because Jim Harbaugh did talk to the media today. If Harbaugh commented on Mike Williams, really if Jim Harbaugh said anything Jim Harbaugh-y at all. And Nate, he did.
I mean, if anyone's going to Harbaugh, it's gonna be Harbaugh.
Okay, so he was asked if he's excited for the start of Chargers training camp. He talked for 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I cut this down a little, but Nate, it's so good. It's so good. Here we go, Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, so excited. It's emotional. Just really fired up, and I just keep telling myself, mind over nervous system. My mind is smarter than my nervous system, and I'm gonna see if I can't get through the whole day and with not being emotionally hijacked. Yeah, there's a glide to me in this. It's like an airplane, starting on the runway, and it's stopped. I mean, we did have a 3.5, 4 week break, so we got to get started again, and you just build up momentum until finally you're going so fast that you take off, and you're soaring. The problem is that your nervous system can get your body in a position that it can't recover from. So you just need your mind telling your body what to do next. And the soft tissue and the muscles react much better when it's the mind dictating it. and not the. They just perform better.
He keeps going. I'll stop it there.
The mind is smarter than the nervous system. I was worried he wasn't going to get back to the nervous system point. Then he got back into it. Then he started talking about soft tissue.
He's excited.
Andy Byron needed to listen to Jim Harbaugh. His nervous system was smarter than his mind. He was all tingly, and then he didn't know what to do. He wasn't thinking clearly during that Coldplay show. Jim Harbaugh, he would have been smooth sailing all the way if he was in that situation because his mind is smarter than his nervous system, like an airplane taking off or something like that. Does Jim Harbaugh do peyote before he goes to work?
And him and Aaron Rodgers at a darkness retreat would be something else.
Is this stuff planned? Like, does he, or is it all? Is he just spitting bars up there like he's in a rap battle in 8 Mile? Is this off the dome, or is Harbaugh just like whatever hits him in that moment? I'd love to know how that brain works, which is smarter than his nervous system.
Yeah, and he did talk about Justin Herbert later, and it wasn't as intense as that. Man, he rambled. It was 25 minutes of a Harbaugh press conference today. So I think some of it was planned. I think, with the 3 to 4 week break, he knew he was going to come up there today.
He had been journaling.
And he was going to show his football guy energy.
Okay. It was there. It was on display today. Also, Mike.
He's become aware of the impact his press conferences made last year.
Yeah.
Now he's leaning into it.
Okay. All right, here's the question, and we'll remind me when Andy gets back, we'll do this topic. Is what we need to do, we have to try and figure out, okay? Will Jerry Jones, Jim Harbaugh, or I think we got to put Aaron Rodgers in there. Which of the 3? Oh, and Mike McDaniel's big on this show.
Oh, sure.
Of the 4, which one will get more play on Kreckman and Lindahl this football season?
Let's throw Russell Wilson in there, too.
Oh, yeah, but...
We cut those early, though.
Yeah, we turned those off early. The rage bubbles a little too hard when we start playing Russ audio.
We're going to hear a lot from Jerry, and, there's Micah Parsons stuff going on right now.
Yeah.
And then George Pickens is going to do something. The Cowboys in general will do something. I'll go Jerry, leader in the clubhouse, because he talks every Monday, can't help himself, or every Sunday night.
Harbaugh, though.
But if the Chargers start to struggle a little bit for whatever reason, he
might get better.
He'll tone it down. I think
I don't know.
He
might get better.
Jerry, no matter what, will go.
Jim, though, I think he'll view it as like, I can take the heat off my guys.
Okay.
If when I go to the podium, if I'm weird as hell and I start talking about nervous system v soft tissue v mind, or whatever bars he's spitting that day, going on and on about milk or whatever else he is fired up about that day, I think that if they lose, he will only become more bat bleep than he is right now.
I really hope the Dolphins are solid because we didn't get as much Mike McDaniel last year. And he was a ton of fun the year, but that's a guy actually, man, he sounds like he's high.
Yep.
But I I actually appreciate hearing from him.
Denver Zone. Love the guy. Kreckman and Lindahl. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're rolling. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, talked to Sean Lewis earlier today, new head coach at San Diego State. Want to get his he reflected on his time at Colorado. I want to hear a little bit of that before we get out of here. The Rockies are back tomorrow. There's massive NBA news here today, and the Broncos are signing rookies all over the place. It's Kreckman and Lindahl live in Las Vegas, the Circa Mountain West Football Media Day, Altitude Sports Radio.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
All right, Spring. Latest from the New York Post. Okay. Ex-employee rips astronomer CEO Andy Byron as toxic. Claims staffers are enjoying the Coldplay kiss cam drama. Quote, everybody's laughing their ass off. We know that. The other woman on the video was dying. She was like purple in the face from laughing so hard.
I saw somebody tweet, like, you know that there are lower level employees in that company who hate those two.
Yep.
And they are having the time of their life today.
Unbelievable day at work for them. Yes, Andy Byron, the as we have now found out, married CEO of New York-based software firm Astronomer, has gotten himself to internet infamy after becoming, I suppose, Spring, he's the Tiger Woods of the tech world now.
Hey, it's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone.
Andy's wife did not need to go through the phone. Although
Tiger, when he was leaving that voicemail for, God, I can't remember her name. I used to know all the names in this story.
Yeah.
I knew them all. Yeah. When he was leaving that voicemail, he had the same expression on his face as Andy Byron and his HR officer.
You know the look. Panic, stress, really scratching your head and your neck.
Spring, a source talking to the New York Post. The text groups and chains of former employees are like, everybody's laughing their ass off and enjoying the hell out of what happened and getting him exposed. Yeah, I think he was going to be exposing something later. In the workplace, Byron allegedly has a reputation as an aggressive, sales-obsessed executive who can be toxic, the source added. Ooh.
Yeah, so not a great fella.
I can't imagine that somebody that would have that inappropriate of a relationship with their head of HR would be toxic in the workplace.
He flew too close to the sun. That's what he did.
And what color was that sun, Spring?
It was all yellow.
I had a chance to talk earlier today to Sean Lewis, Spring, San Diego State head coach, former Colorado offensive coordinator. In fact, he was the OC for Deion's first year. The 4-8 season. But, look, Spring, when I look back on that year, I think about the first month of the season.
Sure.
Which, if people, like, Deion has been such a saga and such a roller coaster in his time at CU. And everything, the amount of news, the inundation of information with Deion, everything that Shedeur went through, Travis and winning the Heisman, all of it. Like, I think sometimes, and I'll speak for myself here, I'm not speaking for everybody, sometimes I forget how freaking electric that first month was.
Well, especially the first game, man. The TCU game.
TCU game, unbelievable. The CSU game, which is still one of the great college football games of all time. It was funny. I was talking off air to Dan Mullen about it, and he was hosting college football final that night, and he was just like, yeah, I was back in the studio in New York, and it was 2 a.m., and I just wanted that damn game to get over. I'm like, fair enough, but that game was amazing, right?
I like the TCU game the most, actually.
It was because, you know what? We had no idea what to expect. They were 2 touchdown dogs going down to a TCU team that had just played in the national championship game. We had no idea what to expect. I feel like sometimes I forget, because of all of it, because of the I'm bringing my luggage and it's Gucci, everything that we've gone through, the amount of content that is out there, how freaking electric those first few games were with Shedeur and Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn and company. It was so much fun. Sean Lewis was the offensive coordinator that brought that pedal-to-the-metal pace offense to Colorado. Yes, it didn't go well. In fact, Sean Lewis he didn't even finish year one as the offensive coordinator and play caller. They started leaning into Pat Shurmur more as the season went on. But those first 2 weeks, first few games, that first month was really special. And I talked to Sean Lewis about it earlier today, just about what he took away from that experience when he was the offensive coordinator that first season at Colorado under Deion. You left Kent State. You go to CU.
Yep.
You're working for Deion Sanders. You're under the brightest spotlight basically in all of college football, working with Shedeur and Travis Hunter. And you spent 1 year there, and you were able to parlay that into the head coaching job at San Diego State. When you think back on that part of your journey, what was the experience like? And what did you take away from that you're still using every day now as the head coach at San Diego State?
Yeah, I mean, I always said that there's going to have to be a tremendous opportunity for me to ever leave Kent State, to go to Boulder, to work with Coach Sanders, and to work with the players, to work with Shedeur, to work with Travis, to work with Jimmy Horn, Xavier Weaver, all those guys, right? Like, I mean, shoot, Big Mikey who came with us, right? Mikey Harrison who came with to San Diego State, like, those players, to work with that level of talent, I always believed in what we were doing, and to have the opportunity to do it with great coaches and great players was something I couldn't say no to. And obviously, we had some tremendous success, and I think I played a small part in establishing some things there for them to build off of, and was very appreciative of that. From Coach in particular, right? Like, he helped me see and understand that, hey, kind of the pro model that we're shifting to, like, yeah, the team is the priority, but hey, the individuals matter, and you better care for the individuals, not in just this cookie-cutter approach, but that, hey, everyone's going to be treated fairly, maybe not equally, and that's okay. Like, let's know and understand that. And Coach did an unbelievable job of articulating that to the guys, and being able to take that message and that lesson and apply it as we go forward. Like, again, like, hey, there's 105 guys on our roster this fall. Like, 20 of them are still paying their way as walk-ons. 85 are on scholarship. We're paying like the top 50. Like, there's levels to this within the world of college football. There's levels to it within, your own locker room. And so being transparent, being clear, and learning that lesson from my time at Boulder was instrumental. I thank Coach, and I thank those players who believed in what we were doing. We wouldn't be sitting here talking. I wouldn't be talking to you as the head coach of San Diego State if it wasn't for that opportunity. So grateful for that time and, how it helped me grow as a person, as a man, as a coach, and, into the future. It was instrumental.
The TCU game and the CSU game in particular.
Yeah.
How much fun were those games to be the play caller?
Yeah.
And to just – those games were sagas. They were unbelievable. What was it like to coach those games?
Yeah, it was awesome, right? I mean, it's like, again, like all the other things that are getting far too much attention right now, like strip it all down. It's about players making plays in between the white lines. And as a coach, to be able to, have a vision, sell that vision, get the guys to believe and buy into it, and then to go put them in a position to be successful and to take a step back and to see the joy and, like, detach in the locker room afterwards and to see, man, like all this hard work to try and savor and capture that moment as long as possible and then go, okay, guys, as cool as that was, like, so what now? What are we going to do next? Like, that's the pursuit. That's the chase. That's what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, Sean Lewis, he brought an energy to that thing, man. And Deion Sanders taking a guy that's got a head coaching job in the MAC, brought him to Boulder. Again, did that relationship fizzle out? Yes.
Oh, the offensive line did nobody any favors.
Offensive line play was terrible. That program was not, it didn't have a solid foundation. It had unbelievable skill talent. But again, that first month of the season, that program breaks into the top 25. That is as fun a period of college football as we have watched.
Now, Big Noon and Game Day are coming here out of nowhere. Out of freaking nowhere, man.
It was incredible. Yep.
Sean Lewis called a great game in the TCU game. That offense and Shedeur and company did a great job executing it. It was
called a 98-yard drive to send it to overtime against CSU.
Yep, he did that. And he was a D1 coach at Kent State, and he said, no, I'm going to go be an OC and take a chance on Deion's program. But San Diego State's a good job.
Yep.
And like he told you, Nate, he probably didn't get that job if his name isn't out there with all the hype that was around his stint at CU.
Right, exactly. And the way that things sort of ended, it didn't really sully his reputation in any way. He was a hot head coaching candidate after that. gets to go to San Diego State. Yeah, I would say it worked out for Sean Lewis, without a doubt. Now, can it work out for the Buffs? Remains to be seen. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. Springs back at the shop. I'm out here in Las Vegas wrapping things up. Crazy NBA news. Crazy NBA news today. We're going to talk about Damian Lillard going back to Portland, and we got to talk about where the Blazers are at in this Western Conference pecking order. We'll dig into that coming up next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Spring, it seems as though a video being shared on TikTok has captured Andy Byron's reaction to being caught giving the Heimlich maneuver to his HR officer from his company on camera at the Coldplay concert. And the lip readers of the internet have determined that Andy Byron's reaction was to say, quote, bleeping hell, it's me, close quote.
That's a genuine reaction right there.
Kristen Cabot, the HR director for Astronomer, a.k.a. his coworker or subordinate, I suppose, a.k.a. lady that he was snuggling with during the Coldplay show, appeared to respond with a more subdued, this is awkward, as she took note of their appearance.
Well, she's not worth the money that he's worth.
Also, according to reports, I believe she's divorced.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I had seen names of, like, her husband.
Right.
Okay.
According to reports, she's divorced.
Oh, so she's fine. Well, I mean.
She's the other woman.
Well, and the head of HR, she did not read the HR handbook.
Did they somebody asked if they disclosed their relationship to the company.
Yeah, that's HR protocol right there.
Yeah, well, we didn't leave room for Jesus at the Coldplay concert. And we felt as though we should reveal that to everybody. Also, really quickly, Spring, speaking of bleeping hell, it's me. Saw this today. Brits are more regular swearers than Australians or Americans, according to a YouGov.uk poll. The Brits swear more than Americans do, which, if you've ever seen an interview with Liam or Noel Gallagher, I believe that checks out. I think they alone count for most of the cuss words said by the British. Spring, do you know, according to this YouGov.uk poll, if you had to guess, what is the most commonly used swear word in the United States?
Oh, in the United States?
By Americans. What is the most commonly used cuss word by Americans?
See, if it was the UK, I would have gone with the T word.
Okay, so the Brits, actually, it's the F-bomb.
Okay.
Followed by the S-bomb.
Okay.
Followed by bloody. Those are their top three.
They classify bloody as because that's like before the curse words.
Right. Typically, yes. But
it's
it
like
also,
an adverb
I guess,
or something.
Counts as a cuss word. Australians, S-bomb number 1, F-bomb number 2, BS number 3.
Crikey.
Didn't make the list.
Didn't make the list. In the U.S., man,
in the US.
I think you just got to go F-bomb.
Actually, number 3, according to this YouGov.uk poll.
Okay.
F-bomb number 3, S-bomb number 2. At number 1, just a good old-fashioned damn.
Look.
Not what Andy Byron went with when Chris Martin called him out. He went with a bleeping hell, it's me. But Americans, they go straight to the – which, you know what, I got to say, Spring, at first I thought about it, and I was like, I don't know, I don't think so. But I've both of my kids have used that word, like, recently in our presence.
Okay.
And it's just like –
I don't even
and
care.
every time it happens, I have to look at Abby, and I got to be like, that's on me.
Yeah, I don't. Damn doesn't even matter. Now you can't. I think for FCC you can't go G damn.
Right. That's when it gets inappropriate.
Like, okay, Blink-182 had the album "Damn It," right?
I think that was the song.
Song "Damn It."
Yes.
Song "Damn It." You got your "Hot Damn."
Yeah.
Many variations of that.
By the way, there's an entire poll on this. What swear words do Americans, Australians, and the Brits regularly use? Only 47% of American respondents said that they use the F word. 54% the S word. Also, and shout out to the guys that did this poll. Like they They went all the way down, but 32% of Americans claim to use this phrase, which only 17% of Brits and 20% of Australians do. It's a big one here. D-bag is big in the United States.
Yeah, that checks out.
Which we do have a lot of them.
I use that phrase a lot for many years. I don't use it as much anymore.
No, nor do I. I go right to bag.
Yeah,
I don't even.
Yeah, we don't even need to include the cleaning utensil anymore.
The process. Although I think it would apply. It sounds like it would apply to Andy Byron. Okay.
Yeah.
Although he would tell you that applies to Chris Martin of Coldplay. Who's captured his private moment.
How dare you?
Hourly motel, my dude. Okay. Just go find a motel under a viaduct somewhere, and you get all the privacy you want. All right. Probably get a disease too. Spring Dame is a Blazer.
He is.
He's back. He's going to be out for a year. But Damian Lillard returns to Portland. You think the Blazers can make the play-in? I think they can make the play-in.
I thought
they were a legit candidate.
Yeah, no, like that young core.
Yep. That team can win 40 games, and if you can win 40, you can go to the play-in.
There's a reason they traded for Drew Holiday. That organization, Chauncey Billups, that team, they believe that they have a good young core, and if they added a good veteran who knows how to win in Drew Holiday, that can get them a 10 seed. And so now Dame signs. He'll rehab in Portland. He'll play for them next year, and the core will have an extra year of seasoning on them. They think they're building something, and I love the story. I love the story of Dame returning to Portland.
Nuggets have a press conference tomorrow at 1 o'clock to introduce Cam Johnson, which is going to be fun. We'll carry it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
1 o'clock, I believe.
Also, guys, with the official release of the Avs 25-26 schedule, it's out. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche. Pick out the 3 home games you most want to attend, and one person who fills it out will win a pair of club-level tickets to all 3 of those games. Single-game tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/avalanche now and enter, and good luck. We had a lot of fun today on the show. Thank you once again to UNLV head coach Dan Mullen. Thank you to Jeff Legwold. Thank you to, Denver sports diehard Troy Calhoun, head coach at Air Force.